We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Get money. Get money.
Let's get the shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Welcome to VCT Game Changers APAC Series Open 1. This is day 2 of the playoffs, and we've got the first of our elimination matches today, as well as a slot to the upper final at stake. Mikafabs here leading the panel, and for the first time ever here on the VCT Game Changers panel, it is shoutcaster, analyst, coach extraordinaire, Daks. Welcome to the panel, Daks!
Of course, a fabulous introduction from the fabulous Mikafabs, as per always. But then again, we are here at Game Changers. This is day number 2. We got the upper bracket, we got the lower bracket. So much action to cover. But I want to say this, Mika, real quick. Happy to be here with you one more time, just like we always do.
And suddenly I'm filled with chaotic energy, because this is what happens whenever I have my good friend Daks here right next to me on the panel, and it's gonna be quite a day indeed. So I'm so excited to hear all of your thoughts on these wonderful teams that we have here. And as we mentioned, this is your first time on the Game Changers panel, so it is so exciting that so many teams registered for this tournament. And I actually wanted to get your opinion, just because as somebody who, you know, has so much experience in all kinds of tournaments, from grassroots all the way to A tier and S tier tournaments. I mean, what can you say about the growth of Game Changers so far?
Oh, you're making me blush here, Mika. Don't worry, I'll throw those compliments back at you, Miss International Talent. The thing is, though, we see it in the Game Changer scene, and especially here in the playoffs, there are a few squads that are absolutely notable, that are absolutely powerhouses, that have made waves even from last year and beyond. But there's some of these plucky upstarts that have said, okay, we can also compete, we can make it to the top 8. And while we did see in the upper bracket everything settle in a way we mostly expected. It really just goes to show right now there is still a lot of fight right now, even in the lower bracket. And I'm looking especially like teams such as Global Esports as well as Capybara Gang to see that later on.
Exactly. I mean, our upper bracket is spicy, our lower bracket is spicy as well. But before that, let's check out our tournament format right here. It is so exciting, Dax, that so many teams registered for this tournament. And we had over 70 teams for the Swiss stage, which is quite amazing indeed. And there's lots more for us to be excited about because this is just the first step in a whole year of Game Changers action. After Open 1, we have 2, we have 3, and we've got our last chance qualifier, and then all roads eventually lead to Elite and over the horizon, Game Changers champions, of course. And I think that, for all of these teams, there's just so much room to grow. They have this whole year. We've seen some exciting action just yesterday. Imagine that. And this is just a start for so many of these teams, Dax.
Yeah, it's a big sample right now here in Open 1, start of the year, but when you move on, of course, to how the format works, keep an eye out on those dates between Open 1 and Open 2. Open 2 is all the way till June, and we're pretty much going to do the same old thing. See who's going to be the champion, there will be a leaderboard system, there will be points, and the top 6 teams on that leaderboard will qualify for Elite. But I believe, really, Mika, right now here in Open 1, it's such an open field. So many ways for these teams to say they can be that champion, but moving forward, consistency will be so important to crown who will be at the very top.
Exactly. And that's why I'm so excited to see all of these teams. What are they going to look like at the end of this year? What is Capybara Gang, for example, going to look like at the end of this year? It's just, it's so incredible to watch, especially since we are on our second year. So there are so many teams from last year that are just developing so well. Of course, our prize pool over here, we have USD. I was so formal.
Yeah, it's like you're telling us what kind.
US dollars for each open, and we have $35,000 for our Elite. But more than that, it's a chance for these teams to get on that world stage. And I think that, again, building on what we had from last year, all of these teams, they're just growing so well. All these players are growing so well. We've discussed our favorites so far, actually. And Dax, since this is your first time on the panel here at VCT, Game Changers, let's get your opinion on which teams are your favorites here. I mean, something might have changed from yesterday's matches.
I think we just honestly talk about the usual contenders as we show the qualified teams now. 8 of them do battle, 4 of them, or rather 2 of them, will be eliminated today. And all eyes are on the following. You always, of course, have to look at Sapphire, formerly Ascent Sapphire, defending champions, and looking to make that run yet again. In the meantime, of course, RQ Kaguya Foundations from Alter Ego Celeste, win streak after win streak from last year, open championships, only faltering at the grand finals. But truly, Mika, the team that I'm looking forward to the most is Team SMG. Foundations from Red Esports Victorous, as well as that old SMG roster. This team might be the team to beat also.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially since we're going to be seeing them a little bit later, by the way, Dax, so we'll save that for now. But they are looking like one of the powerhouses for sure in this tournament. I'm still hoping, by the way, for this potential. There's like a looming rematch over here between Sapphire and RRQ Kaguya. I love that it's just hovering over there, and we could get one of the best kind of like revenge match arcs here in APAC. Just imagine that if Sapphire and RRQ get to face off once again in grand finals.
You can't be like this. Don't tell everyone the script. Don't tell everyone that was the whole plan all along. And another spoiler right now, some people are saying, especially on the power levels that we saw from yesterday, you see that matchup we mentioned a while ago, SMG versus Sapphire, that can be a potential preview of what the grand finals can look like if things go wayside for RQ Kaguya. But of course, here for our matches here on this broadcast, we got a big Elite ready for action. Big SCYTHE versus Capybara Gang, and later on, it will be that matchup we've been hyping up, Team SMG versus Sapphire. But the first one there, Mika, that's an elimination match, so if you lose that, you are out of the running here at Open 1.
Exactly. And, we'd be remiss not to talk about everybody's favorite Capybara Gang and, their admirable stand to RRQ Kaguya and RRQ's, well-oiled machinery during that, doing their best against them. I think that Big SCYTHE here, though, there's a little bit of a kind of like a hidden, of course, it's like irony because of their team name, but like it's a weapon hiding over there because their record in the Swiss stage is really, really, amazing. But talking about yesterday's matches, there's just no denying what a powerhouse Sapphire is, by the way. We've seen some of the fastest rounds, I think, on the Game Changer stage, thanks to this team. And unfortunately, Ghost Siren, well, they weren't really going as fast as they wanted.
Yeah, it was more like stop for them, unfortunately. Only got 5 rounds throughout those 2 maps. And when you look at that game itself, Mika, it was just an absolute masterclass. It's that consistency that Sapphire was known for from last year. How they got better and better. How they beat that Alter Ego Celeste squad in the first place. And as you can see it here right now, there are big reasons why Sapphire was just so tried, tested, and maneuvered all throughout that year. Every single time they executed, it was just full-on chemistry, full-on synergy. You, of course, could rely on Muffin to play those entries, but when I look deeper into that roster, it was Ollie as well as Margot really bringing up the front as well, setting it up, allowing players like Muffin to knock things down. And you have Trike, of course, formerly known as Baby Easy, ready in the backline. Ginny with the usual calls. I always have been a fan of Ginny, especially even back in the VCT attack all-around days. And that leadership right now, that well-oiled machine, has just allowed Sapphire to go above and beyond really the rest of the competition.
There are just so many fantastic moments from all of these players on Sapphire in that match. And I feel like, as I mentioned to Zahk yesterday, I don't feel like they've even broken a sweat. This was just them, you know, just dotting the I's and crossing the T's. We haven't really seen them pushed just yet, which is why today's matches are going to be really, really exciting. But of course, we would be remiss not to talk about everybody's favorite now, the Capybara gang, just because there's something magical when the sides switch, and they happen to just get the second win against, you know, a team like RRQ Kaguya.
You want to talk about how the pressure can mount? You know how things can get tested so early on. And if you expected this to happen to RRQ Kaguya, dropping the ball, unfortunately, on Fracture. They had that lead, but the adjustments there and the grit really Capybara gang, keeping them alive, moving Doso into the Pearl and that Ascent map. It was more of the same old form from RRQ Kaguya, but taking it to 3 maps, going the distance there for Capybara gang, it really proves that there is that level of competition. And I kind of have to ask that question right now to RRQ Kaguya. Are they still relying on the old foundations that they made them succeed last year? They've lost a member, they gained a new one, and it's still a strong roster, sure. But what do they need to do else to move forward and go above the rest of the teams in the upper bracket, especially?
That's the question, and that's a question for all of these teams. What is next? What is that next level for Sapphire? What is that next level for Team SMG? We're gonna get that here in 2023 in day 2 of the playoffs, especially since, as Daks mentioned, it is elimination. So Daks, what does a Capybara do when it is backed into a corner? Oh no,
What?
We're gonna find out. I'm not gonna answer that. I'm gonna toss it to a break first, and we'll find the answer to that when we come back. Welcome back to VCT Game Changers APAC. I'm liking the energy from production, by the way. I can feel their energy. They're quite hyped today.
Yeah.
Mikafabs here and Daks on the panel, and we are on to our first match of the day. It's going to be Big Side versus Capybara Gang. Now, yesterday we saw just how hard Capybaras can punch, but Big Side, they also seem to be a promising team just because they have so many factors that seem to be working for them. They had a perfect pretty much run in the Swiss stage, and this roster has a lot of chemistry just because they've been working together for so long. And they also have Oreophilia from the former alter ego Celeste and one of the most established veterans here on this scene. I mean, on paper, this looks like a pretty solid team, Dax.
Yeah, on paper, but in terms of how we saw them against Orangutan X, I think that's a big problem right now for Big Side. You look at their whole squad, you look at their Swiss stage especially, and they were able to beat teams that are relatively notable but did not actually qualify. I'm concerned right now here for Big Side is, can they actually bridge the gap versus teams like Orangutan, teams like RRQ Kaguya, and as you can see the roster here already, you got Yamori, you got Ruma, Oreophilia, you got Wed, you got Cressets, and this team itself, I'm really looking forward to what they can achieve here in the lower bracket, because perhaps their full potential will be unleashed in a more level playing field to something that they didn't really expect, because we saw, especially in that second map, they were so shell-shocked against Orangutan.
Yeah, that's what we were discussing, right? Behind the scenes, we were saying how this team, okay, all right, very impressive scoreline, but it doesn't seem like they've been pushed just yet. So now that they're up here on the first match for the lower brackets, the first elimination match that they have, definitely they're gonna be pushed to their limits. They're gonna have to dig deep. Whatever they've been practicing on in the Swiss stage, that all has to come out because they're up against Capybara Gang, everybody's new favorite team that stole the hearts of just everyone with just one fracture map. Other than taking such a good fight, by the way, to RRQ, they seem to have a knack for comebacks, and no matter how far down they are, they're just a team that keeps us believing.
Yeah, and you look at the squad right now, you got Pitchy, you got Mikafabs, you got Wisely, Izzy, and Yamroll, and I really remember that fracture map. I look back into what they did against RRQ Kaguya, and the way that they were able to play, the way they were so confident in making those flanks happen, to going for those pushes, and especially making sure that RRQ Kaguya was wasting utility towards that side. They understood the game plan of the opposition, and these are the kind of teams that really do their homework. Of course, those star power aside, you have to keep an eye out on some of the players that have really brought their A game here. I keep mentioning what Pitchy was able to do in those last few maps. I love how Yamroll was able to play some stellar entries, just willing to actually peek it out for the squad. And at the very least, you have Nuki, who is so potent no matter what agent she's playing. It really has just become that comfort right now here for Capybara Gang within this bracket. And as much as possible, they really just want to find the way that really works for them. We saw it work on Fracture. Let's see if it work on other maps like Pearl and Ascent, if it does come to the map pool.
By the way, since you mentioned like how skilled these players are, Mikafabs gave some of the most impossible shots that I've ever seen, by the way, in yesterday's series. But you're absolutely right. This is a team that is very creative. They're very smart. They have some great adaptive plays, but their experience tends to be their downfall. They seem to run out of steam after, say, the first map. This is where Big Side can strike if they know what they're doing, of course. And I feel like Dax, Capybara Gang, they are now up for elimination. What does the Capybara do when its back is against the wall and it's in danger?
What? Tell
it
me.
hides in the water. It's kind of anticlimactic.
Okay, can you try doing that right now?
Hiding in the water?
just duck for cover real quick. Maybe that's why they struggled in Pearl, because they were under the water already.
Yeah,
and
exactly. That's what I was thinking too. But Capybaras also have a very powerful bite, around 1400 newtons, which is the same bite force as a tiger.
Why do you have so many facts ready about them? About capybaras?
Why
are you so prepared?
I warned you about this. Let's head into map select right now and hope that the capybaras are not hiding in the water. I don't think so, because they performed so well on Fracture the other day. I think that they should pick it up again, but the Big Side, they just have a lot more experience in terms of map pool, and especially since they have Oreo, who just has been playing competitively since the beginning of the Valorant tournament circuit, I feel.
for a long time. I do wonder though, moving into the map draft, I actually might think Big Sight has been watching that game against RQ Kaguya, and I wouldn't be surprised if they banned it. And there you have it. Big Sight removing Fracture as well as Icebox. Lotus and Pearl though removed by Capybara Gang. They weren't very happy about their performance perhaps against RQ Kaguya. Instead, Haven picked up here by Capybara Gang. You got Big Sight going for split and Ascent for a decider. And all in all, I do believe that this is a decent map pool for both sides. I am a little concerned though here for Capybara Gang because you move to that second map, split. Big Sight was able to beat them in the Swiss stage way back when, 13-6 I believe, and it seems like the history is on the side of Big Sight right now.
That's absolutely right. You know, the scoreline wasn't exactly as exciting as it was yesterday for Capybara Gang versus Big Sight when they did first meet up. I'm hoping that, of course, they've learned from their mistakes. I'm hoping that, you know, they were watching those VODs very, very carefully. And hopefully, Capybara Gang can pull through. But Big Sight, here's where I feel like, you know, I'm really excited to see them play. Just because they also have like so much, all that experience, and they have, that's what seems to be, you know, Capybara Gang's downfall again. When they're up against a more experienced team, then they tend to lose some steam. That fire that they initially have for maybe the first map or first 3 rounds tends to die down. This is where Big Sight can hopefully have that fire and just have that endurance to outlast them.
Yeah, it's a matter of the long run right now we're seeing here for Capybara Gang, and I do believe them picking up Haven first is a result also of not only their Swiss stage results, but what we saw against Orangutan X versus Big Sight. It was a 13-1 scoreline. There was just no footing whatsoever here for Big Sight, and if Capybara Gang can replicate the same success, just keep on going, keep gassing up Big Sight as much as possible, then there's a big possibility for Cappy G to just go the distance and go into that second map still with that head full of steam. My biggest concern for Cappy G all in all here, Mika, is just the predictability. Later on, a team like RQ Kaguya was able to figure out the tendencies and what Cappy G wanted to do again and again, and they solved it, and there wasn't much behind that textbook after that. But against Big Sight right now, who's also trying to prove that they're at that caliber, that they are at the level of teams like Sapphire, Orangutan, SMG, as well as RRQ, they need to do the same kind of system. They need to dismantle Cappy G bit by bit, force them to go back to their tendencies, or else, despite having that perfect run in the groups there, in the Swiss stage, Mika, it's not going to amount to much here in the open playoffs themselves.
That's absolutely right. And for the side of Capybara Gang, I do want to... sorry, I have to point out the cat. It's very adorable in the back, hiding behind the curtain. But yes, on the side of Capybara Gang, I do want to point out that this is a team that showed a lot of potential creatively. They did, you know, tend to pick up on RQ's tendencies as well. They adapted very well to that on Fracture. But again, it's losing that steam. So here, as we jump into Asian Select, I am very, very curious to see Capybara Gang. They brought out the double duelist yesterday, so we know that that's something in their cards. I don't know if that's such a smart thing here on Haven, especially up against Big Sight. So we're gonna see how well they do, especially since we have here pretty standard comp from the side of Big Sight.
Yeah, Big Sight, they've been running that breach. They've been trying to just get a bit of that momentum. And similar to what Sapphire does, you just enable your Mori as much as possible to get in there, get that intel. Astra's such a very popular pick right now here, especially in the Game Changer scene. It's just all about that control. And all in all, Mika, it just becomes that mirror matchup. We do see these kind of core compositions in terms of just getting those textbook executes. And as it stands, really, I feel like for Orangutan, or for rather, Big Sight, they need to prove that they've learned their lesson from Orangutan X in the other stream. They were prepared now to play into Haven and really show that they are at that level higher than their opponents.
Well, let's see at what state we have our two teams for today. It's going to be Big Sight versus Capybara Gang to start things off here at VCT Game Changers. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Mika and Daks. Beautiful work from you two, as always. And of course, Dax's cat making a little bit of a cameo. But now it's over to your catsters for the day. I'm Zahk, and with me here is the one and only gorgeous Ethereal Donut. And I think both of us, we are absolutely here to bring the hype for this particular match. Cappy G, as you know, I believe the casters were calling them yesterday, they've won all of our hearts. Right, Donut?
Yeah, definitely. I think their win against RQ Kaguya is something to watch out for. Despite Big Sight winning 6-0 in the group stage, they couldn't stand against the team of OGT. Again, of course, OGT, they are synced, but with this newly formed team, Cappy G, right? They have so much more to offer. They have so much more to show us for today.
That is the case, and you know the thing is, talking about map number 1, we are going to be starting off on Haven. The thing that interests me is the possible reason why perhaps this is going to be CapyG's pick. And like you mentioned, Orangutan, they were able to win super dominatingly 13-1. That's going to sting for Big Scythe on this particular map. And CapyG, well, so far the only time that they didn't pick it up, they were able to win it. So it's not only a map that they feel confident on, they also know for a fact that this is a map that Big Scythe looked super discomfited yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that could be in favor of Big Scythe. They are familiar with this map, but it's all down to how they would use their agents. We have a mirror matchup, right, when it comes to the agent composition, but a Big Scythe, when it comes to utility, they did so well. When Tash Bunny and I casted the game, we were such in awe of how Ophelia uses the breach. This time though, Capybara, CapyG, will they be able to at least counter all of those utilities that Big Scythe will throw at them?
Remains to be seen. Right now though, the spike itself along with the rest of the attackers are looking to go in for this A site. Gwen will be finding that early information, having pushed up this far. Is going to be trying to bait for Yamori here, but gets tagged up, and a lot of utilities being pushed in as well. Going for the aggressive peek. Unfortunately, it's going to be Yamro starting things off with that opener. Still going to be a player in the corner though. Gets only one before being shut down by Peachy. The trade so far going in favor of Capybara gang with a player advantage. They seem to be advancing on this A side, but the rotation from the defense, it's already coming. There's going to be a player towards short. Gets cleared out though. Peachy able to find that kill, and now it's all down to Ophelia. Gets 3 on the round already, and it's just going to be a 1v2. The Killjoy versus the world here.
30 seconds
Two
left
to find. And now Izzy gonna be caught out, tagged up a little bit, not quite able to get the shot, still staying alive somehow. The spike dropped in a very awkward position on the site, and Oreo with the 4K will win the pistol.
Yeah, that's a great hold for Ophelia. This time she is going to be the Astra, and I guess there's a big difference when it comes to how she plays the breach and how she plays the Astra. Now she's actually playing back onto the site, just waiting for them in these off angles, but you really have to give it back to Yamro with her first kill here, right? And I saw a little bit of giddy reactions from the team of Capybara, but at this point, right, when Ophelia is against you, this is going to be the great tide for Big Scythe. So let's see now how Capybara gang, Capybara G, is able to at least counter this full buy or this forced buy from Big Scythe. They don't necessarily have a lot of work on here, but at least they will slowly creep into garage.
Yeah, the info, the turret not quite getting that kill away yet. Finally though, it will be broken. It's gonna be Aruma being able to swing off the back of that with that weapon advantage. That Spectre connecting the shot. Still though, they are going to be looking for more. Yamro holding down that angle. A little bit of backup coming in towards the C garage area as well. Peachy with the shorty looking to get dicey. Able to find that first kill though the weapon itself is not going to be able to get retrieved. Right now they're looking to go into the C side here already. Is he finding that positioning? Aruma finding a second as well. Peachy with the shorty though still making work happen. It's all down to these last player here on the side as Aruma finds the kill. And Aruma with the 4K holding down that garage, switching over to C and finding these kills. That's going to be getting Big Scythe their second. They lose 2 players though, that's going to be 2 less Spectres that they have in this round.
But that's still back-to-back 4Ks for the team of Big Scythe. Yesterday, how they performed against a fast team, right? When you talk about capricious, you mean speed. This time, if Capybara gang is going to be playing so slow, taking their time, I guess Big Scythe has better response rate when it comes to that. At that point, right, they're grounded where their site is, and that's what I admire about Big Scythe. Right, when they play slow, they are going to be very deadly here as Yamori gets the first kill with this operator.
I don't think CapyG were quite expecting that operator kind of materializing on this bonus, but Yamori invests, and off the back of that, like you mentioned, gets that first crucial pick. Suddenly this bonus round looks very, very doable, especially if you're considering that there's already been C-Long control taken as well. Oreo being able to retrieve that rifle might be the difference maker in this round. And now that CapyG know the operator is towards the C area of the map, they're going to be looking to rotate over towards this A side instead. Gwen already looking to go towards Heaven, holding down that line, considering that it was going to be Yamro, that duelist for the side of CapyG being shut down. No more being able to dash to site. When aware of the possibility that this A side is going to be where this hit is coming. However, no backup left, so it does look like Big, they're looking to play the C side, A side for a retake here. Cappy, they're looking to aggress now. Pushing forward off the back of that breach flash. They have side control for free. Nobody gonna be really trying to contest it right now as they should be able to get the spike down. But 30 seconds left. They are gonna be buying time with these shock darts as well. And now suddenly things, they're looking a little bit more dicey. Spike finally going down.
Spike planted.
But again, the operator has rotated and gets a second kill.
Utility is the name of the game, and Capybara Gang, they get the kills, but Gwen takes one down, and that buy from Cappy G didn't really come into full fruition because of Yamori's operator. Who would have thought, right, during the bonus that you will buy up and you could afford that operator a big kill, especially for Iruma's swarm grenade as well. Those nano swarms can deal a lot of damage, and if you don't really care for where it's placed, then a lot of damage done as well by all of that shock bolts thrown at them. Good anticipation for where Capybara Gang will be planting the spike. I think at this point, Capybara Gang, they have to review how Big Scythe really plays these slow defense retakes, because if Capybara, they are not as good when it comes to the repositioning after the post plant, then Big Scythe, they really have the advantage. Information done through the shock bolts, a great stun as well, given there by Crescents. So Capybara Gang, I think at this point they can play back, but their guns really did not do so well. 2 kills for Capybara Gang, but Yamori with this operator as well. Yesterday, she was so deadly, and she gave a lot of kills using this operator. I think this is one thing that OGT wasn't able to counter just as good. But I think Go Ham by Capricious was the solution. So Capybara Gang, if they do play slow and steady, they're gonna get caught by this operator by Yamori.
You know, I like those points that you brought up, especially when it comes to that operator. Like you mentioned, Orangutan, it seemed to give them a little bit of pause, even though they were able to win that 2-0 pretty convincingly, especially on map number 2. Map number 1, Yamori was able to do a lot of work. And right now, Cappy G, they just seem a little bit lost, especially considering that it's their map pick. Once they were losing that initial player, it just seemed to kind of fall apart from them. But however, you know, one of the points that Mika and Daks did bring up during that panel thing is that Cappy G, so far they've looked to be that team that really makes comebacks. Like if you look at the first half for them in all of their games yesterday, we had every single variation. We started off with a 10-2, then we had an 8-4, and then finally I think it was a 9-3. And all 3 games at the end of it, they were really close. And like we mentioned, they even managed to take away that first map from Kaguya, one of the favorite teams heading into this particular tournament. So they're the kind of team that seems to get going only when the going gets tough. Right now, their economy kind of in shambles. They are 2 away from that Rolling Thunder on Yuki. And talking about Yuki, I think that for this particular team, when you talk about experience, Yuki, Izzy, and Gambrel are that core that comes with like a lot of practice, a lot of experience in this game changer circuit. Yuki in particular, you know, like we mentioned, known for playing that duelist, was extremely impactful on that Reyna yesterday. But on this initiator role, there are days when she's just able to pop off. And I think that kind of performance is what's really going to be necessary from her and the rest of Capybara Gang to be able to kind of come back from this. Because 3-0, it's not that bad to be down, but they have to like reset their mental right now.
Yeah, the mental is something that Big Scythe usually has intact, especially with the leadership of Ophelia, right? They're able to maintain that composure, but at this point, Presence in, but Izzy so quick with that. She gets the kill with a stinger as well. Too afraid, even with these medium weapons, the headshot comes in, and Crescent isn't able to get that kill. All of these stingers
Spike planted.
prove so well in terms of that damage. That's gotta sting, but Gwen here is just waiting with that flank. She is gonna give that call together with Yamori.
Revealing area.
It's gonna kill a lot of information. Now that kill comes in, they don't have a lot.
remaining.
They have the utility though, but not the health. Peachy's so low,
Scanning
but she
ahead.
gets the kill anyway. Now Yamori, will she peek out? She does,
Oh, they tried.
and she survives that shock bolt. Defuse the spike. Now Big has 4.
For Nico run, I think that was really pretty good coming out of the side of Cappy there. You know, they made those stingers work. They got a couple of kills. They were able to like get those shots down. But yeah, at the end, Yamori was ready for it. Being able to just hold that angle down, knowing that Gwen would have to push up and Peachy would have to push up and try to make sure that the spike was just not being stuck there. Really, really clever. And of course, that shock dart not quite connecting, unfortunately. Now the Capybara gang, they're pretty close to a couple of ultimates. They have that Hunter's Fury online as well. 2 away from that lockdown. Bladestorm as well if Yamroll needs it for its spot. And of course, Nuki with that Rolling Thunder. Very, very close. For the defense, though, they have a couple of ultimates as well. Oreo having that Cosmic Divide as well as that Hunter's Fury from Gwen. They're going to make retaking pretty easy. Yamroll once again going aggressive with this operator. You really don't want to get too much into it. And Peachy barely gets away with their life as Yamroll, after that shot, warning shot rather, will be taking up even more space. And once again, it's just gonna be A lobby entirely taken up, denied as a spot for Cappy to go through. But who needs A when you can go B as Nuki finds that opening?
Yeah, that was a quick kill. Nuki was just waiting for them to peek out. But here comes the Hunter's Fury. Oh my, he will be so furious because of that kill. The spike is exposed and Yamroll just wants to go back. They are going to be able to plant safe, but against 3, there is also a flank here by Yamori.
Oops, my ult.
There is a kill by Yamroll. I love how they are positioning themselves given where the spike is planted. But Aruma is moving in, making sure to clear all of these corners. Switching to the left, there will be the Sova. Peachy is down. Yamroll as well gets the kill. There are going to be one
enemy remaining.
Smoke criminal. Aruma with one to kill. Nuki actually takes them down, and Capybara, they rise from the waters. They're not afraid anymore.
Yeah, Capybara, they finally found their footing. Of course, Yuki with that fantastic opener heading into this particular one. But more than that, I like how they took control of C-Link. There was that lurk coming in from Izzy out, of course, at the end of it. And Iruma wasn't aware of this positioning of this from Yuki. Didn't know that they had pushed the ball the way that Recon both spotting only that one player. It's just really, really nice fundamentals coming out of CapEG. Sure, they looked a little bit shaken up after they lost that bonus round, but off the confidence of almost converting that half buy that they had, they're looking pretty phenomenal right now. Once again, the economy in just a little bit of a rough spot, though. Even if Yamroll isn't going to be able to buy up a gun, she does have that Bladestorm to try and work with. 4 ults on the side of CapEG right now that they can really try to push this with. And if they can win this round, it's going to be definitely a kind of shift in the economy coming in, because already you can see Big Side being in that position, you know, having to decide whether they want to force up or not. So I think that if they can win a couple more, this round should be one that they can definitely convert off the back of just the economic and the ult advantage. But if they can keep that momentum going, if CapEG, we've proven that it's a team that can really like string these rounds together once they have that momentum slide in their favor. So they're probably looking to do that instead right now.
Yeah, I really have to give it to Capybara, because even if Big Scythe has won 4 rounds straight with just 1 loss, right? Look at the economy. Only one is able to buy up the rifle. I think these rounds, even if Big Scythe are winning them, Capybara makes sure that these are close. We get the kills. We didn't get the win, but at least we punished their economy. And I love that you mentioned the ult economy for Capybara Gang. The question is, how will they use all of these ultimates, right? Because at least one of the things that you have to ask, should I use them all at the same time? Should we be able to at least create more of that staggered use and ensure that we have the Hunter's Fury for the post plan for the next round? But Yamroll here, instead of buying up a rifle, she's gonna stick with that stinger, and she was able to get 2 kills earlier on with the stinger, so that's why maybe this is her preferred. Well, it's her pseudo rifle, if I may. May call it that.
If that Bladestorm runs out, definitely. I think we saw the kind of headshot she was hitting with the Stinger. I'm telling you, that gun, there's just something wrong with it. Every time I run into people, or even when I use it myself, it just seems to have this abnormally high headshot percent rate. Like, I know that the headshot only does 67, but still, it's too creepy how I can just go running across the map, half the site. I just spray my magazine and a couple of those are headshots. It's creepy as hell, Donut. I don't know if it's happened to you, but to me, I love being able to kill people with a Stinger run and gun, but I also find it really creepy.
Yeah, cheapest SMG, by the way. But I think with how powerful, give it the nerfs, I think is overpowered, and that's the reason why during these save rounds, when you don't have enough to buy either a Spectre or a Bulldog, I mean, I'll just use the Stinger. Especially with how Yamroll plays, she goes ham within the site, ensuring that there is that element of surprise, get kills with the Stinger. And Big Scythe, I think, with how they play their defense, they usually hold these default angles. So maybe that's why Yamroll has a bit of information where they currently are, whether it's in the A site. But of course, with that recon bolt, it confirms everything. It's just that coast signal for Yamroll to get the kill, dash in. Oreophilia's performance yesterday as the breach is something to actually talk about. Crescent's now is the breach for the team, but yesterday you could really see the full support for the team. Her utilities are on point. Every time she uses that fault line, stuns at least 2. And now that she's the Astra, she has more freedom to use all these stars, whether it is a gravity well, that smoke, and as well as the Nova Pulse. I guess she has more creativity as the Astra for the team.
You know, Oreophilia, I really look up to her as a player because, you know, she was pretty much, even if she wasn't up there in the numbers for a alter ego last year, like, or even the year before that, like Inari and Ayumi have been, I felt like she was one of the more stable players, just being able to constantly set up the team, be there for those clutch rounds, and she comes with a lot of experience that she gained over her time with that particular roster. Unfortunately, towards the second half of last year, we didn't see much coming out of her because she was picked up by Orangutan as one of their players. We didn't see her playing too much because I think that Casper was stepping up, was able to get back from her sickness and stuff and play. And I think Oreophilia, after that gap, she seems to have come back in more than ever. I think her time on Alter Ego, she was purely that controller player, but on this particular team, she seems to have switched more to that flex role, like you mentioned, being able to just put up numbers on the breach. And Oreo, I feel like she's that support player that you always want on your team, just having your back, not only being able to use your utility for the rest of the team, but also just frag out and clutch when you need it. I think that she is one of those players that is that backup plan, always there in your back pocket to pull out on a rough time. And I really like that she's able to continue doing that role on Big Side. Gwen as well, I feel like these two are, especially Gwen, I feel like she's one of the more underrated players, part of like the Enigma Galaxy roster last year. Didn't really see her get too much time again because she was kind of in that 6-person role. Though towards the end, I think we did see her being able to get some playtime and kind of show why she's that person that you want. But for Cappy G, they don't, apart from Yuki and Izdeki, the rest of the team, it does seem to be a little bit less experienced. However, they're more than making up for it when it comes to enthusiasm. And now, as we head into this round, it is going to be a little, like we talked about, a bit of a broken buy coming in right now for the side of Big Side. Despite them having the lead, a relatively quick execute, looking to be coming towards the seaside here. Oreo on the Astro will be looking to put it down. The attacker lockdown being invested as well in this corner. Yamro trying to find some space off the back of it though. It's in fact gonna be Yamori towards mid, finding that kill into his Negi. Huge kill with this flank coming in. And it seems like Capybara, while they've taken seaside, they're gonna be starting off with a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to the numbers.
Yeah, that lockdown gave them the space that they needed. But I think that was just unfortunate that Iza was caught up by that by that Vandal. It was initially Yamro that they were aiming at. Just unfortunate for that kill. Yamroll here, she is still alive and she is stunned. Great fault line to try to slow them down. Even with an aftershock, moves them away, but Mikafabs gets the kill. Yuki!
One enemy remaining.
She is just holding that Hunter's Fury. If there is a wall right, Yamroll is gonna push out and get the kill. Oreophilia is down and Capybara gang, they find their redemption after 4 rounds.
Yeah, they seem to finally be back in the thick of things here. But, you know, Donut, about that particular round, what would you say was the best play coming out of these players from Cappy? Like, your favorite moment from that round?
I think it's all about how they would respond to the utilities of Big Scythe. With how they use the aftershock, they already had an inkling where they could be. So using that and pushing forward the smoke. I mean, you don't usually do that, right? You hide behind the smoke. Ensure that you just wait for them to push out when you fake out a defuse, but that wasn't the case. Capybara gang They knew that there might be a push out for Big Scythe, and they just punished them anyway.
Thank you for that quick breakdown. Breakdown though, it is going to be an assault onto this B side here. Yammer already being able to catch Gwen, who just ventures a little bit too far for comfort, finding that first pick and opening up the site for business. The retake setup is already on. Yammer though, still on fire, able to find that first kill. Yammer finally trading up, but it might be a little bit too late, as it is going to be the number of advantage going for these players from the side of Capybara. Additionally, the spike is going to be dropped to no man's land. Oreophilia being able to finding all the kills in fact. It's going to be Yamori and Oreophilia, despite that initial advantage of numbers going to Cappy G. The spike is not with them as they try to go for that A side, and Oreo just holds it down. Huge round coming out of Big Side there. For a second, it looked really dicey for them, but the moment that spike went down, it was just free.
Yeah, I think when it comes to defending the B site, right, they usually give it away. The smokes come in, they give respect. But once that spike plant has been heard, they know that it's a moment of weakness, and Big Site just know when to pounce. And Yomori, when it comes to that push out towards the smoke, I think that kill was what won them that round. Although again, with that ult economy for that economy for Big Site, they're stuck with stingers.
Unfortunately, not much for them to work with, though we have seen them get very close to being able to convert these 15 rounds. Yamro looking to push in, but Oreo will find that timing, holding down the side, being that anchor, finding so many frags here, and Oreo looking to clean things up. Yamori will get that last kill. A stinger is all that she needs to be able to get it. And again, I like the buy coming out of both of these chests. That stinger kind of Blaze Storm combo, because at range, the Blaze Storm can really net you those kills. But you know, if you're up in someone's faces, there's nothing better than a stinger. And like Yamro kind of exemplified that in this particular round when she went in.
Yeah, I mean, I doubted that buy, right? I commented about the economy, about them not buying too much, so that they are able to at least manage the next round. But I guess they did break my doubt during that round. And what I loved about this is how they are able to come in. If they move like that during the retakes, what more during the attack? They ensure that all bases are covered. They move towards the left, they move towards the right. And if you're Capybara gang, you would just definitely hide in the waters, as Mika mentioned, like they would usually do.
Yeah, seeing that this is Cappy G's map, they're definitely not having a good time on attack so far. Just struggling to really find these openings. You know, sometimes Yamro has managed to find a weak spot, but off the back of that, they just look a little bit dicey when they're trying to go for this execute. Yamro right now being able to spot out presence there. Does have the Lotus Thunder on the line, so we might see that being invested right now, but it's just going to be the questions on either side. The fault line's buying a little bit more time as they way to approach the dash, not quite going as Yamro expected, though. The information sound cue is going to be there. The C side is going to be where the rotation is kicking in right now. Oreophilia is still holding down this corner. The backup as well from Yamori on the site, and it does look like the C side is going to be where these players want to go. Where Yuki is going to be able to find that first kill. Yamro the second, in fact, as they push through garage here. Is he looking for the timing? Aruma, though, will be able to play off that Cosmic Divide and find that pick. Aruma, with the lockdown available, will be looking to just hold down, make sure that nobody quite pushes up, and now it's a 2v4 retake situation. There's Oreo, though, finding that first, will be able to make things just a little bit more even. Now the Cosmic Divide and the lockdown are both going to be online for the side of Big Scythe, and that might be what they need to make this 2v3 work.
There's the stun, and my Crappy has been spotted out. Oreophilia takes the kill. It uses their own Cosmic Device for them to use. There is a Rolling Thunder, though, so that will halt that spike being diffused. Even that Aftershock to guarantee this win, and time is ticking. The pressure is on, but Peachy rises to the occasion for Capybara gang. I loved that play. They did not fear them at all. They pushed forward the Cosmic Divide, and it was just all about the timing. Them using their utilities one by one for them to get and to protect that spike.
6-3 right now. Cappy showing that Capybaras also have teeth and can bite back here. not really taking the loss of those couple of rounds in stride. And now, despite that round differential, once again, the economy for the side of Big Side not going to be the greatest. Couple of Bulldogs online, but they're kind of going into that half-buy mode, still holding on to that Rolling Thunder as well as that lockdown. Might be the difference maker here in this particular one. The Blade Storm, though, coming out, I believe, from Yamro, looking to get a little bit more aggressive. We saw, like we spoke about, it is going to be that Stinger Blade Storm kind of combo here. Yamro trying to beat the charge, just being using that Stinger to break down this utility garage, make it safe for the rest of the team, while also like trying to find some damage. Again, the Big Side, they made that quick rotation over towards the C side. A lot of utility coming out of Oriophilia here to buy a little bit more time, perhaps. Just trying to anchor down this backside, and now the first point of contact is going to be Yamro with the Blade Storm finding Crescents, the Aruba and Oriophilia. They're still being able to anchor down the side, though not for long, because Yuki and Peachy, they mean business. They want C and they will get it. 6-4.
At first, Capybara Gang, they did not seem to know where they would want to go. They had Garage, right? But because of all the utilities, there was a bit of restraint for them to push forward. Even the Gravity Well from Oriophilia slowed them down, but at that point when they pushed out together, their sync was so good, and even all of the utilities being thrown there by Capybara Gang to try and displace the members of Big Sight, to look at the right side and not to aim back at them. That was just beautiful for Capybara Gang to try and achieve that win. 4 kills in the kill feed go in their favor, and even Yumori now trying to test the waters against Nuki deals both damage actually.
Yeah, that head-to-head fight, was actually literally head-to-head, seeing that they were both wallbang headshots. But yeah, both Yuki and Yamori are going to be left tagged up a little bit. Eruma, for once, towards this garage area, willing to get a little bit aggressive, especially considering that Oriophilia has taken map control all the way towards C Long here. I think that they're looking to possibly smoke off the turret, go for a little bit of a flank, although Eruma will be hearing the sound coming into B, investing this early lockdown. The timing not quite there for the opponent. Killjoy is not able to find that shot, go trying to push that wallbang onto this particular lockdown, but not connecting. And in the meantime, Peachy will be able to find Yamori, who gets just a little bit too aggressive for their own good. Off the back of that, a quick rotation coming out of the Capybara gang as they look to go in for this A side hit. However, though, Gwen being able to play in the smoke. Peachy, though, more than ready, will get that first kill. And now all Capybara have to do is hold on to the side. Isn't and Yamro finding one of their own. Oriophilia, last player left right now for Big, will have to go really big with 2 Gs to be able to make this happen. But Peachy with the shorty is the first obstacle. Oreo just trying to hit these shots, does connect them! Brings it down to a 1v1, knows the position of this last player as well. It's gonna be Astra versus Astra, although McCreepy has pushed out towards the other side. Oreo unfortunately not ready for it. Almost the 1v4 for Oreo, but Big,
Last round
they will
in the half.
lose the round at the end.
For me, that was Oriophilia's W. I mean, 1 versus 4. You would really doubt if you would win that situation, but not for Oriophilia. The first headshot was just stellar, but that lineup as well. But my creepy, when she knew that there might be a situation, will I fight or will there be just flight for me? No, I will fight back. And Oriophilia just did not know where she currently was. And I think at this point a timeout is in order for Capybara Gang. We want to make use of all of these rifles available to them, right? So I guess that's something that they want to maximize against Big Sights. I mean, they have rifles, but half armor, a Spectre for Iruma, I don't think that's going to be enough. And they already have the momentum in their hands. After Big Sight's 4-round win, they were able to at least pull back a little bit and get Big Scythe a bit in that situation where there's a disadvantage.
Finally, though, 6-5 last round in the half. Cappy take a timeout. They do have a little bit of an advantage, I would say, when it comes down to the buy here. Huntress Fury as well, online for Peachy, but Big Side, they have the ult advantage for sure. Already, Oriophilia having that Cosmic Divide back online. The Rolling Thunder as well for Crescent's going to be available. In fact, both Initiator ultimates are going to be there for Big Side right now in this particular round. A little bit of early information that has been gotten by Gwen, but it does seem like Capybara Gang, after that timeout, looking to play a little bit slower, going for that map control, seeing if anybody from the side of Big Side is getting a little bit more aware, getting a little bit more pushy, like we've seen a couple of rounds from Big Side. Nobody but Oreo is really doing that though. Oreo again towards the C long for these kills. Unfortunately, bites off a little bit more. The chicken
Revealing
shoe and
area.
will be pushed back, taken down in fact, sent to the Shadow Realm. Again, just the first pick coming to Cappy G, and them trying to just use that to push forward. Beautiful work coming out of them, and now once again Seaside, it's kind of lost its teeth here, as it's gonna be Cappy finding that side. Bulldoze committed by Big Side, trying to deny the push. Counter solo ultimate as well. Yamro and Izzy striking back, but it's all gonna come down to just Gwen caught in the open with Andres Fury, and Yamro, that's gonna be 6-6 half. Let's take a look at how it went down from our beautiful panelists.
Race into the spike sites.
See, you're beautiful, Daks.
Oh,
You're
thank you.
beautiful.
Look,
But
Yui's
this
beautiful.
is it. Capybaras, they need time to warm up, and capybaras need time for the comeback. It's a scientific fact, by the way,
Yep.
that is known. And this, I
going
feel like
above.
this is it. They're performing so much better than they were, like, in terms of the round differential, compared to yesterday. And I feel like this could be the start of that magical comeback.
The start of the comeback already came at the first half. That's the thing. Second half of the first half, the latter 6 rounds, that's what Capybara Gang looked absolutely incredible. You have to notice, though, how this being played out by the defensive Big Side especially, or you feel really putting in the work more than those takedowns. It's always about the control she provides on the Astra. And you can see what happens to Cappy G. They're desperate to look for that first pick courtesy of Yamroll. They're really trying to find an opening to actually make it work. And Cappy G, earlier on, they're being controlled by the Astra, being controlled by utility of Big Side, but later on into the latter part of the rounds, they would find the trades, they would find the openings. And I really feel like here, Mika, what we see from Cappy G is when they get that small moment of reset, when they're taking these sites, when there's a bit of a lull, a bit of a standoff, a kill happens on each side, that second wave is where Capybara Gang has so much punch in them. It's not just Yamroll doing the work there. It's Pitchy, it's Nuki, and you can see some stellar shooting from Cappy G in Scrapfest that we saw against RRQ Kaguya yesterday. It was the case that second half, that pre-post plant rather, or before the plant, or even during those latter parts of the rounds, that's when Cappy G are able to fight back, and that's where they look stellar.
This Yamori and Oreophilia combination is so good. They're so effective with dealing with Yamroll initially, and Oreophilia, of course, is more than enough as a player to just deal with all of them as a team. But I like how Capybara Gang, they are staying calm throughout all of this. At first, it was like, I didn't think they felt as confident, but now it's like, okay, they know how to play time. They know how to do that, and make sure that they're even willing to stand in the middle of a recon and say, oh, it's all right. We got more than enough time to turn this around. Let's see if they can do exactly that as we throw it on back to our casters.
Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you so much, Mika and Daks, for that quick breakdown. Like you mentioned, Capybaras, they seem like they've gotten a little bit more awake here, coming slowly but surely out of that water. I mean, this is Pacific. We're here to make waves, aren't we, Dota?
Yeah, we're here making waves. And Capybara Gang, they're sitting pretty near the beach, right? I mean, the waters used to be where they hide, but I guess this is now where they want to chill. And after a bit of a roll here by Big Scythe, they get 6 as well. For the defense, though, will that be the same performance as they would? They used to have a very great plan during their offense. This time, will Big be able to counter this? All of the utilities, Frizzy. It's currently here in B site, and they're gonna just walk through it.
Once again, this time Capybara being the ones to take that early map control here towards this A site. They are going to be going just a little bit further outside though. Yamroll able to find that first. It's going to be baiting for the second player as well through the smoke though. Aruma able to find that kill. They don't check Peachy. Strikes back, still holding down his angle with the ghost. Gets the headshot and another kill before Aruma finally shuts it down. Things down to a 2v3 here. Numbers advantage in favor, once again, of the side of Cappy G, the Cappy Gang, so as to speak. And now these last 2 players on the defense, they're going to be positioned towards the C garage area where the spike does seem to be going.
Recalling my boss.
Still, both the Astra and the Killjoy utility online to make things worse. Yuki kind of passively watching for that A push, but the gamble is correct.
left.
Unfortunately, McGriffy gets a little bit too aggressive for anyone's good, especially her own there. Oreophilia, you don't give her shots like that because she will be able to take advantage of them. An open plant coming through right now. and Aruma as well as Oreo are going to be trying to play this 2v1, make that a 1v1. It's all down to Oreo here, but Izzy will clean up that final kill. Cappy, they find that pistol.
Yeah, you would think that if Nuki missed that fault line, right, then there would be timing for Izzy to get the peak. But no, they play that so slow. They ensure that they would want to know where they currently are and then move towards the seaside. And I guess them just being caught off guard there, I think that was Mike Ruffy, right?
30 seconds left.
I think was that a jump peak? I'm not too sure if that was. Maybe that was just a little stroll on the beach, and then Big Sight just takes advantage of that. But Capybara Gang, even with numbers so low for them, they still recover 2v2. And now that they have the buys, this is gonna be tricky for Big Scythe.
Blocking vision.
Yeah, it is going to be Cappy G finally taking the lead in the series here. Like you mentioned, the buy not the greatest for Big Side despite being able to get that flat down. However, they have 5 frenzies. I'm seeing 5 frenzies here though. That if they can play in these smokes, you know, get a little bit of these ratty kills, it might be what they need to make things work. Right now though, the Shock Utility already doing quite a bit of damage to Presence and Gwen here. They're going to be going for a methodical retake through this garage area. The Wind Alpha got a lot of luck. It is going to be Aruma finding 2 kills already before finally being shut down. A 2v3 situation. It's going to be the frenzy in this close range once again. One more being able to find that kill. Oreo finding the second as well, and now it's all down to just Yambro. Does have that HP advantage, but is going to be in that 2v1 situation. Knows the position of one player, but now has to somehow isolate the spice. The clock's still going to be ticking, and Oreo will find the timing through Garage. The anti-eco not going in the favor of Cappy Gang as the frenzies, they come out on top.
It was about that fight there in Garage. That was what Big won in that situation. With the frenzies, right? They knew that if they had these guns, they had to play it close. And Yumori just making sure that they dodged the bullet. And with these close encounters, Oreophilia even picking up that Spectre was everything that they wanted for that force buy. And now that they're gonna get into this next round, Capybara Gang, they don't really have enough. But Big Scythe has shown us how it is done with these low buys. Let's see if Big Scythe will answer back.
Very, very aggressive start right now already. The seaside having been pushed up on here by Big, just given away, I believe, more or less, considering the kind of stack that was coming out of Cappy Gang. Spike will be going down right now, but off the back of that, Yamori looking to get a little bit aggressive. Finds the first, doing a lot of damage, but barely gets away with their life. The Shorty not able to connect the kill in time. Right now, though, these players from the side of Cappy G looking to get back on site. Does spot a player, but unfortunately, it's not going to be the Shorty really being able to get that kill at that range. Right now, though, it's 3 players remaining from Capybara Gang. Right now, the guns they hold not in their favor. Looking for a possible lurk kind of play that they've seen come out before from the likes of Aruma and Oreophilia. Doing some damage, getting that first kill. Being forced to reload, knows the position of the Sova as well. And at this point, it's just how expensive this team can make it for the side of Big Scythe. Yuki looking for a one kill here, going on the hunt. Unfortunately, though, it's going to be Aruma and Gwen being able to clean things up and take that lead back, snatch it out of the hands of Cappy. 8-7.
Yeah, I mean, given that point, you know you have the disadvantage of weaponry. You also have the disadvantage of positioning, given how pushed forward Big Scythe already was in the C site. All they had to do was just wait for them to exit, go for the punishment in terms of economy. But Big, they had an idea. If there isn't any movement from Capybara Gang at that point, they might be going for these exits. And Aruma was just out for the hunt to get these kills. And even if she was hunted as well, she well made sure that her rifle is going to be saved for this round.
Good call coming out of them. Again, though, Big Scythe, they're playing this super aggressively. It seems like Cappy not quite ready for the kind of pace that they're bringing into this game in their attacking side. Just like that, on the first 20 seconds of the round, A-long control has already been taken. Smoke's being put down as well. It does seem like they're going to be looking to commit towards this particular area of the map, or at least give an impression that they are. The rotation, though, not quite being drawn over, I would say. Still going to be the Killjoy and Astra holding down on the C side of the map. The Spike itself does seem to be rotating over towards that particular execute instead, hoping that they made enough noise, they faked it enough, they sold it, but still going to be this Astra being able to try and hold it down. Now though the jump is coming in, the shot's not quite connecting, and Mikafabs is going to be facing the onslaught of the being dumped in her direction right now. Will be spotted out by the recon bolts, putting down the smoke to try and stay alive, though the spam is going to be pretty good here. And it will connect that kill. Though coming out of garage, being able to take that trade is just huge. It is now going to be a 3v4 here in favor of Big Side, even more so as Crescent and Oriophilia find that, and in the last kill will finally be going down to Crescent. The spike doesn't even need to go down as Big Side, they just take the lead again, 9-7, and just the patience coming out of them here, though. They're able to just play for map control and find kills time after time again.
Yeah, I love how Big Scythe, they weren't complacent. Even if they have the site, they didn't really get the spike down. And at that point, they just waited it out. For sure, Capybara will push out because the spike hasn't been planted. Time is also running out. But yes, the patience for Big Scythe to just wait for Capybara to cross their sights. And now, given this, there is a call for them to go towards the B site, to stack the B site, but I think Big... Lock in sight. They just have an idea. Nobody's home here. And they will leave it.
Spike planted.
Nothing, no damage really being done, though. The same cannot be said, unfortunately, for Cappy gang. They went right through that smoke spray. It's going to be Crescent's finding her counterpart. And now with all the utility and ultimates that they need available in the world, they're just going to be content to go in for a post-plant kind of lineup here. All 5 players still alive, still looking super healthy. Right now, with this kind of lesser weaponry, this retake situation looking extremely difficult for the side of Capybara gang. The shorty in that range, not able to do enough damage. Aruma finding that kill. Spike is going to be trapped, trying to take some of these weapons out. One player goes down for that weapon taker, but now it's all down to just this Marshall on Peachy. When more than ready for the push, and it is going to be big getting to double digits here. Looking like they're only 3 rounds away from stealing CapPG's map pick from under their feet.
Yeah, Big Scythe, they know how to play it. They know that the economy was very, very low for Capybara. And that's the reason why they played back. They want to hear if ever there is going to be that defuse, and then, only then will they push forward. They had a play of utility, but they didn't even use any of their ultimates. They relied on these duels. In Capybara gang, now they have 3 ultimates online. Now, the biggest question is, how will they use that cosmic divide? Will they use it early, or will they use it for the retake? Peachy's Hunter's Fury, we have seen a lot of kills using the Hunter's Fury for Gwen, but not for Capybara gang. And now that they have that variety of ultimates, now we want to see how they will respond. And I think that's the reason why they want to have a timeout, right? They want to compose themselves. They want to be able to at least agree which ones do we use for this round, which could be very beneficial for us for this round. But even so, right, Yamro is not going to buy up. She's just going to use her ultimate and just bet that she will get these kills. But Big Scythe, they might have a counter for that as well. No Blade Storm can go through this cosmic divide for sure. And Oriophilia, given her maximization of abilities, I guess they will use this for the B site. Yeah, they are closing in.
Big Side going super aggressively here. So far, just going to be smokes going down. Though, like we mentioned, the Hunter's Fury is going to be coming into play already, being able to tag Mori once, desperately fighting for life here. Finds some time as well. It's going to be 2 players right now taken low, and Yamrul, with the help of that operator, finds that pick, and it's not just any pick. It's going to be the Astra as well. The Cosmic Divide not going to be online to be able to get into this A site. No smokes available either. Luckily for the side of Big Side, there are going to be no players from the side of these defenders home right now, though they have the player advantage and they are looking to go in for a retake. They do still have control of that Cosmic Divide from Mikafabs. Gonna be invested right now, and the retake is on in full swing. The lockdown to try and counter it. Crescent though being able to take down Peachy. All these isolated 1v1 slug going in the favor of Cappy, as it is just going to be Gwen, and Crescent's holding strong. It's all down to just the Astra, but unfortunately Mikafabs is gonna be hunted down by Amori. 11-7, and despite having that initial
If you're not a good shot today,
Big Side,
don't worry.
they still
There
go
are other
big.
ways to be useful.
Yeah, definitely big for that round. And I think that was just one lockdown that Capybara, they were reluctant to actually push forward the site because of that. And with the timing, with the lockdown placed there, and with its perimeter, right? Where else can Capybara go for this retake? And with all of the utilities thrown their way, there were nano swarms, there were breach flashes, stuns. It was just thrown in to slow them down, and it was very effective for Big Scythe. Capybara gang did not even step foot in the seaside. Peeked, they died. They walked through, they died. And Big Scythe, I think they have it covered with how Capybara is currently positioning themselves through the defense. That's why Aruma gets the first kill against Peachy.
I think that both Aruma as well as Zorophilia, they're really good at finding these timings, being able to catch the rotates coming out of Big Scythe. They create, like you mentioned, this kind of confusion as to where exactly the hit is coming right now from Big Scythe. And after making a little bit of noise towards A, finding the first pick on B, and immediately it's going to be a C push coming in. Right now, the Aruma towards mid, still being able to do some damage, already finding two right now. Yamro finally strikes back.
One
right
enemy
at first,
remaining.
but right now it's going to be all down to the Blaze Storm here. 1v5 basically. Finds the second, but Oreo will get that last kill. Big Scythe, they get to match point. One round away from sweeping Cappy's map away into their own pockets, and I gotta say, things look just a little bit dire right now for the side of Capybara.
Yeah, wherever Capybara goes big, they have a great read. It's as if that they always have the solution to everything, right? They would know when to play back when it comes to the post plants, and they would also know when they would need to just be planted onto the site to protect it. And Big Site, now they have match points. Cappy, this is going to be a big hill to climb for them. And they always are just clumped up together. During the defense, this might be a big challenge for them. Because every time that they would risk going on to one site, they just go towards one and nobody's home, and they just get it each and every time. Now there are kills for Gwen with that Hunter's Fury. I hope there's a replay for that. I kind of want to see where from the Yamro is the one remaining. And there's a kill by Yamori. Now it's done. Big going big and sealing away Capybara's map pick. That was just amazing.
Yeah, really clean work coming out of them for sure. Talking about Big Scythe, I think that overall they just, once they swap that side over, they just look super clean on that attacking side, being able to find, like we talked about, those gaps in the map and exploit whatever, their mistakes the defenders were making. But more than that, I think that a really great point that you brought up, Donut, was that ultimate management. Like, they always had, after those first 3 rounds, they always had a couple of ultimates ready to go. One round we saw the Cosmic Divide, next time it was the Lockdown, after that it was the Hunter's Fury, and every single time it's just these experienced players being able to know their timings, know how to use utility to the best advantage. And of course, if you have a star like Oreophilia calling the shots, I'm pretty sure that this is the kind of performance that you look forward to. For Cappy G though, I think that at the end of the day, they put up a good fight, but it's just that experience difference that really comes in. Any final thoughts, Dona, before we throw to our panelists?
Well, Big Scythe, big brain, big win. Everything's big about them given this first map, but I kind of want to hear the thoughts of the panel here. What do you think about Haven?
Definitely a big win for Big Scythe, as you mentioned, Donut, and that is map 1 over to Big Scythe. We mentioned how, there are a lot of things working for this team on paper, and it looks like, they are proving just that they are one of the big contenders, of course, to make it out of the lower bracket. Daks, I'm quite impressed with Big Scythe, but for the side of Capybara gang, this is quite sad because we do know that they tend to run out of steam, so if they can't get this map win, it's a big question as to where they go from here.
I thought it was a good beginning already for Cappy G, honestly. They won that pistol, and from that point on, that could have been the momentum that we usually see from Cappy G. But Big Scythe, they look so comfortable on the attacking side. They made those frenzies work into the next round after that one. And then continuing on, they kept so much tabs on Capybara gang over and over and over again. The casters able to mention it. Ophelia, of course, absolute veteran, absolute sharp shots, and the shot calling themselves very, very effective all over and over and over again. It allows players like Aruma and Yamori to find those off angles. They realized early on there, Mika, that CapyG love to play clustered, and you can see it especially in the kill feed. They just die so quickly in succession. Multi-kills happen because Big Sight is being so much more active around the map, and I guess that's a problem right now here for CapyG, especially on a map as wide as Haven. If there's so many openings here that Big Sight can exploit, they are able to do so. One more thing to watch out for Big Sight is the way that they're able to help out each other. Crescents didn't really get too many frags, but a lot of assists in that game. All the time, they would play off that breach utility. All the time, they would make sure that they had the advantage when they knew where CapyG was. And things like the breach utility, things like the Sova ultimate, those wide AoE margins that Big Sight was able to exploit, they were more so effective because CapyG was just way too clustered up to begin with.
Well, you do know that capybaras tend to stay in groups.
Yeah, and I guess that's the problem right now.
Of 10. Yeah.
I heard it's
that
triple.
is the problem.
I heard it's triple when they're around water or something, right?
Yes. But you're absolutely right. It just felt like they were just too easy targets. Especially, I want to bring up Aruma over here with the fantastic lurks. There were several rounds where she was able to get the first kill, and she would cause so much confusion as well. And it was just so easy for her to whittle down CapyG that by the time they got to the main clash or where they were actually going, it was just like 2v5. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, and just on the attacking side especially, Big Sight, they look so comfortable. As we check out the highlights though of this game, more often than not, it was scrappy at the start. Very interesting calls though for the defense for Big Sight. You can see that their whole mentality is much so go big or go home. Stall potential, pick up the arsenal early on, operator even the third round just to make that statement. But CapyG, still resilient, still stalwarts as they are, they would find their ways in and make those duels happen. Moving over to the second half, that's where really the story went wayside, and we talked about it a while ago. Problem for CapyG is it does feel like they're very predictable in what they want to do. They have these tendencies, they're really good at grouping up with one another, but that's the problem also. The other exploitable factors here for Big Sight, the other aspects of the map that they're able to play into. You mentioned the lurks, but one more thing I really want to keep an eye out for is the fact that the rotations are just so cut off by Big Sight again and again. Speaking of that example, here at Big Sight, Aruma, triple kill, and from that point on, CapyG, they're just completely outmaneuvered by Big Sight's mechanisms.
Exactly. Like you mentioned, they're cutting through CapyG just like a Scythe would. And we here have our MVP, Ophelia. I mean, there's no denying that this player is definitely one of the best here at VCT Game Changers APAC. Her experience definitely showed here. And I feel like, for the side of Big Sight, there's a lot of proactiveness around the map. I mean, you saw it with Yamori, for example. She can be so aggressive on attack, but not just on attack, but for retakes as well. And like you mentioned with the Capybara G, it just feels like there are times when they're too rehearsed. Yeah. They're trying to do something that's, too by the book. And then when it goes awry, or when it goes, when Big Sight does something a little unpredictable, they're caught, they're caught unaware and they don't know what exactly to do. So we're gonna find out what exactly they will do on Split. We're gonna find out what their game plan is, because of course we do know that the spirit is willing for this Capybara gang, this Capybara squad over here. But Big Sight, they are looking very, very sharp indeed. So we're gonna see right after this quick break. We head into map number 2. That's gonna be Split.
bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round. Everybody round, everybody round here, know we get hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Get money. Get money.
Welcome back to VCT Game Changers APAC. You're with Mikafabs, myself, and Daks, and Yui, right?
Yeah,
on the panel.
he's there.
Yes,
He's-
this is a three-person desk over here.
He's a sleepy boy.
He's a sleeping boy. He's a sleeping boy, but he'll probably wake up as we head into map number 2. We just saw Big Scythe triumph over Capybara Gang in Haven. Can they translate this victory over to map number 2, which is going to be Split? Well, history says that they already have. And with Capybara Gang's tendency to run out of steam, it doesn't look good, Dax.
Yeah, it doesn't look too good here for Cappy but if the heart is there, it will be a fight. It will be that revenge you're looking for, and especially now that they know that it is still a winnable condition. Big Sight, they were able to run away with it. All in all, Mika, especially when you put Big Sight on the attacking side of that first map, they look so comfortable. They just know how to play those lurks. They know how to play those angles. But moving into Split, we know for the fact that Cappy, they might be able to just hold down those towers really well if they have these power positions later on. That's something they can work with. So there is a little bit of that hope right now as we can see the map pool yet again. Split, this is Big Sight's map pick though. And just to go back to what you said, last time these two teams met in the Swiss stage, it was a 2-0 victory for Big Sight over Capybara Gang. And that second map that they won on was Split. It was 13-6. And even though there is still that potential to defend a map like Split, Big Sight, they just look so potent on the attacking side. That's what they did the last time around. It was an 11-1 half that allowed Big Sight to propel themselves to a win on this map last time.
Yeah, and those numbers definitely do not look good. But as you mentioned, if the heart is willing, and we did see Capybara Gang pull back from a similar scoreline against RRQ. However, the thing with Haven and Split is that, you know, they're these classic maps, right? So with that, you kind of favor the team that has experience, and that's Big Sight. What does Capybara Gang have going for them? The first entry with Yamroll, I think, is still pretty good. There's something there. They need also, like you mentioned, Dax, you know, more diversity in their plays. They tend to group up a lot. They seem to be, you know, sort of like stick to a certain kind of playbook. It's just that, you know, there's not much there yet. And when Big Sight catch on to it, it just seems like it's just they're just too well read, and they just, you know, catch on to Capybara Gang, and it's just downhill from there.
It works on one side, that's the thing, Mika. It works on the attack usually, but not so much on the defense. And while the positions themselves on Split can help out Capybara Gang in a pinch, I do want to focus on those two players. You got Yamori on one side and you got Yamroll on the other. Both of Jets relatively equal there in that last map. They had the impact in terms of making those openings, to making that space. But it feels like for Cappy, if they can allow Yamroll to even go further than they expect, to actually get even more of that space, the rest of Capybara Gang, will that allow them to actually split on up, isolate from each other, spread out from that point on? It really just goes to show here for Cappy that evolution is necessary if they want to last year in the playoffs.
Yeah, you have a Yamroll on one side, you have Yamori on the other side, you have two Yams on either side, right? But, you know, I do also want to turn attention to, you have Izzy on one side and you have Iruma on the other, on the side of Big Scythe. Iruma, as I mentioned earlier, did so well in terms of like cutting Capybara Gang, in, you know, whittling them down. And I wonder, you know, Izzy had that same role the other day. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like, you know, there's that much confidence. There's that much confidence as there was against RRQ Kaguya, which I'm wondering why, especially since RRQ Kaguya is such a well-oiled machine. It just seems like Capybara Gang here has run out of ideas, and unfortunately, it doesn't bode well for them, especially since this is an elimination match, Dax. It could potentially be their last match.
I mean, you can always look at it this one way. RQ Kaguya is that team to beat, is that team from Alter Ego Celeste. So what really is there to lose in that kind of matchup? But against Big Sight, and especially with the pressure of being in the lower bracket, you know there's no safety net. You know that these plays need to be as secure as possible. And that security is seen in Big Sight. We always talk about how Orifila has been really one of that founding members of this scene, basically. Alter Ego Celeste, Orangutan X history, really top of the top gameplay, and the calls that she's able to make, it's not just the stability in how she plays, but it's the stability in her voice. Every single time we see our camera go back to Oriphilia especially, and she's holding on the site, you can see she's calling. You can see she is really counting down the clock for the rest of Big Sight to rotate accordingly and help her out in the pinch. And while that happens, she's still ready to fight. She's still ready to hit that utility. You rarely get a player like that for these kind of rosters, and I think that's really the difference right now between Big Sight and Capybara Gang. Sure, you have someone like, I believe, Nuki, who can fill in that role. You have all the potential in the world, but for Cappy G, it still is trying to find that ideal, that person itself that can keep doing that again and again for them.
I love that you brought up Areophilia because you're absolutely right, and you can tell this in like the way Big Sight just really steal themselves, especially in mid round, right? You can see actually how clear the decision making is there, and that's how clear Areophilia's voice is, as you mentioned. And Capybara Gang just doesn't seem to have that clarity just yet. They don't have that much resolve, especially when things don't start to go their way. And that voice, that guiding light, is just so important, even especially for these newer teams. But that's where this experience is going to come in. I mean, they still do have bringing that match very, very close against RRQ, but again, it's very, very dire right now. For the side of Big Sight, I feel like Areophilia is just really leading this team so well, and she's bringing about so much potential for all of these players. I mean, you mentioned players like Gwen, for example. We have players like Yamori and Iruma and Marshall Force who are just doing so well.
And speaking of Gwen, last time we were on split between Big Sight and Capybara Gang, she was able to pop off. She, I believe, had those top frag honors, 26 takedowns on the Sage, and that's really just the potential really of this Big Sight roster. They went 6-0 in the Swiss stage for good reason, Mika, and even though you look at their history itself in that Swiss stage, the only team there that they beat was Capybara Gang that are still here right now. There are some upstarts there as well. There are some really strong teams. Anomaly No Charms, I believe that is the foundation of Tricks and the rest of that old NGX roster. You got Kizuna Chuki, which was, I believe, 9th place. They were 1 away from qualifying. So Big Sight is no slouch. What they're really trying to prove right now is they can hang with the best of them. But from the results from the Swiss stage alone, you can already see they're at one of those top spots. How far up is anyone's guess based on their performance in the bracket. But against a team like Capybara Gang, against a team that they already beat, they're really trying to reestablish the pecking order that we are the second seed for a reason. We had that perfect run in the groups for good reason, and these reasonings are coming to fruition with Areophilia at the helm and the rest of Big Sight there to follow suit.
Yeah, and it's going to be so exciting to see Big Sight if they go up against one of our powerhouse teams, of course. To see Areophilia leading the charge against RRQ, against Team SMG, against Sapphire, is going to be so exciting.
But Mika, it just feels like you have to remember, this is a 6-0 team. This is a team that is above the other squads and standings. And sure, the Swiss format, it sometimes lets you get away with not playing against these certain teams based on your standing. But the consistency itself, the level of keeping those maps going, only dropping a single map in that Swiss stage alone already is such a good sign here for Big Sight. And as we continue on now into Agent Select, looks like we're gonna see more of the same here from, I believe, what they ran before. Areophilia, though, interesting enough, gonna be on that Omen. Last time they played against each other, it was, I believe, Crescent on the Omen or whatnot. But then again, there's a bit of swaps and Cypher into play here for Big Sight as well.
Ooh, I'm excited to see Mikafabs here on the Killjoy, just because they have Peachy as well on the stage. I really love the way Mikafabs plays. It doesn't seem like, she had a bit of a good day, a bit earlier. Perhaps you can shake that off and come back, because like what she did in their previous match against RRQ was definitely so exciting. So Mikafabs, hope you can pull that out of you, especially you're on my favorite agent at the moment. But of course, we're gonna see exactly if Capybara Gang can do the ultimate comeback indeed, as they inch closer and closer to elimination with a Big Sight right at their necks. Let's head into split. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Mika and Daks, for those wonderful facts, especially the fact that Split was the last time that these two teams faced off. My name is Zahk, and with me here is the gorgeous Donut, and we're going to be bringing you the cast for this particular game as we head over to map number 2, which is Split. Now, I was going through the stats as well, Donut, and if you look at how this went the last time around, I think for the side of Big Sight, the two powerhouse players, so as to speak, were Gwen and Areophilia. Oreo in particular, like we talked about, great utility usage, phenomenal performance, but Gwen on that stage, she had stuff on lockdown, man.
Yeah, I mean, when it came down to a Haven, right, we saw Gwen get 2 with the Hunter's Fury. It just really goes to show that she knows when to throw in her utilities, and now with Split here, for sure everybody else missed Split. We didn't really get to play Split last year. Now it's back. It's been one of the few maps that a lot of teams actually prefer. And given their experience in terms of countering Capybara Gang, for sure Big Sight will have a lot of advantage, given that they already know how Capybara Gang plays. And right, they got a 6-0. Capybara Gang, they lost that map for a reason, only because of what you mentioned, Areophilia and as well as Gwen. Is it the same composition that they played during the last match?
I think so. It's pretty much gonna be the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
the
it
same. It
is.
is the same. Both sides, it's the same.
Yeah. So for sure they will show us what they've got. Yumori as the Raze, but Yamril as well. Very effective agents when it comes to this map. So let's see how it goes. It looks like it's A.
Yeah, really, really aggressive push. In fact, they're going to be trying to contest and take this A heaven area first. Already having taken it down right now. They're going to be putting down the wall to cross over. The full surrounding of Mikafabs on the side. Has to try somehow making it down, but unfortunately, will be able to get one before Iruma shuts that down. At least that spike being dropped is going to give away some positioning. The wall finally broken. It is going to be the quick retake attempts coming in. Peachy on the zipline, able to find some immense value there. With the frenzy though, it is going to be Crescent's looking for another, but Yuki more than ready for it. Suddenly it's going to be a 3v4 situation. When pushing out the Cyber Case, trying to find the timings. Only able to connect one though as the reload kicks in at the worst time possible. And it is going to be Capybara King starting things off with that pistol.
Yeah, that wall at first really gave them a lot of space. It seemed as if that Mikafabs was working in an island with nobody else to help her out. But I guess that wall also was a disadvantage to them because they were now in isolation. While Capybara Gang, they all rotated towards the A site. They had a sense of comfort because of that wall. But they did not know that with Nuki as the sky, they would be able to get that information using that guiding light. And at that point, Gwen was just doing everything else on her own. I mean, against Izzy, right? She was already low. Didn't even get the kill and... I mean, the double kill at the point. So, now that they're going to be going into mid, it's going to be slowed down. No use of that Prowler at this point, but let's see. The wall is going to be so hard to counter given that they're using pistols.
Here.
Yeah, had to go through quite a few magazines there before they finally find an opening in it. Still though, off the back of that, they're looking to go into this B heaven. The jump peak spot from Yamril will be doing a lot of chip damage with the help of the baby shells. In fact, even connecting a kill. And on the back of that, Yamril is just farming up these eco frags. No suppression of Oreophilia as well as the second grenade available. Yamril on track for the ace. Are we going to be seeing the first one of today? Is going to be the question. Aruma, the last player left right now. Trying to clear on open smoke, possibly find a kill. Does in fact connect, but Izzy will find that trade. The ace unfortunately denied for Yamro there, but still a really nice second round coming out of Capybara off the back of that raid utility towards mid. Wow.
Just as we expected, right? But what we really have to take note of is what you said, the utility usage for Yamrul. After the kill with the pain shells, a follow through with that boombot, making sure that they clear all of the corners. Once confirmed, they get the kills. Ize is down, and it all was just... Sorry, it was the other way around. It was actually just Gwen getting all of these kills. Getting killed, I mean, at the very last second. This time, though, they're gonna be going B. Yumori tries to give her own utility.
There's gonna be the players still fighting for the site, though. Crescent's finding two. Being shut down. Peachy will be able to find 3 before finally being shut down. A 3v3 situation as the spike will go down. Make that a 3v1, sorry. Mikafabs, the only one left to frenzy and has 2 players left to find. Oreophilia will be top back up off the back of the heal, and now these 2 remaining players from Big, they're just gonna be playing towards this back side here. I think that Mikafabs at least will be able to pick up a weapon upgrade. But right now, being able to isolate these fights is looking very, very rough. The spike not exactly planted for them, but they can double peek off the back of the tap coming out. Capybara, Mikafabs trying to make the shot work. Will be swinging that corner, but the battalion is ready, and the firing squad fires. It will be Big finding their first round, but though that it was so expensive, they lose 3 guns.
Yeah, first they were able to take a hold of the site, but it got lost immediately. Presence there with a powerful 2k, but Peachy made it very expensive for a Big Scythe to carry on. Of course, Oreophilia with that call to go high and bottom when it comes to that positioning. It was so hard to counter for Mikafabs during that round, but this time they will be able to buy up. And in terms of that defense, very high on investment here towards the A side with all of the Killjoy utilities. Big, they're gonna go mid again. Wall though is gonna slow them down.
here. We'll be hearing it getting broken down, trying to go for the swing off the back of it, perhaps, though he considers that it is going to be Gwen watching that angle. In the meantime, Aruma taking a lot of damage towards this B main area. We'll stay alive, so at least they are going to be able to get healed back up. Still contesting this B heaven area where Peachy, watching across, finds that first kill. A beautiful shot coming out of her right now, and the numbers advantage is going to swing in the direction of Capybara gang. No rotation having materialized either. They're looking to go back towards this A side, but it's still going to be McCreefy watching for this cross, holding it down with the utility on site to make things worse. Gambrel is going to get additional backup here. When going to put down the wall, it will be immediately broken, so it's not like it's going to be causing a huge deal of difference. At least the site is going to be free, as McCreefy will be playing for the retake here. Big should be able to get the
30
spike down,
seconds left.
but retake-wise, I think
Spike
advantage is
planted.
Yeah, I mean, Cappy has good positioning, but they're all clumped together. They are gonna be playing back because of that open flank.
down.
And Peachy here just goes to hug presence. The flash comes in. Zuma is gonna be ready for the kill. He goes well with that, but Peachy responds.
player
Quickly again
standing.
for her, but McCreefy is still alive and kicking. Is able to take down Big Brain Oreo and Big. You mentioned this, Capybara gang, they have all of the advantage, they play together, and with those retakes, it's very hard to contain. Big was so separated from each other. What I love about Capybara gang's retake is, even if they're playing together, they would know how to isolate. And Peachy here, really the MVP for that round, 2 rounds straight actually, always getting these multi-kills at the stage. We pointed out earlier on, Gwen was so great with all of the utilities, but we have to also give it to Peachy. Earlier on, she also played the Sova. This time, she has her ultimate online, and I'm looking forward to her getting most of these kills so that there are like triple resurrections in one round, in one game.
I mean, the way Peachy is playing, yeah, I think it's definitely going to be a possibility. Really, really strong mid control coming out of Capybara gang once they managed to get their buys online. They were able to like just sort of ensure that every time Big tried to go for that mid push, they were punished time and time again, always getting the numbers advantage off the back of really, really good coordination coming out of Cappy G. And I think a major reason why that's possible is because McCreefy is just able to kind of anchor down that A side with her utility by herself. They're happy to play for retake as long as they can go in with the numbers advantage. And I think it's working out great for them.
Yeah, Capybara gang, you mentioned this, right? Mid control is their game. And Peachy here, with the timing of the wall, that's just going to carry a big excited way. Well, not unless they do destroy it. 2 panels already broken. And I think they want to fight.
Oh. Go get him. That is so unlucky there. Yamro finding the kill with up of those pink shows. You're not quite aware that of the positioning because of the Omen smoke and how it was positioned. It is going to be that flash once again, giving away some information. Izzy though getting a bit aggressive going to the side, looking for more. It's going to be this crossfire that really tries to harm Izzy though in the corner. We'll be able to have that crossfire like we talked about, and Peachy and Izzy between them. That's going to be the meat grinder. They're churning out corpses for the side of Capybara gang. 4-1. The thing is though, this is split defense, so it's good that they're taking so much of the lead.
Yeah, this is great for them, right? With all of the utilities placed towards mid, and even Peachy giving all of that control for Yamril in mid. Peachy just immediately rotated towards the B site, and together with Izzy, it was just the cavalry against Big Scythe. So this time, though, they really have to counter that. Now that ultimates are online from the shadows and even the neural theft, how will they use it? They are going to be taking 3 people towards the A-side. He's nowhere near them. Probably it's all just going to be a ruse.
Presence is able to find that kill, and this judge, this positioning from Yamril is looking to be just a question of timing here. Falls off at the worst time possible, and Yamori will convert the kill off the back of that. Number advantage still in the hands of Big here significantly, I would say, considering that they are 2 players up right now through that cyber cage. Nuki being able to take a bit of a more advanced positioning, looking for these kills, but with that resurrection online for Peachy, I think that if they can get their raise back up, that might be the difference maker in this particular round. However, it is going to be the forcing Cypher down here. will be going for the resurrection, but not able to get the kill, unfortunately.
One enemy
Huge
remaining.
there in heaven, being able to find both. That's all down to just Nuki here. A 1v5 to gets that first, but Gwen immediately there for that refrag, and Big, they find their second.
Yeah, Big Scythe, a great counter to how Capybara gang plays. They would usually rotate off of anything that they hear, whether it's gonna be mid, right? And if they hear somebody in B main, they immediately rotate and provide all of that defense onto one side. Now that they have split, right? And what Yamori was able to do is to try and be more aggressive, cover these spaces and these areas where they think that Capybara would
Placing swarm
not
grenade.
be able to defend.
Placing swarm
And
grenade.
that's the case. Once they have the A site, even the From the Shadows was used there. This time they only have one ultimate online, and that's Gwen's resurrection.
Time to hurt. Scout destroy.
Like those boys that talk about ultimate already, like it's like you jinxed Gwen there, immediately being taken off guard, unfortunately. Again, numbers advantage going in favor of Sapphire, getting a huge kill. Peachy getting the
Spike
second
down,
kill.
mid.
Now Nuki, with the help of the Bulldog, firing back into the A-side. Passes leaders, will be using this.
One enemy
Last
remaining.
players are remaining and goes on the hunt here. It's all down to Mr. Sliver of HP left, tries to go for the pre-fire, but Peachy more than ready. Being able to shut down that mid control once again from Big Side. Capybara looking so strong.
With how they play, right? Their playstyle is stick together team. And if you have these narrow walkways towards the site, even there in a ramp, then that's going to be their big advantage. They usually just would spray and pray, get the kills each and every time, hold these crossfires against Big Scythe. And you mentioned this is the defense, but how they're playing the defense is so well that when it comes down to answering back to a response of a teammate, it's always going to be on point. And, well, yeah, I mentioned that Gwen did have her resurrection online. She didn't even get to use it.
Yeah, no chance there, unfortunately, for that to come through. But talking about this particular round, Big Side, they are a little bit on that back end. There's that Hero Bulldog available from Warriorphilia, but not much else to work with apart from that Spectral and Crescents as well. They do have that Showstopper from Yomori to try and find some space here towards the side of the map. But again, in that eco round, the question is, do you really want to commit any kind of ultimates when you could use those to confirm your buy routes instead? The spike will be outside of B right now, where it is just a Killjoy who is trying to anchor it. If they can take down McCriffy, it will make their job so much easier, because not only will they have that utility being taken offline, but also just this Vandal will not be will be available for upgrades as well. They're going for the XQ right now, however, once again, oppressive utility coming out on the side of Capybara gang. Got a damage being done. She already finding a kill here. Warriorphilia finally striking back, but it's all down to just
One
last
enemy
two players.
remaining.
Aruma finds that first,
Spike down,
looking for
B.
more here. The shots not quite connecting, unfortunately. Just finally finding one before Nuki shuts it down. Cappy finds 6.
Yeah, if Big Scythe found the timing there, they pushed forward so fast, then they would have just gotten McCriffy off guard. But at that point, as they were pushing forward, instant rotations for Capybara gang. Who was there? It was everybody else. Nuki came in a bit late, but she was covering the heavens. Peachy was there to save the day as well. And whatever that Big Scythe threw at them, they could counter because they had the better weaponry. And at that point, right, if you are being thrown all of these utilities by the defender, did it really get to the point wherein you could answer back?
So it's gonna be quick information found towards this B main area. Resurrection, like you mentioned, might be a possibility here for both these teams, but right now at least Peachy once again only one away. Right now the showstopper from Yomori heading in to try and find some early information. However, they're not even gonna flinch. Capybara getting hold strong, like you mentioned, playing in groups, being able to hold that crossfire down and get that kill, confirm it. Aruma will be on that lurk in the meantime, looking for some more value on this A site. It's just going to be the Killjoy though. McGriffin spawning out Aruma's position, and now off the back of that, Aruma will be trying to back away here. Yamro looking for a little bit of aggression, spots the shoulder of Wario, not quite able to connect the shot, and now it's gonna be a rotation coming out of Big Side here. That's gonna go towards this A area of the map. The alarm bot is gonna be broken.
Here.
And now Heaven Control has to taken. Still though, the turret as well as the remaining killjoy utility is going to try to anchor the site here, and I don't know how much more that this team can do.
Yeah, not much. It's
30
gonna be
seconds
a
left.
free plant here. But the smokes have dissipated already. The lockdown is
Spike
also
planted.
available for Mikafabs. So this is gonna be the big play utility for them. Unless they are gonna push forward, destroy the lockdown, and Ophelia goes big with you.
Enemy remaining.
Aruma is so ready for that. Even with that resurrection, it's gonna be 1v4.
PG does have a res of her own. All she has to do is try to find an additional kill here. Spots the first 1v1, not quite able to get the shot though. And now it is going to be Gwen on the hunt, looking for that final kill. Will confirm it. Despite being a player down, despite the lockdown being in play, Big, they take the round here after the back of that very inspired CT push, I would say. Really phenomenal performance coming out of them in that round.
Yeah, it was a big recovery, right? There was at least a disadvantage when in fact Yamori pushed forward. She got killed, didn't even get a kill with the ultimate, but that fast recovery, and I guess the big brain plays for Ophelia to call it out. Let's go A, let's take up heaven, let's get space from them, and then when we're ready, we can actually push out. And the lockdown didn't even, I mentioned that it could be a big play for them. It wasn't at all. Big had it covered.
Yeah, Big definitely looking for some big plays here. Like you mentioned, they had that area more than covered, but in this round right now, they didn't invest that Night Resurrection, but they still do have some other ultimates that might come into play, in particular that from the shadows, in case that Spike gets dropped in a really pesky area or something. Once again, the economy for Cappy gang this time looking a little bit awkward though. Yambrel with the judge, trying to play in the smoke. It's gonna come down to timing here, and Yambrel finds that first, still managing to stay alive as well to boot. Once again, the smoke coming in. Yambrel looking for a second, and in the meantime, Mikafabs, they managed to push outside. Yuki for the backup as well. And now it's all down to just Lurk, Aruma, and a 1v5. Spike not in their control. Not much to work with. Neuralsoft one away from being online, though. I don't know if we're going to be seeing it. Positioning being held as well for the surrounding players. It's going to be the firing squad, but they're not ready. It's all down to just the Cypher and Yuki. Well, at least Yuki's ready on that off angle. Cappy finds 7, and Big's by
Don't sit down. We're not done yet.
I mean, Aruma, I loved how she looked. No pressure at all, right? But at that point, if you're gonna go against 5, you really have to have that confidence to take on all of those. But at that point, right, Yuki played a really great off angle here. Thinks that the spike might be, at least the players are playing back when it comes to the defending of that spike. But Big, they're gonna go for a timeout here. They have been losing a couple of rounds wherein they just weren't as decisive enough when it came to the round. They would push forward, one would get killed, but then at the same time, all of the utilities being thrown at them. And I guess one of the piece of utilities that Capybara gang gives a lot of sense would be the blinds of Yuki and Izzy as well. Because with how much Yuki gives in terms of information, that's also the disadvantage of Big Scythe. Yes, Aruma does have the camera, but she's playing a bit back, or when she's playing a bit back when it comes to the use of her cameras. Even if, I mean, earlier was a case for it, right? There was nobody watching the flank for them. They had no information. There was already a flank, and I guess Capybara gang, with the use of the utilities and the smart use of all of those guiding lights from Yuki, it seems as if that they're all knowing when it comes to the map of Split.
Yeah.
Go get it.
I really like watching this particular map. I've kind of missed casting it as well. Like, I think our panelist mentioned, it wasn't there for a couple of months, most of last year, for the record. Right now, though, it is going to be coming back into style. Those little changes that have been made, especially, you know, to make things easier for the attackers, it seems to not have had as much effect as attackers in particular would like. Once again, a bit of a broken buy coming out of the side of Big. They are looking for mid control. Once again, Aruma getting all the space for free onto A ramps, because it seems like Capybara gang, they really don't want to contest it. They rather just try to go in for a little bit of sight holds. The crossfire between Yuki as well as really a lot to tank with. And Yuki, though, could be caught a little bit off guard. The armor will be taken down.
Spike down
Yuki, in fact,
A.
towards heaven here, able to find 2. I'm sorry I said caught off guard, Yuki. Please forgive me, because you're still going to be able to go ham
Yammerl is still with the other two, and now it's all down to Yamori. A 1v3 after that beautiful headshot onto the Omen. Despite gonna be dropped in a heaven though, Yammerl and McCurky both gonna be lying in wait on top of
30
it right
seconds
now.
left.
I don't know if there's a gun that Yammerl can really pick up either. The vent snow is gonna be made as well to boot, and a lot of utility just being spammed at Yamori right now. Not much damage being done at the end of the day. As I say it though, the satchel strikes unfortunately, and now it's all down to Yamori. Surrounded on all sides, the firing squad waiting on top of that line, and Yammerl with the 3 will say SCYTHE and close out the round. Cappy final.
Last round before the switch.
Yeah, at that point, right, Yamori found a rifle. It could have been a silver lining to get that win, but with everything thrown at her, first the paint shells, second the boom bots, and then everything else, Yammerl just went ham when it comes to just stopping Yamori from possibly getting that clutch. And at that point, I think we were talking about utility usage. Yammerl has been so good with all of these raise utilities, and at the same time, the reason why they actually knew that there would be a person on site in A, I think we missed that a little bit, but Nuki threw in her guiding light. That's a confirmation that they might be going A. And Crescent's here. She's not gonna stop at all. She's gonna pull down that bird, that guiding light from the sky.
With the economy in the place that Big has it in, it's gonna be Peachy with not just the Vandal, but also that Operator already starting things off, being able to get a kill onto Crescent. Still has that Resurrection available as well, though Nuki not exactly in the spot where you can easily get that rest. In the meantime, across the map, it is gonna be mid-control taken. This time, Peachy not there to hold it. The neural theft comes out as well, and now they know exactly where these remaining players are. It's not gonna phase Peachy though, goes on the hunt, but Yamori is more than ready. Will be able to connect that shot, and now it's all
Last player standing.
Trying to hold down the side. Gwen will be able to shut it down, and now it's just 1v4.
Spike
Close it
planted.
out.
Recalling my bot.
In a very tricky situation here. There's also the heal given to Aruma last round for the half, and Oriel is just waiting for her. Misses the first one, but you know, if you're Oreophilia,
Switching
then
sides.
you don't miss those shots. Well, what happened during the half? Capybara going 8 with that lead. What do the panelists think of this? Well, let me know, Mikafabs and Daks.
It is so funny, Dax, because I feel like I'm starting every single panel segment with like, oh, is this it? Could this be the comeback of
Maybe.
Capybara Gang? I mean, it's happening again. Now they're in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, there's no need for a comeback, right? They are in charge, and Lotus said to us, we should let her know what's going on. And honestly, I look at this game right now here on Split, and I see the adjustments for both sides here, Mika. First things first, we look at Capybara Gang. I mentioned a while ago, before we got into this game, on the defense, their defaults will be very essential, and that's when they're going to be able to cluster up later on. That's what they did. They're a lot more, I'd say, standardized in how they're holding these angles, especially towards tower. There's a lot more discipline right now, and one thing to really watch out for here for Cappy G is the fact that they swapped a few roles over and out compared to the last time they played against their opponent here in Big. Because you put Pichi now on that stage, you put Izzy now on the Omen with Mikafabs in. It has just been very effective. Pichi has just gotten some stellar multi-kills over and out from tower, just leaping on around, getting in position, some great stalls as well. And even though Big Side tried to do the same old thing, that's why you have Crescents right now into play Initiator. You put back Oreophilia in that more familiar controller role where it seems like she's really getting the hang of things, even more so to lead Big Side. It still is Cappy G able to play the game that they want to at the very end. They find those first picks that is a bit more disciplined now because of how the map works, because of how they're stationed, and they're really maturing from it. But then again, you still see that Cappy G style near the retake, that Cappy G flavor. And when that happens, players like Yamro, players like Peachy that I mentioned a while ago, they're ready to go for those takedowns, and that's where the ball gets really rolling the way of Cappy G.
Especially Nuki as well, that got some excellent kills also. But this is what I like about Capybara Gang. They make things exciting. On the side of Big Size though, I'm really wondering what they can do now that the sides are going to be switching, because as you mentioned, Cappy G, they have brought out something same but a little bit different as they switched around the roles. So the flavor is, you know, not quite something, they recognize it, but it's not quite the same. So that might have thrown them off. We're going to see what else Big Size has to offer as we head into the second half of this map.
Thank you for that breakdown, Mika and Daks. Always a pleasure listening to you, especially Mika, when you go off about the Cappy gang, who are looking very good on this particular map, especially considering it's not their pick. 8-4 lead in the half so far, Donut. The thing that we need to consider, though, that this was their defensive side on split. They're gonna have to do this. They're gonna have to be as convincing on attack as well. And it seems like a lot of teams, they have kind of difficulty starting up, being able to find that momentum in this attacking half because of how utility really plays out on split.
Yeah, well, when it comes to the utility, I would really have to go for the composition of Capybara Gang, especially that Nuki has a guiding light. But in attack, right, you have to be proactive when it comes to that information, especially during these close encounters, these close corners, and even Aruma here with that beautiful camera that's just spotted the rest of Capybara Gang entering towards the A side, A ramp.
Smoke gonna be coming right now. It's gonna be shower. It's gonna be towards this heaven. That control is gonna be contested for heavily. After off the back of baiting out some utility, though, it is gonna be Capybara Gang looking to get into the site here. However, though, Big, they're more than ready for it. Yamori and Aruma both find 1 kill each. The 3 remaining players working together. Capybaras always play as a pack, able to pick up a kill off the back of that. Nuki finding 1 too, looking for the third. It's all up to just Aruma here, desperately trying to hold on for dear life. The same kind of wall will be coming down from Win, able to get their teammate back up healed as well. The crossfire being held between them, finding so much value. And McCurfy and Peachy, they're just going to be booking it towards this B side instead right now. Already the smoke being invested by the Omen, though. Oreophilia aware of the rotation, able to get the kill as well. And now it's a 1v3
10 seconds left.
Peachy having to clutch it out. She'll be able to get that spike plant down. A little bit more money to work with. Has the frenzy, though. Could be looking very scary. Gets the first, tries to go for the second. Not quite able to connect the shot, but looking to isolate. One remaining. Will be able to do so. 4 bullets in a dream. Peachy, the 1v3 for the clutch as Cappy, they find 9.
Peachy, I think the panel mentioned that she's been stellar with all of these multi-kills. At first, right, when you talk about Big, with how much advantage that they had, and with just Peachy alone at this moment, she was able to isolate the ghouls even without the wall. She knows her movement, she knows her frenzy, and she's just really gonna be spraying Big down. An unfortunate round for Big Scythe, even if Oreophilia has caught one off guard. This time though, Peachy is really on the rise here to give glory to Capybara Gang. And Nuki, proactive information with that. Trailblazer. Well, let's see what Oreophilia is up to now.
So gonna be that anchor for the side, although the Spectres will unfortunately shred her apart there. It is going to be the flank coming in. 3 players, I believe, on the hunt. All 4 back here. But it's gonna be Yuki and McCriffy, the duo, kind of shutting it down, and a flawless round coming in for the side of Cappy, getting to double digits here. And now, Donut, the pressure is gonna be on because this is gonna be that last round where, you know, there's a chance for Big to be able to close it out. They have the weapons advantage heading into this particular one, but this is where they have to start making their comeback.
Yeah, this is it, really. During the flank, they had a good idea, right? Catch them off guard. But there was a whole cavalry of Capybara Gang there just waiting for them to push out. And the sprays, right? Even if it wasn't a force buy for Capybara Gang, Big, they weren't able to steal and take away those Spectres. Even shred them to pieces during that round. This time, come back. Is it going to be strong for Big Scythe during this defense? Oh, that paranoia kicks in.
However, the Yamrul able to get away from too much damage there with the help of the team. It does seem like Gwen, as well as Presence, they look to get aggressive, but immediately fall. Those 2 rifles going to be picked up by the side of the Capybara Gang as they look to go towards AS as well. Yuki with the Vandal is someone that you don't want to mess with, and that's exactly why Yamori being shut down, not quite ready for that angle being built. All the time just Yuri on Aruma here. A 2v5 situation. Spam through the smoke will be able to bring Yuki down to 1 HP, but there is going to be that double healer comp coming out of the side of out of the side of Capybara Gang here. Should be able to get back up if necessary. Again, for the side of Big Scythe, remember, this is their full buy. They don't have the economy to work with. It might be better for them to just try to get some exits and hold on to these rifles in this particular round. At this point, Cappy's just messing with them.
Yeah, they have full control of the A site. They're playing with their food. Probably a little bit of complacency for Big here. They thought that even if they had the stronger weapons, they would be able to take down Capybara Gang. But as mentioned, if they stick together, they're stronger as a team. And during the attack, this works well for them. They're just too quick when it comes to these reactions against Big Scythe. Even that first placement of that utility with that paranoia caught Gwen and as well as the Omen off guard. And Yuki, with all of those power positions, right, these off angles, you wouldn't really think that Big Scythe, that Capybara Gang had the ability, given that we saw them in Haven. This time in Split, where they lost against Big Scythe, they're proving a point here.
11-4, a really dominant performance considering that number one they lost this the last time they played. 13-6, and number two more than that. They're able to like really hold their own into this particular map despite it not being their pick. Right now though, once again, it's going to be the onslaught onto this particular B side. Ori are able to find one before being shut down off the back of those pain shells. Yamori though, still being a presence on side. Hold it down, get spotted out. Yamro won't be able to get the kill, unfortunately. The reload as well onto the Stinger. Will be able to pick up that upgrade. He'll be in position to be able to get these kills. Huge performance coming out of them. It's all down to just Izzy and Mikafabs right now in this situation. Able to find that first onto Gwen, and now the flank from Iruma. It is going to be the difference maker. We'll be going to tap this fight here, but not going to be ready for the positioning out of Izzy, who walks back around. Map point for Capybara Gang as they look to take this all the way to map 3.
This is a great redemption map, right? During Haven, we saw the team of Capybara Gang lose their map pick. This time they're doing the same to Big Scythe, and it's looking a little bit grim here for Big because it seems as if even Iruma had the better weapon with a Phantom. And just the timing wasn't really quite right for her. They're going to be forcing this round. They don't have ultimates online unless Euphelia and Iruma actually use and collect all of these orbs. But Capybara Gang, this is solid form for them. Their reaction time, how they're able to at least do these quick adaptations to their plays, even if they play together, right? Once they get the site, they're all scrambled around. It's going to be quite hard to counter. Euphelia peeks out, smokes it.
Love that from the shadow step, being able to just find that kill, immediately TPing away once again, getting back to safety. The heal is going to be available, I believe. Never mind, Gwen's down, no heal, but at least they managed to stay alive. And in the meantime, the rest of the players, they look to get into side here. 4v3 situation, numbers advantage, finally in favor of Big here, looking to stay alive right now. However, though, Peachy not able to find value with that operator. The spike dropped in a very awkward angle as well, and it's all down to Yuki. Won't be able to find anything apart from that one kill before being shut down as Big. They stay alive. They don't want to give up this map, and understandable. It is their pick.
Yeah, this is their pick, and this is now. I mean, we mentioned that during their full buy that this might be the start of their comeback, but maybe it's a reset for them. And Euphelia did so well when it comes to the utility. The blind comes in, and that's their cue to move forward into the site. They had the numbers advantage even before they moved in towards the B site. And Big, they have to keep up with this momentum. They are a team that really uses the momentum on their side, but they have to pick it up. Maybe one more round, and they're able to get that win.
You will not kill my allies.
Resurrection, though, gonna be committed by Peachy here to get Yamro back up. I think at least that's out of the way right now. Things back down to a 5v5. Yamori still with that operator holding down the line here. If anyone tries to get to the spike, gonna be dropped a little bit towards the open, though I'm not sure if it's gonna be quite spotted yet. I think that the defenders know that A side is going to be where there is heavy presence, but right now it is going to be the noise queue completely cut out. Hoping perhaps it is going to be Big, hoping that there's going to be a little bit of a rotation back from Capybara Gang. You do see Fade move away, but aside from that, there are still going to be 3 players playing around this particular area of the map. Yamori with that operator, not quite able to connect the shot, though. The white peak's too much for her to really deal with, as it's going to be the cyber cage that keeps control of Heaven. And in the meantime, across the map, is going to be Isneki finding Gwen. Really absolutely huge. Gwen able to shut things down, though, and now it's just 3 players left for the side of
30 seconds left.
Big, though, Will they anticipate this rotation? 3 people from Capybara Gang just running their way towards the B site. I was gonna say big site, but yes, they are currently there. There is the paranoia, but
10 seconds.
numbers. The time isn't in their favor. They have to plant the spike now. There is a big distraction. Big uses that ultimate to get them down. Capybara Gang, it's match point, but still there is no win. They are crawling their way back up. As mentioned, they have the momentum in their hands. And when it comes to all of these plays, right, Ophelia using that paranoia at first, and Yamori even using that showstopper to ensure that they have the round covered. The use of that utility is very good for Big Sight for that round, but can they keep up? They have 6 more rounds to uncover and to pull out of their pockets. They do have the neural theft online, but Yamori didn't get a kill earlier with that showstopper. Let's see if she is able to get one with this operator, but they are creeping in towards mid.
Zahk unfortunately gonna deny that op holds that we've seen successfully come out of this particular player before in yesterday's games. Still though, the wall from Gwen looking to buy a little bit more time in case this mid to B push is what the attackers are really looking at. It does seem like that's gonna be kind of the focus right now. Early mid control being taken like you brought up there. But the thing is, last round, if you look at it, Big Sight, they forced a lot of ultimates through. They forced that resurrection as well as that showstopper, and now they're not going to be having them in their arsenal. They do have the Nightfall and that neural theft, like you mentioned, but aside from that, ultimate-wise, things do look to be in favor of Cappy Gang for sure. They have to, if they can win this, it's going to be the match over for Big, but if Big Sight can do this, it's going to be economy, once again, take it away where it matters. Crescent's able to find that first kill, is aware of the possibility that there is going to be the rotation towards A. Judge finding value. Crescent's through the cyber cage, so finds 2 before finally being shut down. 3 on the round overall, and now it's just going to be these last 2 players for Big Sight trying to find some value. Sorry, for the side of Capybara, trying to find some value. Peachy, the only one left, so 1v4. Spike in control, but that's going to be it on the cross as well. Ready for the kill, and it's going to be Big Sight staying alive, finding 7 on the board.
Give me a moment.
Peachy there
I need
with
to
a tough task in her hands of getting that clutch, right? She doesn't even know where else to actually look at. Peachy with a first kill with that judge, even a jumping shot there.
Enemy remaining.
But Yamori just holding down that sight towards heaven left her really alone and isolated. And Aruma was just ready for that camera. She actually knows that Peachy would be there in the corner. Tried to confirm with that camera, the cyber cam. But at that point, Peachy, it's a tough task to really take this time though. She's leading the charge in terms of this mid control.
Mid control does seem to be the name of the game here for both of these teams, and it seems like instead of the wall, they're definitely trying to have that operator online. The bait from the stage is impeccable. Gwen able to hold down the line here in this combination of the slow orb and the Angels doing quite a bit of damage to Yamrul as well. Already first blood going in favor of Big Sight as they hold on for dear life in this particular game. The resurrection, I think Peachy did have it, but it's gonna be Peachy shut down, so no heal for Yamrul either. Still though, looking to get aggressive towards this part of the map, and the operator as well as this crossfire is still intact to be heaven as well. On the meantime, on A, Crescent's will be able to find that Wally. The turret not spotting anything. Yamrul once again with that operator able to just do so much damage. It's a flawless round coming in for Big Sight. 4 away from taking this to overtime, and it looks more and more likely that they will be able to do it.
Yeah, that's the biggest difference when it comes to the defense of Capybara Gang versus the defense of Big Sight. Whenever they would hear any utility, whatever is thrown at them, they don't move a muscle. They're just sitting here solid, and Gwen and even Crescent's there, playing off ramp, just getting the kills. And when they don't move a muscle, right, they hold down the sights, they know that they have the advantage. Use of utility is important for them to take a hold of any of the sites, and that gives them the information that they're going to be walking in. But at that point, there's no rotations for Big Sight for any of the movements of Capybara Gang. And earlier on we said, okay, the gap to close is 6. This time it's inching closer and closer. It's just going to be 4 now in Capybara Gang. they're discussing how do we close this map, and they have a lot now. They have the complete utility, they have the complete arsenal. It's just a matter of using all of these ultimates, the showstopper, the lockdown. How do we maximize that to get the win?
I think that timeout will definitely help answer those questions. Though if you look at Big Sight, they have some of their own as well. That Neural Theft and Nightfall, like we talked about. And I think the biggest piece that's going to come into play here, Donut, is going to be that mid control, like we mentioned several times. Right now, with the help of that operator, as well as those slows and utility from Gwen, Yamori and Gwen are just able to kind of lock it down towards this part of the map. Right now, though, the operator is going to be changing positions towards B main instead. Nobody, though, really going to be pushing up. There is that turret to watch for some aggression from the side of Cappy Gang, but aside from that, not much else. An early smoke being committed towards this mid area might be a little bit of a hassle for Cappy Gang to really get through. They seem relatively unfazed, though, happy to just push up, take whatever control they can. This double player, these two players towards the side of B Heaven, still holding on the wall as well to make things just a little bit more rough. And after being very, very quiet so far, I have to mention, they've just managed to walk down towards vents instead. Presence not quite spotted out by that dog, but the showstopper instead will be used. Aruma on the camera, caught in the open, will be taken down. Gwen, though, able to find that frag. Right now, still gonna be players towards this Heaven side. Gwen desperately fighting to stay alive as the spike will go down. 4v4 retake on the cards.
Yeah, it could be anybody's game. It could be a win for Capybara. It could be a great retake for Big. Presence here is not moving muscle as well. Uses her Nightfall to try and displace and figure out where they currently are. But ooh, catches Yumori off guard. Now the lockdown is in place as well. Let's see who will win it.
Oh, Gwendo still sticking the spike here. Halfway done, but the lockdown is on the cards. Like you mentioned, it's all down to just Oreophilia. 1v2 to close things out here, but there does seem to be no time, no place, no lives to work with. All Ori has to do is be able to get it half up, but the clock is out, and it's going to be Izzy shutting it down here for the side of Cappy Gang as they take map 2. Split 13-8. A really strong first half, and of course on defense, on attack, they look just a little bit shaky, but at the end of it, they managed to close it out, and we're going all the way for the first series of the day.
Yeah, well, we mentioned a lot about Capybara Gang really playing solid when it comes to the defense, but that lead was what won them this whole map. An 8-4 when we closed it out, and when it came down to a little bit of mistakes during their attack rounds, right? There were 3 straight rounds received there by the team of Big Scythe, but they were unfazed at all. That timeout was very good for them, and when it comes down to Capybara Gang, just really pulling a little bit back, ensuring that they don't get a hold of the utility, and the final lockdown as well just really won them that map. Well, I guess that was a great showing. They managed to steal that map away from Big Scythe. Let's see what the panelists have to say. I want to hear their breakdown.
Daks, this is it. The Capybara comeback.
Cappy
once
G!
again.
They're still here, Mika, and I'm
They
honestly
are still
impressed.
alive and kicking, and we are going to a map 3. But I just have to say, there were so many rounds that on paper should have gone to Big Scythe. There was, for example, like Aruma was able to get so much information, and usually the numbers would go in the way of Big Scythe. Yet Capybara Gang, they just have this X factor. They just have this unpredictability that sometimes it's like Peachy will pull out a clutch play. How can you anticipate that? You can't.
Well, besides the X Factor, I think Donut really mentioned it so well by the tail end. Capybara Gang, they had that lead. It wasn't just 8-4. It was 12-4. It was only one more round there on the second half that they needed to get, and that they did there by the tail end. As soon as they got that spike down, that has been the one condition they've been looking for all throughout that 4-round streak by Big Sight, basically. They were able to play that post plant, able to play the trades that they want, and you mentioned it, Pitchy, just an incredible play all throughout the game. We saw it also against RQ Kaguya. There's some moments where it's a really Peachy heating on up. Here for Capybara Gang, someone steps up, and then the rest do follow suit. I do like the fact that Nuki was always there for this, as Yamro was always there to make that space happen, and Cappy G all throughout, especially at the start of that second half. They rely so much on that momentum. We still remember how Pichi was able to clutch out that pistol round to begin that streak for CapyG. And while BIGG, they did an admirable job when they got back with their footing. When they were able to play the defense not the way they wanted. You could see stability. You could see how they were so stationed behind the engagements, basically. It still was the problem of a looming threat of just being one round away from losing out the map because of the streaky nature that was used by CapyG early on.
Yeah, it's just that pressure, right? It's like you know that the moment you make a mistake, the map could potentially go the other way, and that's exactly what happened. That last round, by the way, was so close, and you could really feel the leadership of Oreo coming through. There are so many team plays that were done for that comeback. And other than Oreo, I just have to point out Iruma really impressed me. She got so much value, so much info for her team, and it's just such good use of skills, not just for herself, but to enable her team, even if it's just Cage, like add extra cover for Crescents or enabling her to get that 3K as we saw in one round.
Yeah, I think for Iruma, she does basically idealize what BIGG wanted to do on that defense. The fact that you always have that looming threat around you that can set up a labyrinth as you move towards the site itself, it's just very effective. And when they rotate around, there's still someone else. And those kind of stations were very efficient for BIGG when they got the rounds going. But you look back at the highlights and you look at how CapyG played it out on the first half especially. One thing to always watch out for is when CapyG is able to call the group up and the separation. Separation at the start, group up near the tail end. And when they feel that momentum from all that grouping up, when they feel that they are just hitting those kind of shots, the confidence is there. That's the one thing we've always been saying about this CapyG squadron. When they're confident, they are sharp, they are ready, and they're here to fight for another map.
Exactly, and that's exactly where we're going to go, but our MVP for here has definitely got to be Pichi. I mean, the moment that stands out for me for this player was that, you know, what was that time wherein, like, I think it was a 2v1 clutch, and she just basically just fired Frenzy wherever, and it just ended up getting around. Amazing player here. And I just feel like, you know, on the side of CapyG, this is basically like the ultimate test for them. They're being pushed here by a rival that has beaten them before, by a rival that knows their plays, knows exactly how they're going to play, and, you know, is more experienced than them. This spells out, you know, if this is the next level for them. And I think on the side of BIGG, you know, this also is their next level, because they need to be able to face their demons that comes in the form of a Capybara, Daks.
Oh no, that's a terrible sight to see coming at you from the water. It goes... I don't know what sound they make. They both meow and bark and whatnot. But honestly, the only sound CapyG needs to hear is the win. And exactly that. Those adjustments specifically against BIGG and how they're moving around the rotations. Understanding what BIGG is trying to do in these kind of rounds. And of course, a little bit of momentum can never really hurt. But guys, this has already been an incredible series so far. I do believe we have one more map to go here in the lower bracket. We'll be taking a bit of a break, and when we return, it's still CapyG versus BIGG. We'll see you guys then.
Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Get money.
Let's get the
Get money.
let's get the
Welcome back to VCT Game Changers, APAC, Mikafabs, and Daks once again on the panel. Sans Yui, I'm a bit sad about that, but not too sad that we are heading into a map number 3 for our first match of the day. It's gonna be do or die for Big Scythe and the Capybara gang, Daks, as the score is 1-1 in this best of 3.
Look, Yui woke up, Capybara gang woke up, and whatever sound the Capybara makes, I know you did the research in between the break here, Mika.
No, I know you did. You have experience doing Capybara sounds on broadcast already.
You know when threatened, they sound like they bark like dogs instead, apparently. But
Really?
yeah, so from a thrill to a chill, but we move now into Ascent for our decider. And interesting enough, both teams actually losing out the last time they played this map, so they're happy to let Ascent through. They're both comfortable to play it, but both Capybara gang as well as Big Scythe have lost 8-13 to their opponents, RQ Kagaya as well as Oragitan XX respectively. So right now, this is a map that we've seen for both sides that there are elements that succeed. I look at Big Side, how they played against Orangutan X yesterday. It was more of how they execute on the attacking side. And really, Big Side as a whole, this team is so strong on the attack. I worry about their defense. On the other hand, for Cappy G, it's the same old, what we've talked about yesterday, especially, Mika. It's just the predictability of how they play, and compared to Split, where it's a bit more, I'd say, safe to do what they usually do. Here on Ascent, avenues opened up towards mid, especially.
Yeah, and then this is where Cappy G, they made their last stands against RRQ, right? They brought out the questionable Reyna pick, the double duelist. Are they going to risk that once again against Big Side? That's a big question here, especially since this is do or die, this is an elimination match. And I think Capybara Gang, both of these teams really do want this. But Capybara Gang, I don't know, I just feel this kind of like, this strange kind of X factor with them. I feel like it's because they are inexperienced. So it's like, you know, you can really tell that this is the first time that they're going to experience this kind of glory.
Now you can feel it already here for Capybara Gang, that the fact that they're making these kind of waves already says a lot about them. Big Sight in the meantime, despite what we've said so far, still there's expectations for them to move on, to move forward, and keep things going after a stellar Swiss bracket. But we're going to get into the compositions immediately here, Mika. And something to watch out for here for Big Side is the fact that they're gonna be running that KO here for Crescent. You got Oreophilia on the Fade this time. Gwen's gonna be on the Astra. So the adjustments abound. Interesting enough for Big Side compared to last time around they played this. On the other hand, no more Reyna. It's KO for Nuki instead.
Yeah, and that's I feel like that's that's a lot safer for them, especially since there was a lack of utility last time when they picked out that double duelist. I think though here on the side of Big Side, again, it's that experience that's supposed to come through. And against an IGL like Oreophilia, I don't know, it's do or die. And as we mentioned, Capybara, they tend to run out of steam. Oreophilia though, she has been here before way too many times. We're gonna see which team pulls through as we head into Ascent. Aster, Zach, and Donut, over to you guys.
Thank you so much there for that breakdown, panelists, before we head into this game. Right now, though, one fun fact that I like to mention here, Donut, is that yesterday, both of these teams, they lost 8-13 on this very map. Now, it is going to come out which team, you know, despite their loss yesterday, is going to be able to bounce back. And personally, that's what I'm really excited about heading into this particular series. But what about you?
Yeah, I mean, Big Scythe, when it comes down to the game against Orangutan, they had these strings of hope when it comes to that comeback, right? I think they could be similar to Capybara Gang when it comes to the comeback potential. But when it comes to the use of the utilities in Ascent, I guess I would have to go with, a little bit in favor of Big Scythe, especially now that Oreophilia is going to be the Fade versus, of course, Nuki's KO pick. And Peachy as the Sova. This is going to be a huge difference now coming into Ascent. And with how they played Split earlier on, we said, okay, mid control is something that they want to achieve. And with Nuki's pick as the KO, I think they are able to do that. These flashes towards mid can catch Big Scythe off guard. But Oreophilia with this Fade, I believe that her haunts and her prowlers will just be on point.
Yeah, I think in this particular matchup, if I had to give an award to any particular player as the best utility user, it's probably going to have to be Oreophilia, no matter what agent she's on. Right now, though, like you mentioned, it's going to be a pretty quick mid-control take-in, sort of split towards this ace side. 3 players, though, on this particular side. Yuki already finding that there is a friendly, still being able to hold strong, getting the second as well with some help, though. Oria, when they strike back here, looking for even more right now. 2 players left alive for the side of Capybara's. Yuki, though, still kicking, still alive, still able to find so much value here. It is all down to just Yaruma. 1v1 right now. Spike drops, the right click will be the stronger one. As Big, they find their first round. Yo, Donut, it went down to that wire at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Aruma, when it comes to that clutch potential, she has that. Oreophilia missing her shots and the movement of Nuki with a flash as well to catch them. Aruma just maintained her composure. She knows that somebody's towards heaven. She knows as well where Nuki would be hiding. And I guess that's the biggest difference when it comes to that 1v1. Who will actually prevail? Well, precision is there for Aruma. And I guess that's the reason why when it comes to this map, her killjoy is going to be something to watch out for.
That 0 point's going to be instantly broken. Not giving away too much information, and in the smoke, Yamril kind of looking to try and get a successful right click off. It does seem like Big Scythe, they're not going to be pushing it through. In fact, it's going to be 4 players revealed off the back of that taunt from Oreophilia. So much valuable information garnered, and off the back of that, they're just running for the A side. They want nothing to do with this gamble stack sort of coming out. Peachy might be able to find the timing though. Does get on the smoke and does in fact manage to do quite a bit of damage to Aruma. Unfortunately, the classic against the Spectre, the kill won't connect, and just like that, the A side has been taken. The spike will be going down as well. A full 5-on-4 retake here for the side of Capybara, but there are no weapons available for them. And already, player in the corner being taken down. Trades are going to be quick though, and it's just going to be
One enemy
able
remaining.
to find them time and time again. And Aruma, despite only having 20 HP, able to find the third on the round. And it's all down to just his Neki looking for some more damage. Gets two somehow, but Yamori will finally shut it down. It is going to be big finding the round, but they lost so much here, though.
Yeah, a lot has been lost here by Big Scythe. Of course, the first kill for Aruma, catching Peachy, getting a bit excited to get the kill right while they are walking on towards that that A short side. But Izim was the one who made it so expensive for Big Scythe. The amount of utility though for Big when it comes down to that push, right? Even Ophelia throwing in that seize ensures that there's a lot of damage done when they would spray down. But Izzy knows not to go any forward during that point, and they were able to at least get what, 4 guns away during that round. And Big Scythe with Spectres, just Sheriffs, they're able to buy up, but I think this wouldn't be enough against Capybara's buy.
Yeah, it's just gonna be McCreepy alone on site here. Not gonna be spotted out though. It does seem like they're aware of this position. Gonna be caught right now in this corner. Let's find the kill though without his weapon advantage. Now just fighting to stay alive here. Is aware of the possibility that perhaps players will just main right now as Big. They do get that spike down, so at least that's gonna be something in their favor. Weapon advantage still in the hands of Big, but in Big, so in these hands of the scrappy fights that are available right now. How much more they'll be able to find. The trades are still working out in their favor. All down just Gwen here, only a sheriff in hand, and Yambro will be more than willing to swing in and clean that particular player up. Big, they get their Capybara, they get the first shot on the board, being able to hold on to 3 rifles as well. But for Big, it's not too bad either, because they got that extra money from the spike plant.
Yeah, and I think the only one who whose credits are shaking is it's going to be Presence, right? They were able to buy up with half armor. Maybe that's the reason why they were so vulnerable to all of these bullets sent through by Capybara. And Yamrol with that final 2 kills, crispy, knowing that Gwen is the only one there with that fadeaway shot. Big Scythe though, Aruma has a lockdown, and it's gonna be for the 4th round, right? It's gonna be early for them to use it, but they need the boost they can get during this attack round. They might be targeting A, at least for that early round aggression, but it's more of really ult economy building for them.
Oh, that's some really valuable information that Nuki got though off the back of the flash, knowing that there is going to be 1 towards mid right now. 2 in fact, if you count the second player. Aruma and Yamori both trying to find some kind of mid presence here, but unfortunately it is going to be Nuki aware of it. Will be triggering a little bit more of a rotation. The stack towards his A site. Mid is going to be held down by the alarm bot, of course, and off the back of knowing that there are at least 3 players from the side of Big side towards his A side, it is going to be Capybara. It is going to be Yamori looking towards B instead. Capybara.
Face your fear!
Anchor it down here. Nightfall being invested as they try to go in off the back of that, and the suppression is going to be good onto the Killjoy as well, which means not much ability available for that particular agent right now. Side has once again been taken. It's going to be a full 5v5 here.
Spike
Yeah,
planted.
5v5 with 2 people just waiting here
You should run.
within B main. There will be a smoke. The Killjoy is invested as well. They want this round so bad. And Crescent is just gonna catch Yamroll strolling towards B main. Ophelia is just waiting it out. And they bought a lot of time with that lockdown for sure.
4 players still alive though. They have to make things happen really fast if they want to make it work out. 1-1 trade so far going in the favor of Cappy. In fact, right now 2v2. However, they're not going to have much time on the clock. There's still going to be a player towards site. Falls after Aruma to keep this from happening. And I think that while there is going to be the kills coming through, there is going to be no time to defuse.
Last player
as it is going to be Big
Clutch.
finding a 3rd round on the board. The clutch from Aruma. Despite Yuki getting away with that gun, it was still so expensive for the side of Capybara. And now we're looking at a bit of a broken buy possibly coming in, looking at the economy.
Yeah, it is broken for both of these teams, so I guess it's a reset when it comes to the economy, because if they do do have this quasi-buy, then it's going to be just not enough. It all boils down to how much utility they would have, I guess. There is a Bulldog, there is a Stinger by Yamori here for Big Scythe. And on the other side, though, I guess what will be the X factor for this round is Nuki's ultimate. And as well as the Cosmic Divide. They can play for the retake if they would want to. But with these Frenzies and Yamros, well, at least almost Blade Storm, now it's a Blade Storm, then I guess this is something that they can take advantage of. Dash comes in for Yamori. And with that Cosmic Divide, right, there's somebody waiting behind that wall.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Cosmic Divide on both sides available. Early investment by these attackers to be able to take Sight out. Off the back of that, they're just looking to go in for some stellar post plans. And teams like Capybara, despite being economically below, are still looking for a possible retake here. The suppression comes through, but still the shot's not quite able to connect so far for either side. When starting things off, finding that first Oriophilio, able to swing out and get that second to boot. The gun now unavailable for players from the side of Big Side. Finally being able to connect out to the place from not able to get the second though, as Aruma holding down the fort from main. Once again, the clock has made its way down to the bottom. Big Side, all they have to do is prevent this diffuse from being touched, and Gwen with the 3K on the round will confirm it 4-1. But remember, they bought into this particular round, and again, it's gonna be a reset coming in for them. They lose all their players.
They lose all their players, they lose all of their guns. But at that point, right, they are so good with buying a lot of time. When Crescents used that ultimate, there was no way that Capybara could walk into that site without anything to throw against Big Scythe. And at this point, right, now Nuki has everything online. It wasn't as expensive for Capybara Gang, but how will they use all of these ultimates? Nuki has thrown in that knife, and it does capture 3.
Grounded.
Nuki pushes out with the help of that flash. The Hunter's Fury as well from Peachy being there for the backup, just backing up these players on this catwalk area, finding 3 kills. And Big's attack suddenly seems to fall apart here. 2 players remaining, Gwen and Oriophilea, the 2 most experienced ones on the team by far, looking to try and get this round, snatch it back from the jaws of Oblivion. It is going to be Gwen spotting out that first player, Izzy. Not pushing further though, knowing that Oreo and Gwen have to play together to somehow win this round here. Gotta be some smokes put down in heaven to try and buy some more time to keep this retake from really happening. Recon not starting anything right now, and it's just gonna be utilities path left and right. First shot does materialize, but it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade, and Micro will just clean up whatever remains. Capybara, they get their second round on the board here. A lovely retake coming out of them, but that mid play, that was just perfection.
Yeah, especially from Peachy. The way that she used her Hunter's Fury, the first connection of that utility was the information given to them. And then when they ran forward, right, a Hunter's Fury, with how it was placed, there was no escape. Them capturing that moment was what won them that round. And even during the retake, right, if you watch Generator, first there was a gravity well, you would want to pull away from it, and then behind you is a Nova Pulse. There is no escaping Capybara Gang's retakes. When they play together, they are gonna capture a lot of wind, and he there was just great use of her Hunter's Fury.
Really crucial kills there, I would say, like you mentioned, off the back of that ultimate. Right now, though, the economy once again gonna be in a little bit of an awkward spot. In fact, Yamro is on a roll here towards mid. Yuki finding one of their own. The ace that died. It's all down to Oriophilea. Not quite getting the timing though, as they see will swing out. That's gonna be big, completely dismantled towards mid right now. It was a bit of an eco round for them. Only Frenzies and a couple of pistols to work with. On this full buy though, the only ultimate that they're really gonna be having in their favor is that Nightfall from Oriophilea. While Cappy and Gang, they still have 3 left.
Love that you call them Cappy and Gang.
They're all Cappy.
Yeah,
Cappy
but
gangs, no cap.
Yeah, I mean, there are 2 Capybara teams, but if you call them a gang, right, they're always going to be together. Nuki as well with... actually, we haven't seen Nuki use her ultimate. She's saving it for a round that matters the most. Probably this could be it, given that the Nightfall is available for Oriophilea. Yamori here is just checking. They tried mid earlier, it didn't really work for them. So they're playing it slow. Oof.
Ruma Aruma though able to connect that shot, taking down Nuki. There is a huge kill considering that's gonna be no more flashes and no more ultimate available right now for that particular player in this particular round. Yamori though is still looking to find some more damage towards B main possibly. Smokes are gonna be committed towards this A side by Oreo. However, it's more of a red heading here, a bit of a fake. Gwen trying to kind of sell it through, pushing through. This turret goes off. That's gonna be some information that has been taken, as you know, Gwen will be able to break it. In the meantime, BXPS on in full measure. Pichi with the help of this Aries still able to find some value before being shut down. Towards the backside though, Izzy is unprotected, unchecked, will be able to find that piece. And off the back of that, Oreo, more than aware of that possibility, will connect that kill. A 2v4 retake right now for the remaining players from Capybara gang. The does have that long however, they're gonna have to one enemy remaining. Positioning. And Morty will deny that, and Gwen finally on the lurk will find that last kill. It's big. They reassert dominance as their buy kicks in. 5-3.
Yeah, with just one person faking the push towards the A site, all their eyes are set on A, and what they failed to see was the rest of BIGG. They were running towards the B site. Yes, there were kills by that Aries, but the security of BIGG site when it comes to the utility is what also won the round. Izzy needed to be checked there by the back just so they can safely plant the spike. And at that point, right, Yamroll, when it comes to how BIGG plays slow and steady, Capybara gang, they don't necessarily know how to counter this. But when it comes to those fast pushes for BIGG towards mid and garnering mid control, Capybara gang usually wins all of those rounds. So this is now a big difference when it comes to the BIGG play style. They slow it down, they make sure to get all of these information first, and then they will strike. And I guess this is going to be another fake here. Yamori is going to try and bait everything out.
Curfy though still gonna be having all that utility, and again you can see that kind of placement of that nanoswarm exactly where the dash is here. You got nanoswarm play. Yamori takes a lot of damage off the back of the positioning of that utility. It seems like there's been a little bit of an adaptation on that killjoy setup from McCreefy, already finding immense value. Right now though, it's gonna be the Cosmic Divide invested towards his A side. Instead, once again, BIGG, they pull off a big fake here as they get that A side completely for free right now. Julia leading the charge, 30 seconds down the side. However though, the opponents, they're going to be putting down their null command, trying to push through the smoke, finding that first kill off the back of that. Yamori and McCreefy as well chiming in. It's all down to these two remaining players who are forced to win. Defender lockdown goes down. Pick out one player. Is he aware of the possibility that it's probably going to be 10 seconds left? Finds the first, but it's ready for that trade. And it's Capybara gang striking back, finding their fourth. The thing to remember though, this is going to be Cappy's defense, and this is supposed to be a defense-sided map, so the more they find the better.
Yeah, the more that they find the better. It was just unfortunate that there was a halt in that spike plant, even if there was a Cosmic Divide. Number one, there was lockdown placed, and that's why they decided not to push through with it. But at that point, there was also the null command by Nuki. I mentioned this before, that she might be waiting for the perfect round to use it, and with that combination of both the lockdown and as well as that null command, BIGG, they didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, they just got demolished there, especially off the back of Nuki being able to push in with the help of the null command. Right now though, they're going to be trying to detect where exactly this operator is. Does get spotted out, and off the back of that, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Both KOs finding a kill apiece. Number advantage, so still going to be favoring neither team. The weapon advantage certainly going to be in favor of Capybara gang. Yamro still with that operator, trying to hold down this mid position alone right now, as the rest of the team, they look to get a little bit frisky across the rest of the map. They are looking towards this A short area while their killjoy is on lurk, but it's going to be not one of the two players lying in wait here. Preston shut down by PG. Aruma again though able to strike back. Has a lockdown online, gets a second shot as well. And just like that, the A side is going to be just a little bit more vulnerable. Yamroll though waiting for this lurk will be able to capitalize off the back of it. 2v2 situation as Cappy, they try to go in for the retake here. The Blaze Storm is going to be active as well for Yamroll if they want to try and pop it. Both players positioned towards this A main area. Side has been quickly cleared. The Haunt not going to be finding any value as Yamroll with an arsenal facility is being held back right now bit by bit. The Prowler connects, and that's going to buy a couple more value valuable seconds before they finally advance. However, though the shots are still good right now, Yamro doing as much as possible. It's all done in story of Fulia. Only a classic in hand connects the kill though, and now Yamro once again in a very untenable position. Enough time, it seems like, has been bought for that spike before it ticks down, and Yamro, the best they can hope for is to hold on to this operator, as it is going to be big, converting the round. Ophelia, the 1v2, hold strong for the team.
When we talk about Ophelia's utilities, yes, it's good for the kill, but it's also so good when it comes to buying time. The amount of utility she threw at Yamro just to prevent her from dying, that's such a great way to survive that round. They didn't just survive, they won that round. First, the Haunt. Second would be 2 Prowlers. And then the Seas, just to confirm a little bit of vulnerability. And the time was spent for Capybara gang. They were able to save up this operator, but it wasn't enough to get the kill. The Blade Storm was spent as well.
It does seem like Capybara will wear the responsibility coming in through the spam. It is going to be Yamori detects and actions down here. The Odin is coming in huge right now for the side of Capybara gang. They are able to find a couple of kills here with Yuki as well. The Odin finding some value. Apart from that, it is going to be isolated on site here. Unfortunately,
Spike down B.
Last
player remaining.
Just a Ruma 1v3 to clutch out, and unfortunately it's going to be a Killjoy that's coming out of them. Capybara, they strike back. They were prepared
Last
for that
round in the
lockdown
half.
play, and they just countered it so beautifully.
Yeah, how my Cruffy was able to get away with that, right? Slipping through that smoke and pushing forward towards the stairs of B. They thought it was going to be a safe plant. Yes, the rest of the members of Big Scythe, they all died trying to enter, but it was also down to Ophelia to get that spike down. And because of McCreffy's just slipping through, ensuring that she defends her site, that's such a great way for them to win it. And even Yuki there sacrificing herself, just ensuring that she deals a lot of damage first through all of the bullets that she sent through. That gains her a lot of assist for that round.
Cappy, though, they're going to be calling a timeout. They know that they want to finish the half off strong. Numerically, statistically, they have the advantages here when it comes down to weapon economy, still being able to hold on to that operator as well as that Odin in this particular one. One thing to consider, though, is looking at the ultimate economy, it does seem like things are a little bit stacked towards Big Side. They have that null command on Crescents, 2 away from the Blade Storm for Yamori as well. However, for Cappy G, we might be seeing that Hunter's Fury coming online the way Peachy has been playing. Only 2 kills necessary on that particular front. And in this last round, if Cappy can end it at 6-6, they're going to be feeling much more happy about it than, of course, a 5-7. Because once that side swap happens, it's going to be a lot of pressure on them to try and get these executes really going in their favor. However, Yuki and Yamro, they proved yesterday they were able to kind of find a lot of space and entry. With this, the question is, yesterday Yuki was on Reina. Today she's going to be on that Jet instead. That might be the difference maker.
Given this, Yamori so quick trying to enter through that side, but Yuki again with these spams through the smoke, able to reward with 1 kill. And Yamro here is just waiting for
Spike
another
planted.
peek out. But given this big, they're going to be playing together. Given that they all have Spectres and a Slinger, Seas comes in as well to try and stop this push from happening. But Yamro, everybody's glowing. Presence is 1 down. And then there are more
One
of them
enemy
trying to
remaining.
cover. Now it's just 1 left, and Peachy deals with Ophelia. Now it is going to be, as you mentioned, they're going to be happy about it, a 6-6.
Yeah, really back and forth half here coming out of both of these teams, fighting tooth and nail for it. However, though,
Switching
we're going to be
sides.
having our lovely panelists jump in to break down the action that you've seen so far. So Mika and Daks, up to you.
It doesn't seem like it's up to us because the series is neck and neck. I can't even tell where the momentum is right now, Dax, because both of these teams, you know, they've had they've had rounds where it's like, okay, that's pretty definitive, all right. But at the same time, there are rounds where it's like, how did that get away?
How does it even happen? How is that the priority? But Tooth and Nail, I have to say, has been the way of the game. 6-6 scoreline here, Mika, because we've seen the strengths of both Capy as well as Big Sight come to fruition. You look at the start of the game, Big Sight, one of the strongest things that they were able to do on the map, like I said, is those executes, how they play towards main, how they play towards the side. It is just so streamlined that it effectively gives them so much space to work with. But then Capy, they realized, okay, middle is an opportunity for us. If we can find the duels early on there, we can actually control how Big Sight is able to mobilize towards our objectives. And especially with the numbers advantage, that was an early sign for Capy in getting back into that game a while back.
Yeah, but it feels like, you know, that does seem like, it did seem like at first that, you know, that was a solid strategy, but Big Sight catching onto it pretty quick, especially since, again, you have Oreophilia at the helm, and it doesn't seem like it's a strategy that you can just keep on going, you can just keep on playing and playing and playing. They have to be able to be quicker when it comes to switching up their gameplay and when it comes to switching up their playbook, because Big Sight are onto them, and I can almost feel it as we go into this next half.
Yeah, then you loop back to the other adjustments. After that, it seems like they were playing the lurks instead, pull away that attention, use the middle for that opportunity later on rather than being that main force, and rely on post-plant utility to get that win. And then finally, the loop continues, the cycle's there. The answer from Capy, they said, okay, if we can let them get on site, we can just swarm them around yet again and play the same old style. It's really just again and again, bit by bit, dominoes trying to stack one up between Capy as well as Big Sight, and it's why this game is this close to begin with.
Well, I still don't know which way is the series gonna go. I have honestly no idea, but I cannot wait to find out. Let's jump back into Ascent with Zahk and Donut.
Thank you so much for that breakdown, Mika and Daks. We're gonna be back into it right now. 6-6. It's a pretty close half. Donut, what do you think?
Yeah, with how Capybara really likes playing mid, right? It really immobilizes the team of Big Scythe. But with how methodic they can be in this map,
They're not that
especially
equal.
during defense, I guess this is something that Capybara has to really look out for and really have to counter. If they peek out mid, they don't see anything else, then it might be, you know, big, just trying to go for a big lurk. But at this point, they are going aggressive for information. They are trying to get a hold of A main.
Yeah, looking for some real value here, I would say. Haunt not quite catching anything, so off the back of that, perhaps Big are looking to get just a little bit more, at least half control of that orb presence, kind of farming up that ultimate. If you look at the presence of these players, though, it's gonna be a pretty heavy stack towards A. They've left B alone to just a killjoy. Turret already spotting out a player. They're gonna know that the site is possibly looking empty right now. The 0 point narrowly dodged. That turret is still gonna be active. In fact, though, it's gonna be a bit of a fake here as the dash comes through, not quite materializing onto site, and they're looking to go back towards a short area of the map. The timing, not quite the greatest for the side of Big Side here. A lot of damage being taken by Umori as they are forced to fall back.
No
It's
target
going to be a
left.
full rotation though towards this particular area of the map, and it's all going to come down to the KO players to be able to hold down the fort here. Yuki going in for a reload at the worst time will be punished, but Yamro still connecting these shots right now. 1-for-1 trades coming in.
30 seconds
They are
left.
on site.
One enemy
Anchor
remaining.
finding two despite being tagged up, and movement of the sentry here coming out of them. Finally, Aruba swings in and gets that last kill, and Big, they find that pistol on defense. No, not even a plant's gonna be coming in for Capy.
Yeah, no plant at all. Or Ophelia was just dancing around those boxes, ensuring that each time that she peeks, she gets one kill. And her hiding behind that while her teammates are rallying behind a short, right? It was a distraction, and that allowed Ophelia to get a lot of these kills and string a lot of these kills and damage towards the members of Capybara. And at that point, right, when it comes to Capybara gang, using the fakes against Big Scythe, as mentioned, Big Scythe, they already have that in their heads. They already know how to try and counter that. And Yumori here taking that space yet again in A. They have more shots here in terms of getting these kills. They have the better weaponry, but there's also Gwen here waiting for them in A short.
Here.
They know that as well, because that recon bolt is going to reveal exactly where that particular player is. However, the Ophelia will be the one to find that first blood. Again, just being able to be that huge player on the fade, playing much more aggressive than you'd expect. Finding the
player
second as well,
remaining.
looking for even
Spike
more. So
down
it's going to be
mid.
Aruma who confirms those last couple of kills It's all down to just the killjoy here. McCruffy able to pick up one with a very ratty play onto that corner. Gets that Spectre upgrade as well. And now at this point, it is going to be McCruffy's mission to take out as many of these players from the side of Big Side as possible and possibly gain a little bit of economic advantage. Yamori, though, is going to be watching this particular angle here. Kill still going in favor of McCruffy, and now that's going to be 2 guns lost by the side of Big Side. Still McCruffy alive.
30 seconds left.
Despite going to be dropped to no man's land, the remaining players of Big Side congregated around it. And McCruffy, I don't know how much more she can find.
Yeah, with that setup, that crossfire, she has nowhere else to go. Also, the Prowler, oh, it didn't actually spot her. So she has the chance to get these kills, but Ruma is just waiting for her there. Great effort by McCruffy to be able to at least take 2 down. These Spectres aren't going to be saved except for the 3 who survived, but Big still gets that win. With the spike being so exposed and so far away, McCruffy did not have that chance to get any more of these kills. This time though, Capybara Gang, they did play mid during that save round, but this time they have the opportunity to do so with what they're good at, mid control, but it seems as if that they're going to be this time. And with Yamro leading the charge, I think they don't know that the rest of Big, they're playing so close here towards the back of the site.
Yeah, in these kind of situations, you really want to go in for that closer kind of gun duel advantage where you're really already fighting the first with the help of that Spectre. There's going to be another player here as well. However, Peachy and Nico shut them apart and take side control. It's all down to just a Ruma. 1v3 to somehow close out the reload, being able to get that first kill. Tries to get the second. Unfortunately, the Phantom will jump in and take the advantage over the Spectre. And Cappy G, they find the first round in the half. They lose 3 players though in the process, so economy looking just a bit dicey for them.
Yeah, definitely. If Big was able to survive with 3, all of those Spectres, this time though, they managed to steal way more. Aruma, I thought at that point there was going to be another kill, a double headshot for her, but no. The sprays for Ize is just really stronger. And Capybara Gang, they tried mid, they did so successfully with all of these kills. But if they go to A, look at the amount of utility that Aruma has spread across that site. It's going to be quite tricky to try and pass through. And they even confirm that there's a KO there towards A short. So they have to really use their utilities, get information, maybe displace their enemies, and then they can successfully take the A site.
You should run.
Okay, but ultimates though, it is going to be the lockdown invested off the back of that orb. McCruffy will be committing that particular one, so it does seem like Big are aware. They know that this is where this A hit is coming. Smoke falls off at the worst time, but Oreo is going to be forced to just try and spray through, get what damage she can. Already being able to tag up one of the players for after HP. McCruffy only 42 and team left right now. This is Rage on either side, finding so much value though. Izzy is going to be the one to find that first kill. Huge coming out, and it's just like the rest of this team, they're looking for a little bit more towards short. Gabriel though pushes just a bit too far all alone and will be immediately punished for that particular misplay. Right now, the Prowler and the Flash, beautiful utility coming out of the side of Big as they find that first kill. Gwen finding the second as well on the side, and now it's all down to these 2 players towards main. Barely anything left on Yuki, finds the first, but Oreo is more than ready for the trade. And off the back of that Big, they get to 9 here. Oreo will also have the Nightfall available. And economy for Cappy, remember, that was their full buy. Not the greatest.
Yeah, not really the greatest, but they still managed to get and steal away these rifles from Big Scythe. These rounds are getting closer. I think they've found their match. And this map of Ascent is really the perfect one to really showcase all of the talents of these ladies. You know why? Because these retakes always come so close. And with Big trying to really shower them with utilities, Capybara Gang, they have the ability to really dodge these bullets and these utilities, ensuring that they survive until the very last moment. But it was all down to that 1v2 wherein, of course, one tries to fake out the defuse and then immediately peeks out. That was just very beautiful for Big, although it was a bit costly for them. Just Yomori with a Guardian, well, even more costly for Capybara Gang, as they only have... Well, Yamro has her Breakstone online, so that could be a threat to Big Site.
take that first kill here. Yamorigo with that Guardian able to take her out. The Blades are no longer going to be a factor in this. Aruma with 2 as well, 1 with the turret.
enemy
and now
remaining.
it's all down to Griffey. A 1v4 subdued, and Aruma with now, but that Vandal Sightline will be able to get the final kill. Quickly falls apart. Big, it does seem like they have control of mid. They have it quite in hand in Capybara. They get a little bit too aggressive too quickly without any kind of utility investment, and off the back of that, it is going to be just 1 kill found for them. It was a bit of a half by rounds though. However, talking about the economy for the side of Cappy Gang, at least, it is going to be the last round they can fully really buy in, because if they lose this, they're looking at Big get to 11 for free. And after that, they're gonna be forced to just play for overtime. They do have that Cosmic Divide as well as the Null Command online. We might see those making a factor in this particular round if Cappy they play their cards right.
Yeah, the cards are dealt now by Big Scythe, with them having complete utility. And this time, right, when it comes to that utility information given, they both know that there will be 2 here on A, but that's not going to be enough. A player to note here is that defense for Aruma. Gwen was spotted out here by Nikki. Confirms another player here towards market. And Morido, it is a safe passage given that, but Aruma just makes sure nobody else really pushes forward. It's our territory.
Spike planted.
So those kills going in favor of the side of Cappy. I would have to say, PG still being able to hold down the fort, getting that last kill as well. Crescent still looking to make this 1v2 work. 8 bullets right now. It is going to be the gun swap heard, but no swing out in the back of McGriffey. Waiting for the timing, does find it, and Capybara, they jump back into this 8 to 10. Remember, this was their chance to come back into this, and they managed to do it with style here. All it took really was 2 ultimates that, like we talked about, that Null Command and Cosmic Divide both being pivotal to be able to get into side. And of course, this play from Yamrul to be able to push out and just find the timing and get those 2 kills. Huge work from Yamrul.
Definitely. I think that was just really a safe passage for them to get to the B site, although a little bit dicey there for Nuki as she pushes forward without really checking that specific corner. Big site now, they are the one that's dicey, given that they only have to use a Stinger, a Sheriff for Gwen, but Yamori's the one pushing forward, but Yamro just shuts her down. Another push forward, Crescent. Yamro makes sure nobody else is here. Gwen is just waiting. That sliver of that space between the smoke. But not sure if she was being checked. Aruma takes down McCriffy, but Gwen still wins that duel.
That was an anime battle and a half between the 2 Astros, but yeah, finally it is gonna be Gwen who wins it, but it's gonna be immediately shut down. Aruma right now in a 1v2 situation, no HP to work with. He already aware of where that push is going to be coming through. So, of course, that final kill will be confirmed. And Cappy, they get to 9 here. We're looking at a we are looking at a comeback here, Donut. And more than that, we're looking at some really phenomenal gameplay coming out of both of these teams. It's neck and neck right now. Neither one wants to be eliminated, because remember, this is an elimination matchup. We're in the lower bracket right now, and whoever loses this best of 3, they're going home, at least for this particular open one. And like our panelists mentioned, with the amount of time that's left between now and the next couple of months between Open 2, it could be a huge difference maker, whoever makes it through right now and gets those additional placement points, at the least.
Yeah, it's all down to that pressure, right? In Capybara, the panel said they are the queens of the comeback. But with Big as their opponent, I guess that's going to be a tough shell to crack. Aruma here doesn't really get detected by that knife, and oh sorry, that was Crescent's knife, and I think they're just really having fun. Even if there might be a loss, they're still enjoying their time here together. Big Scythe though, that crossfire is gonna be deadly with those killjoy setups as well. Gonna be ready to pounce, and Crescent with that, even with the flash that's so beautiful, she follows up with another one. But there is that fragment to try and stop their opponents. 3 are suppressed at the moment. Prowler confirms that there's 1 there, but the rotations have already come in. I think there is still a chance for Capybara to win this round. They make their way towards A, because Gwen is the only one there defending the sites. Yamori making sure. Oh, recalled that smoke though, just to make sure that
30
when
seconds left.
they use the drone, they're gonna be safe. Yamori's still waiting.
Oh, the operator shot though, not quite connecting both of these times in fact. As it is going to be McCreepy finding the kill towards spawn. Right now it's all about the one
enemy remaining.
position of side anchor being shut down. He finds the kill. And Gwen will finally arrive onto site, but it's too little too late as it is going to be Capybara and Gang systematically dismantling that defense onto that B side. You know, I realized that you called it that A side was a little bit more empty, but they looked so prepared heading into this particular one. Like, especially once Yamori gave away the position of that operator, it just kind of fell apart for the side of Big there.
Yeah, and with how they were positioned, that crouch just caught Big off guard. They thought they had a solid peek, they thought they had a solid shot, but quicker to pull the trigger was Capybara Gang. And I know that I mentioned, yes, A is clear, but at that point, with how they play that specific round, recovering and ensuring that they take it step by step. First would be the drone. Second would be the peek out by Izzy, out-dueling Crescent's there, the one that's really defending the B site. And even so, right, even if Crescent was able to take down 2, she needed to get more. And I love how Capybara Gang are rising to the occasion when they need it the most. It was a 3v4, but Big Site, they still lost to Capybara Gang.
Well, right now though, timeout being called. Timeout was just called by Big Side. Economy not really there for them to work with. There's just gonna be sheriffs across the board with the exception of that one stinger for Yamori. No Bladestorm either to try and work with because I think Yamori did use it the round before last. They are looking to get just a bit aggressive though, but again, the position's being held from Cappy G. They were expecting this kind of push coming out, this kind of hero attempt at a play, and immediately they get to punish, find the timing and get that first kill. The remaining defenders are going to be falling back right now, trying to desperately hold on for Deer's life and Deer's sight. I don't know if they're aware that they already managed to walk forward though. Ophelia is in fact going to be playing this position towards Generator, finding 2 with that Sheriff. Absolute gangster work coming out of this one. And now it's all down to these 2 remaining ones. Numbers advantage still in favor of Big Side, even if the guns aren't, and the spike is going to be dropped on site. McCreepy on the lurk might be the difference maker here. Position not known. Hunter's Fury invested in Crescents will be able to possibly try and shut it down. Not connecting either shot though. McCreepy's position going to be known as well thanks to that turret. And right now, it is going to come down to a question of timing, a question of whether they can manage to really confirm these kills. McCreepy, in fact, investing that lockdown to take back the control of the site here. Crescent's gonna be detained, possibly getting stuck as well, if not careful. They might have to clear her, check her out. McCreepy converts that kill. And now, these last 2 players, they're gonna be safe on site. The shots coming through. Oreo still managing to do some damage here. Looking to connect that last kill. McCreepy, 25 HP and a dream. Has to reload as well. 15 seconds left on the clock. No time to get that plant down. And all they have to do is play for the time. Oreophilia, 3 on the Sheriff. As they win the round with a Thrifty.
Yeah, that's gonna really boost up your confidence, right? If you win a Thrifty round, and especially with how Oreophilia got those skills, there was no support, right? Because Crescent was detained at that point. She was immobile, she couldn't use any of her utilities, but she just waited there by short. So Oreophilia, she had to step up during that time. And with her being just so crispy with these shots with the Sheriff, just really proves that even if we have a Thrifty buy, we can actually take down the gang. And after that Thrifty, of course, they are rewarded with a couple of rifles. Now the lockdown is available for Iruma. That was both Iruma and Oreophilia's work during that specific round. Headshots galore for both of these ladies. And at this point, right, Capybara, they need to be able to take down both of these ladies first. Because Iruma, she's been having a great time as this Killjoy. Look at her KDA, 26 and 15. She's been stepping up more during the defense. Of course, as a Sentinel, you love playing the defense. But Yamril as well here on the other side for Capybara Gang, ensuring that she takes a lot of space. Sometimes just enough to catch Big off guard. And Yuki as well stepping up as the KO. Great, a better performance versus what we saw from her in Haven.
Right now, though, all of these players on the side of Cappy Gang, they're going to be investing everything they have into this particular round, starting off with that Blade Storm, as well as rifles across the board here. Already, it is going to be early control taken. The Prowler giving away the information that is going to be where this is at. Don't check their corners, unfortunately, and Yamori will be the first casualty on the side of Cappy and Gang. 4 players still left, rifles still online, but at least first blood, it goes in favor of Big. And they're willing to concede the space for now, considering how much they got in exchange for it. When it comes to ultimate economy, nothing else really in the pockets of these players from Cappy.
Right here.
So they are one away from that Cosmic Divide. Eruma getting the information that there is going to be some kind of mid-presence playing for that retake. It does have that lockdown on line, needs to stay alive here. And right now, Big, kind of slow it down.
Well, we've seen them slow down earlier on, right? Capybara Gang. Numbers were in favor of Big Scythe, but they were able to recover. And guess what site that was? It was the B site now. And Gwen is going to be left here.
30 seconds
Just
left.
hovering behind that smoke. The new key will get to market safely. But when it comes down to the retake, McGriffy might have just missed the chance of getting these multi-kills. Now they're pushing forward. The spike has just been planted. And Gwen here has gotten that kill. Crescent's here. Clean up for Big Scythe. They're gonna get match points. After a few rounds, right? They had mistakes. And even now, Crescent will have the null command online. And with this, right, the retakes are gonna be easier for them. No smokes
Match
for
point.
Capybara Gang to use. No more of those flashes from the KO. Aruma did so well when it comes to just leading the pack here, clearing all of the corners, ensuring even without the Sova, we can actually do this retake. I loved how how Big Scythe was able to play that retake. Just mistiming there for Mikafabs to be able to catch 3 people crossing that bridge.
Yeah, it was very, very unlucky there. That might have been the difference maker in that round. And now Yamroll, no money for a full rifle, will be forced to go half armor as well as a bulldog, because I think that they did drop one of their players last time around. No ultimates either for these players on the side of Cappy G, except for that one Cosmic Divide, 2 away from the null command though. And seeing the way Nuki has been able to pop off in some of these rounds, we might be seeing that come into play. Bit of an aggressive A-main control coming out of the players off the side of Big Side. The push itself is going to be materializing towards B instead. Quick mid control and side control being taken right now as the door will be closed. The spam through the smoke though already managing to tag up Yamroll to just 40 HP remaining, 1 bullet away from their demise in that Mando strength. Now it's all gonna come down to timing. Aruma finds that first kill and will be putting that lockdown as well. It is going to be forcing some of these players on site to either fall back or try and find a pick. It is going to be positioning once again a trade for a trade. We're coming up huge right now. The nightfall from the side of these players will be invested, and off the back of that, they get the side, they manage the retake, and they get the defuse as well. Big side, they get that site, and just like that, 13 to 10, they're going to be moving on in that lower bracket.
That Nightfall was the big winner for Big Scythe, right? Capturing 2, knowing where they are now gives Big Scythe the information where to move in, how to cross that bridge. And at that match point was just the low-hanging fruit, but given how they performed that last round just really means that they know what they're doing, and they seem so happy about it. When we took a look at their cameras, right, they had these smiles all around, but unfortunate of course for Capybara Gang, the comeback crew, they aren't able to make it because this is the lower bracket run.
Yeah, unfortunately for them. I think that so far they are the only team that has managed to take both of their games to a 3-map series. It was really close and a really nice try coming out of them, but at the end of the day, unfortunately, they are going to be eliminated. One of the first teams to be eliminated from VCT Open 1 playoffs. A bit unfortunate, but a great game coming out of them. I think at this point, all of us have been converted to that Cappy G fan club. Right now, though, here's a break. Let's toss it to our panelists for a breakdown as to how exactly Big Scythe managed to power through it all. Mika and Daks, you have it back.
Thank you very much, Zach and Donut. And yes, it was a valiant effort indeed on the side of the Capybara gang, but in the end, Big Scythe triumphs on Ascent. And this unfortunately means that we have to say goodbye to the Capybara gang. Capybara gang squad, I was about to say that. It's just like, it's very, very redundant. But as this is an elimination match with Big Scythe, they will continue their journey here.
It hurts, Mika. It hurts. Cappy G. Cappy gone. But at least, as Zach said, right, they did go the distance. Both RQ Kaguya and Big Side put to the test by them. And as we saw there by the tail end, it really was just that last bit of momentum. We had the 6-stick standing. We saw Yamro really pop off in that first half and find her footing yet again near the second. But that one thrifty round wherein you had Oreophilia and especially Aruma just anchored towards that side. Stellar shooting with the Sheriff. Those kind of situations and you see them collapse in front of you, it really takes a toll. And you can see for Cappy G, it affected them by the tail end of those rounds.
Yeah, and there are just times that the Capybara gang, they just took too much time, and Big Size just managed to get away with the round because they were more proactive. By the time Capybara gang decided to push, Big Size had already rotated into better positions, and that momentum that they initially had is just gone. So I just feel like, you know, for the side of Capybara gang, there's lots of potential here, but you can still feel that there's just so much work to be done, converted into, you know, a team that will be able to stand up against the likes of Sapphire, the likes of Team SMG, and eventually that revenge match against RRQ Kaguya. But for Big Scythe, though, I really have to praise Aruma. Oh my goodness, she had such a fantastic series. I love how you mentioned it, Daks. They were able to pivot around her plays on mid, and if that initial contact just, you know, didn't whittle down the numbers of Capybara again, you better watch out for Aruma, who would probably take 2 or 3 down with the, you know, turret kind of sneaking in a kill there 1 or 2 times.
Yeah, we saw it all throughout the series, even more so near the latter part of these maps on Split. One of the big reasons why Big Side was even in the game was because of how everyone was playing that Cypher. In case in point now, the stability she's able to provide, get that timing, and still be okay to defend despite losing their jet early. It's for Big Side, just those anchor positions that have been so strong and the adjustments themselves. They prioritize what they need to do. They understand the situation Capybara gang is trying to instill on them. And one point you made a while ago, Mika, is there is that hesitation from Cappy G, but there's also a bit of that reserve. They hold back, anticipating utility being thrown their way. Players like Oreophilia, they realize, okay, we don't need to throw out these seasons early. We can just wait it out, play for the right angle rather than the timing to anticipate instead. And as you can see, of course, Aruma, absolute MVP. All throughout that game, an absolute presence, watching and keeping the cool for Big Sight for the map.
You know, it's players like Aruma that really make me believe Duelist is a mindset. Look at those kills. Yep. And I believe she was also on top of the board for, you know, first kills too. I mean, it was that clever positioning, right? She was prepared for whatever might happen on B or on A. She's such a fantastic player. And I like what you mentioned, Daks, about, you know, there might have been a little bit of over anticipation on the side of Capybara gang, just because, and more of that conditioning as well on the side of Big Sight, especially with such, you know, such a veteran leader. But you know, it was Capybara gang, I sense a bit of overthinking as well. There's a lot to work on here, but unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to our furry little rodent friends. As for Big Side, though, very, very excited to see where they will take their journey. And final thoughts on the series before we toss it on over to a break?
I think it was incredible from Cappy G, but Big Side to keep things stable, and they're going to move on to the next round there, Mika.
Well, you know what is coming? Our next series is gonna be a banger indeed. Stay tuned. Right after this break, we head into Team SMG versus Sapphire. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Coming off the bench now. coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Get money.
Welcome back, guys. You are here on VCT Game Changers APAC with myself, Mikafabs, and Daks here on the panel. And we're on to our second match of the day. It's going to be Team SMG versus Sapphire, a powerhouse of a matchup. Some of the best players that you'll see in APAC with a score to settle to. The last time these teams met, SMG 2-0'd Sapphire, and that's not something you can just say about any team, Daks.
Yeah, there's so much electricity in the air right now for an upper bracket matchup like this. Some might even say this can be a preview of what the grand finals can be. And
Definitely.
SMG and Sapphire, you said it yourself, Mika, powerhouse in their primes. This Team SMG roster, though, at the very top of that Swiss stage, removing every single threat. And honestly, such a big medley of star power from rosters from, of course, that SMG base, Brand Esports Victress, as well as Zol Meraki, if I'm not mistaken.
That's absolutely right. So this is kind of like a bit of an Avengers Assemble kind of like, you know, scenario that we have here. Or should I say Civil War, because these teams are going up against each other when you have all of the Avengers in one place. But you know what? We saw Sapphire earlier. I'm eager to see what is going on with this team. Let's find out more about Sapphire from their IGL herself. Ginny, I know you're a big fan, Daks. We have a special video here. Check this out.
จินนี่โตขึ้นมาเนี่ยจินนี่ก็ตั้งเป้าไว้ว่าอยากพาทีมให้ได้แชมป์โลกสักครั้งค่ะก็เป้าหมายของจินนี่นะคะในตอนแรกช่วงที่จินนี่เป็นวัยรุ่นก็คือจินนี่คิดแค่ว่าเราอยากพิสูจน์ให้ทุกคนทั่วโลกได้เห็นว่าแบบผู้หญิงผู้ชายเนี่ยไม่ต่างกันในเรื่องศักยภาพหรืออะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะแล้วก็อยากจะทำให้ทุกคนได้เห็นว่าเราเนี่ยคือผู้หญิงที่เก่งที่สุดในโลกอันนั้นคือตอนเด็กๆนะแต่วันนี้ก็ตั้งเป้าไว้ว่าอยากพาทีมให้ได้แชมป์โลกสักครั้งค่ะ
She was one of the only female players in all of APAC competing in a mixed team back in Counter-Strike and also in the early days of Valorant. Now here with Ascent, she's the leader you need to try and build back in.
การที่จะเป็นe-sport player ที่ดีได้นะคะเจนนี่ว่าต้องมีความสามารถหนึ่งละหมายถึงว่าเราไม่ได้เป็นพวกที่มีพรสวรรค์เราต้องมีพรแสวงค่ะเป็นเรื่องความพยายามความตั้งใจและสิ่งที่สำคัญที่สุดเลยคือความรับผิดชอบค่ะในมุมมองเจนนี่มันไม่ใช่แค่หัวหน้าทีมมันก็เหมือนเราต้องแบบเหมือนเป็นพี่สาวคนหนึ่งอะจะได้แชมป์หรือไม่ได้แชมป์ปีหน้าเจนนี่จะรีไทร์อะไรเงี้ยแต่ว่าจนถึงตอนนี้ก็ยัง50-50ค่ะเพราะว่าเจนนี่โดนน้องใส่กุญแจมือไว้ไม่ให้รีไทร์ก็ตอนก่อนหน้านี้จริงๆเจนนี่มีแผนที่จะรีไทร์จากตอนนั้นที่เจนนี่เล่นล่าสุดเป็นทีมผู้ชายนะคะชื่อทีม Foxy นะคะเรารู้สึกว่าเราอิ่มตัวแบบไม่มีแพชชั่นอะไรแล้วตอนนั้นนะคะเราก็ไม่อยากให้น้องพลาดเหมือนเราพยายามให้เขาเดินในทางที่ถูกต้องมากที่สุดค่ะถ้าการที่วัฟฟินบอกว่าเจนนี่เป็นไอดอลหรืออะไรเงี้ยเจนนี่ก็รู้สึกดีใจมากๆค่ะที่แบบน้องมองเราเป็นตัวอย่างที่ดีอะไรเงี้ยอย่างน้อยเราก็มีประโยชน์กับน้องวะอะไรเงี้ยซึ่งจริงๆถ้าพูดถึงสนิทกับใครมากที่สุดในทีมก็น่าจะเป็นวัฟฟินแหละค่ะที่แบบเวลาไม่ว่าจะเป็นการเล่นแรงค์หรืออะไรเงี้ยเจนนี่ดูโอกับน้องเขาตลอดซึ่งแบบก็จะเป็นคนที่เหมือนเจนนี่มีโอกาสได้ถ่ายทอดหรือแนะนำบ่อยที่สุดแล้วก็ดุเขามากที่สุดด้วยอะไรเงี้ยเจนนี่คิดว่าถ้าเขาเข้าใจในสิ่งที่เจนนี่พยายามจะถ่ายทอดให้เขาจริงๆเนี่ยเขาน่าจะเป็นเพลเยอร์ที่ดีมากๆในอนาคตแน่นอนค่ะเวลาที่จะเริ่มแข่งในแต่ละเกมส่วนมากเจนนี่จะพยายามไม่คิดเยอะค่ะคือแบบว่าก่อนแข่งเจนนี่จะฟังเพลงหรืออะไรเงี้ยทำให้หัวสมองเราโล่งปลอดโปร่งพอเราแบบว่าพอเริ่มเกมเจนนี่ก็จะโฟกัสแค่ในเกมแล้วก็ทีมฝั่งตรงข้ามเลยว่าแบบเราซ้อมมายังไงเราจะต้องเล่นแผนยังไงเราจะต้องแก้แผนเขายังไงอะไรเงี้ยค่ะคือเจนนี่ก็จะโฟกัสที่เกมเยอะเลยค่ะ
Ginny is still alive. She'll find that trade back, and now G2, they've lost all their control of mid with Ginny redroning.
This needs to be miraculous. It has to be ingenious, and Ginny's got it through the box.
แต่เจนนี่จะแสดงให้คนต่างชาติทั่วโลกได้รู้ว่าคนไทยของจริงที่สุดแล้ว Thailand number one
1คำแนะนำสำหรับคนที่จะให้กับคนที่อยากมาเป็นโปรเพลเยอร์1เดียวอันเดียว
คันเดียวเลยเหรอ
อันเดียว
just do it
Well, I cannot put that into better words. Just do it. Just do it. At the end of the day, you know, it's all up to you. And what a way to introduce Ginny, right? Because this is, you know, this is basically a girl who has all of these goals, who has all of these dreams, not just for herself, but for the rest of her team. It's so endearing how she brought up Muffin being the closest, but also the one that she is training as her Padawan, Daks.
Just the Sapphire roster, they were just on the uprise every single time we'd see them from last year, and I think that's one of the biggest points of contention right now moving forward. They made it to the international stage, they stuck around relatively as that core, and that chemistry is just absolutely off the charts. Besides, of course, the leadership of Ginny and the star power of Muffin, we've seen Polly, Margu, as well as Baby Keezy, or I believe Trike now, really filling in those roles well, really filling in the utility that they need. It's just always exceptional execution here from Sapphire. It shines brightest, especially against adversity.
Oh yes, and the current APAC queens, from what we saw yesterday, they're not letting go of that crown so easily, but there are very few teams that can keep up with Sapphire's pace. One of these teams is Team SMG, of course. You have the core of the former Bren Victra squad with the leadership of Tarathiel, and with an additional player like Hybe, for example. This is a superstar team. We mentioned, you know, his Avengers Civil War here. The momentum has also been on the side of SMG lately, so this is the perfect time for them to make a move for that crown.
Yeah, and this is the perfect opportunity here in Open 1, especially as it's that new year. We noticed by the tail end, really fizzling out by the elite side, just beaten out by some of the members that they have right now, and rebuilding around Kohaibi has been the way of the game here for Team SNG. We do see our map draft though, Pearl, Lotus, and Haven. Very interesting to see. We have Sapphire picking Pearl. We got Lotus for SMG this time. And I really wonder what's going to be the plan here for both of these teams, especially seeing the newest map in rotation yet again.
Exactly. I mean, this excites me, of course, because it's always exciting to see something new, and I'm pretty sure both of these teams are trying to catch each other off guard. I was expecting to see something like Icebox. I was expecting to see something like Ascent, with both of these teams having, you know, a lot of experience on these maps, but it looks like we're gonna go into something entirely new. I am so excited, by the way, to see the duelist matchup that we have for this series. It's going to be Alexi versus Muffin, the trainee of Ginny over here, versus Alexi. Alexi had such a good day yesterday, by the way, so I'm so excited to see them duke it out.
Sure, you can say that, but I'd say the same thing for Sapphire. Just clinical against Ghost Siren, and Muffin had very much the same experience. 8 rounds given there by Team SMG to GE Phoenix over 2 games. Only 5 rounds given by Sapphire to Ghost Siren over those 2 games as well. It's really just the cream of the crop right now we see here in this matchup. They have been waiting for this battle. They have been waiting for this opportunity. Sapphire, of course, looking for that rematch, and it has been the only blemish on their record so far. Moving into Pearl, though, this is where it gets really interesting here, Mika. Both teams have only won their Pearl maps twice now here this year. You're gonna see perhaps, though, maybe a Reina pick from the side of Team SMG, just wanting to go dominant, manhandle the opposition. We're gonna get that fade. We're gonna see perhaps even a Viper, actually. So already the adjustments here from Team SMG. They know it's business time against Sapphire instead.
Oh, loving the double smokes here on the side of Team SMG. I just love it when there's like causes so much potential for so much chaos on the map here for the side of Sapphire. But Sapphire, we know that they love the chaos. We know that they love taking the fight right to their opponents. So I'm expecting a lot of firepower here. Also, Pearl, a map with a whole lot of, you know, opportunities for the operator. So again, that matchup that I noticed, keep your eyes on that one as well. We are gonna go straight into it. Let's head into Pearl. Let's toss it on over to our casters.
Thank you so much once again, Mika and Daks, for filling us in on both of these teams. Like you mentioned, possible grand finals matchup here. It's going to be me, Zahk, though, back for casting this. What is going to be possibly an explosive series? I'm calling it now. It's going to be fire. And with me here is the wonderful Donut. So, Pearls, what are your thoughts here right off the bat?
Well, before we get into Pearl, right, I'm very excited to see this matchup. Again, as mentioned by the panel, it's gonna be the battle of the ages here for both of the teams. And when it comes down to Pearl, I guess for both of these teams, Mika said, it might be chaos, but I guess Sapphire is one of those teams who find the calm in the middle of the chaos. They know when to slow down, and given their showing right when it came down to Berlin last year for the Game Changers Championship, they were able to at least take down some of the teams. But there is a contender to that throne, and I guess it's going to be SMG. We saw them play yesterday. They did so well when it came down to the wire, and when it comes to the decision making, it's now the mix of both Alexi's aggression and Tara's leadership. So it could be a balance of both, and I feel like they can take on the likes of Sapphire. We'll just have to see.
One thing I'm most excited about, though, is going to be seeing Kohybe back on that duelist, but that's going to be waiting for attack. Right now, though, it's going to be Sapphire starting things off here. They're looking to get a little bit up close and personal on this B side immediately, though. That Viper Wolf from Shirazi going to deny not only that information, but also a little bit of space here. They're going to be waiting it down. Muffin finally activates that dash, looking to go inside right now. We'll be possibly having sight for free, unless, of course, Shirazi pulls off a play like that. Still anchoring down on this backside, getting that second kill as well. Hunting's done more in the process, though. There's going to be last player standing down. It's all down just right here. 154 has the first. That's going to be it, as it will be SMG finding that first pistol, not even allowing the spike to go down. You know, an interesting point here, Donut, is that both of these teams, I believe, we did see them on Pro yesterday. I think that for SMG, they pulled off a super dominant 13-4 against Global Esports, showing that they're really comfortable with their pick. And well, as for the side of Sapphire, they struggled a bit against Kaguya, but they still found that win. So both of these teams have proven to be historically great on this map before.
Yeah, but now that they both won their Pearl picks, right? Is this foreshadowing, at least for Team SMG, who just won that pistol round? And with the Bulldog Spectres into play here for Team SMG, for sure, this aggression will convert, but it's just down to how Sapphire will look for that calm right in the middle of that chaos. They are detected by that knife. They are currently suppressed, but I guess they want to dip again into this pool here in mid. It's going to be smoked out, however, so that's going to be something challenging for them. Stun comes in for Ginny, waiting for the timing before Muffin actually dashes out. There is that stun, and the Prowler lights Camu off now, converting the kills though. Kohybe and Alexi both get one.
Still in favor of these players. However, it does seem like Kohybe bites off a little bit more than she can chew. They're going for an aggressive peek, but it was just the players from Sapphire. Disciplined is always waiting for that kind of a mistake, and off the back of that, they will be able to pick up that Spectre as well. 3v3 right now, one weapon in the hands of the players from Sapphire, although weapon advantage is still significantly in favor of SMG.
30 seconds left.
Sapphire now looking to go towards his B side with only 30 seconds left. This is going to be where they have to commit right now. Shirazi still positioned to be playing spoil sport on this particular site. And it's going to be the Viper roll going up, and 15 seconds left. They have to get it done.
One of the players has actually stopped them during that plan. Left. But she can't do anything. Planted. She is stunned. She is speechless. And now she's just going to wait for the rest of the members to come in. She has the Bulldog. She picked it up from Kohybe. And now they are coming in. That wall is perfect to try and stop any vision to come in for Sapphire. But all he has is Spectre. The kills come in. The taps. All they have to do is deal with Margot. There is that defuse as well. And Shirazi was just waiting for them. Great way for them to end that round, but Camu and Kohybe, they fell to the hands of Sapphire only because of that methodic push towards mid.
Yeah, so much time Sapphire really invested in trying to take that mid control and play for it. Luckily though, they don't do too much damage for their opponents. I think that in this bonus round, there's still going to be 3 guns on board for SMG, so they're not doing too badly. For the rest of the players though, it is just going to be pistols that they'll have to try and make things work with. Sapphire, talking about them, they're finally going to be having their full buy kicking in. Half armor across the board though, because we did see some investment coming in from the players last time on those frenzies and sheriffs. Unfortunately, not able to do much apart from those 2 kills. Once again, SMG, they're getting a bit aggressive towards mid. Alexi, in fact, has taken up so much space. Look at her positioning here.
Yeah, but there will be an alarm bot. And that is the trigger. Trike is actually watching for that flank, but immediately Alexi runs away. They're playing it slow. They had the plan to go towards just capture the orb. But Margot's the one just falling behind. Just to make sure nobody else is flanking for Team SMG. Muffin here is leading the pack towards Art. Nobody's waiting though in that close corner. Kohaibi with that ghost. Not too sure if that will deal a lot of damage. Maybe a double headshot, but Polly confirms that there is Alexi. She is suppressed, but she is still peeking. Kohaibi! A double headshot towards Muffin! And Kohaibi confirms there might be one more. Her boombot is destroyed, and they all will fall now to the hands of both Polly and Tara, just waiting for them. No information confirmed by that haunt,
30
but they will
seconds
be
left.
ready for that push.
Oh, another headshot
Spike
comes
planted.
in from Kohaibi, but not able to quite connect that kill. Tara and Alexi, though, they go huge here, finding one apiece, and right now Polly is going to be targeted to an inch of her life, desperately fighting to stay alive here alongside Margot. 3v2 right now, both players for the side of Sapphire looking to be very low. Their positions, no one as well, and all it's going to take is this fragment to really push them off the ankle. Desperately trying to go for the spam kills. Margot, in fact, finds that first one, but I don't know how much more she can do. Bringing it down to a 1v1 here. One bullet and a dream. Classic. The push comes through, and Margot with the clutch. 4 kills on the round. The Sapphire, they find their first. But that got too close for comfort. Anybody's comfort, but especially Sapphire's there, as they barely make the round work off the back of their full buy, losing 4 guns in the process.
Yeah, well, when it comes down to these rounds, right, Sapphire and Team SMG, whenever it is close, usually you would have to place doubt on the player of Sapphire here, especially Margot. But she knows that she had the better weaponry. She knows that it hasn't been half just yet, so she had to wait the time. She switches to her classic, and that was just an amazing decision for her to do so. Not over-peaking, just staying her ground, because she knows the time is in her hands. And time was in her favor. This time though, Shirazi, the one guarding the B sites. Prowler has been heard, but no push has been confirmed just yet.
I like how Sapphire keep varying their cadence. You know, they go for some really huge aggression last time towards the beginning of the round on A. Now on B, they made a little bit of noise, but they're just happy to wait this utility out before really going forward. Muffin again being able to take up that crucial space, clear out backside. We'll be looking at a 5v5 retake if these players aren't careful. The swing from Camus almost finds so much value, but Shirazi and Alexi will strike back here. No command activated as well for Alexi, who was able to get that positioning off the back of that kill that she found onto site. It is going to be a 4v3 right now. Number advantage towards these players from the side of SMG, and the spike hasn't even gone down. In fact, it's going to be Sapphire going for a quick rotate towards the opposite side of the map. It already seems like Tara has the read here. We'll be trying to go in for this information and hear
30
all
seconds
these
left.
players coming in along with their smokes. At the very least, Sapphire, it does seem like they'll be able to get plant. Although if they're not careful, Tara's gonna find so much value here. It's gonna be Alexi though, tormenting too, and it's all down to Ginny, the IGL, the leader for this team, will try and close it out in this 1v3. Only able to find 1 though before Kohaibi shuts her down as SMG. They find 3.
Yeah, the position there of Taro, no smokes, and she was able to at least spot out 1, but Shrike got the kill. An immediate trade though for Alexi. The first kill for her is here, but her double is what won her this round. Ginny tried her best in order to fake out a plant, but Kohaibi just popped out of that smoke to get the kill. A great responsive trades here for Team SMG. That's a perfect counter to a team like Sapphire. They always would play together. Their utilities are also on point, but when it comes down to playing as a team, SMG always has it. Like this. Tara was able to get 2 kills, but Shrike responds, and this is gonna be glorious for them. They'll pick up weapons too.
Yeah, that Spectre is going to be snatched by Ginny, and now they're going to be having all 3 of those ultimates online to try and make this round work with. Once again, after creating that much noise towards that A side, they're going to be looking to rotate over to B instead. Cosmic Divide invested as well by the side of Sapphire as they just run for a site here. The Viper Wall does come up, but it seems like Ginny is aware of the possibility that it's probably just going to be a kind of a red heading as the spike will be planted. Right now, the Rolling Thunder is going to be online as well for this IGL, and all they have to do is really go in for a successful post plant here. considering that they have that Nano Storm available as well as everything else. Now, in fact, it's going to be the third ultimate coming out as well in this particular round, if I'm not wrong. Lockdown to buy just a little bit more time and space. Shirazi, though, with that Viper play Spoil Sport, if that does come down to try and stick out the defuse. Once again, just the patience coming out of these players on the side of SMG as they look to try to make this work. But when your spike is ticking, you just don't have the time to make it work with. Once again, it's going to be this flank that makes the difference maker. Margot able to find that first. It's all down to just Alexi. And with no time, it is going to be Trike getting the third on the round and shutting these players down. Sapphire, they strike back.
Yeah, when it comes down to that trade, right? A 3-on-2 trade. Trek was able to spray 2 down. And with those Spectres recovered and their slow rotation towards the B site, they even had an open plant. They weren't really worried about where they had to plant the spike, only because they know that the rotations for SMG will come late, only because they pushed forward in the A site. And that's a great decision making for them. Twice in a row already that Team Sapphire has able to win rounds, only because of their rotations. Their quick decisions to go to B instead of pushing on towards A. And Margot just waiting for that flank, waiting for the opportunity to be the perfect rat for the team. Muffin here. She's gonna be the first one to peek out.
Off your feet!
And that Rolling Thunder comes in. Dash in, and Shirazi is able to stay in this corner. Vulnerable are the players, but Sapphire, they still get the kills. So has been able to get Alexi down with the weapons. The Sheriff, though, gets a headshot. Camu gets another one. Behind her was Ginny, waiting for the perfect moment to peek out. An expensive round for Sapphire, but SMG, they pulled a little bit back there. I know they didn't really have the best type of weaponry. Still, Camu just proves Sheriff can get kills, my man.
Yeah, it can be finding some incredible value off the back of that. We'll have the Nightfall ready. In fact, SMG, they're going to have 4 ultimates to try and work with. Alexi also only 2 away from the null command. The buy finally back in their favor as well with those rifles on board here. Once again, though, it is going to be map control. That is going to be the point of contention for Sapphire. They're looking across the map to see where they can find a chink in the armor of SMG. SMG have already shut down any kind of A push with the help of that Viper's Pit. So Sapphire, they're looking to concentrate towards this mid area of the map. Prowler not spawning anybody. Camille will be the one to take this first contact. Trike already taking her down as the timing is not quite there for Camille, unfortunately. First blood going in favor of Team Sapphire right now, looking slowly but surely more and more confident. Again, though, this split towards Art and mid here might be able to find a lot of value. Gohaibi, with the help of the Pages as well as Alexi, will be finding 2 major kills, though. Now Alexi knows that there's going to be more presence here. Try to go forward. Showstopper popped as well. And Gohaibi, after that, will find that kill. Things down to a 2v2.
Yeah. Team of SMG. Quite healthy, but Margot from the behind stabs the back of Shirazi. This time though, Tara is the one. We know Tarathiel to be one of these players who are very, very methodic when it comes to clutches. But Ginny makes sure nobody else is here. No rats available for them. They're in sewers. But Tara's just waiting. Probably to confirm a spike plant first before she pounces. But 12 seconds on the clock and the
10 seconds left.
Plant
Spike
is there.
planted.
Now confirms. I think she's gonna go for this retake all on her own. And she does have the Cosmic Divide available for her. Once she figures out where the spike is planted, then maybe she can place it where she needs it. But Margot, she has the better angle. She takes down Tara and Sapphire. They go big with 4.
That was such a nasty play coming out of Margot. She knew that there was probably going to be that Viper playing towards that Art area, seeing that it was that Viper's Pit towards main in the beginning of the round, and just being able to confirm and trade out these kills. I think that was the difference maker. Margot was huge in that round. Ivy as well, being able to get those kills and having that showstopper at the ready, finding one more before being shut down. Really good work coming out of both of these teams, and it's just a testament to how talented they both are that it's going this neck and neck right now. Once again, SMG, they're going to be forced into a rough buy, though, when it comes to the situation. Kohibi, the only one with any kind of weaponry online aside from a pistol. does seem like Sapphire, they have their hearts on this B side right now. No ultimates to work with aside from that rifle, but that's gonna be enough for them to take it.
Yeah, they take the site and Muffin even dashes in, right? They already covered the site, smokes are down, but there are a lot of utilities thrown their way to try and stop that plant. Waibi uses the paint shells as well, and Tara, the wallbang kill against Wally, it's gotta be useful. And Muffin here behind catches 1 and 2. Oh, Tara actually takes her down first, but here is Trike, gets 1 kill, and so far away. They rotate yet again because they know if they can't take the site, they immediately move fast towards the A site.
The counter rotation is gonna be there though. Once again, Tara reading things perfectly here as the smokes will go down. Has a rifle to work with the healthiest player on the team and will be able to connect that kill onto Ginny as well. Now Sapphire, they are a player down
30
in a
seconds
bit of a
left.
rough spot, and Tara trying to just buy some time here,
Spike planted.
waiting for the rest of the team to come back. It's all gonna come down to timing. As if you look at the position that Margot is holding, it's gonna be a super aggressive angle. We're gonna have to be very careful about clearing this. Margot finds 1. Shirazi gets the trade, and now it's all down to Trike, and Trike will be able to clean things up. It's gonna come down to the wire at the end, despite SMG being on an eco round. But it's gonna be Sapphire winning once again.
I love that these rounds are very close, but at the end of the day, right, it's all about the timing. When it comes to Margot with this aggressive angle, right, and Tara just waiting behind that smoke, waiting for it to dissipate before she actually gets the kill. But unfortunately, Margot had the better position and she was just looking the wrong way. And timing was everything. Trike was able to at least read where Shirazi will be pushing forward and walking toward, and she just caught her off guard. And when it comes down to Sapphire and how they would aggress, I think they've already captured how SMG would usually play it. Early rotations for the defense, and then they rotate towards the opposite side. And I guess that's what Sapphire has in store for this specific map, because it might be a long way, but they do it so quick, but yet so carefully. That's why they're able to plant out the spike. Tara, however, got 1 kill. It was against Ginny. The quick smoke. That's why Sapphire was able to plant down the spike safely.
Yeah, they do have it in stride for them. Right now, though, we're looking at just a little bit of a calm in the storm, so as to speak. Right now, SMG finally being able to get that full buy back online. Sapphire still holding onto an ult of their own, a Cosmic Divide that Margot once again has online. As for SMG, they have 2 to try and counter that with a Cosmic Divide of their own, as well as that null command that Alexi, for the 2nd time already in 8 rounds, has online. Buys for both of these teams, rifles across the board, and I think that the focus is going to be on Trike, trying to possibly get that lockdown into play like we've seen in some of these previous rounds. Once again, Sapphire, they're happy to play for this map control, making a little bit of a sound towards mid, trying to possibly bait some mistakes out of the side of SMG, as they've done in so many rounds in succession before. Shirazi has managed to move over towards this A side, will be that obstacle standing in their way of a successful execute, even as that smoke goes up to deny them further information. Between Tara as well as, I believe, Shirazi, it's going to be very difficult to try and keep this site ready. And it's going to be Shirazi holding down the angle. The flash not quite connecting in time as she finds first blood here. Polly there for the backup as well, though Ginny finally able to strike back and find one of her own. Things still down to a 4v4 situation here. Null command already being popped by Alexi and Trike right now. This is going to be where this battle is really decided. Trike finds 1. But again, being shut down, though Ginny is there for the refrag immediately after. 2 players left for SMG trying to make it work out. Through the gap, Alexi will be able to push out and find that first kill. Tara committing that Cosmic Divide as well, but Ginny is
last player standing.
Here. Look at the positioning of this player right now. It's all down to Tara. A 1v2 to clutch out. Cosmic Divide denying crucial information as to where these players are, and Ginny being able to push out just sees a little bit of the Astra here. Not quite connecting the kill. Nevertheless, the block has made its way through, and it's going to be a firing squad on the other side as Tara gets shut down, and Sapphire, they find 6.
Yeah, it was just too bad. They didn't really know where the spike was planted. When she used that Cosmic Divide, she didn't know that it was just a bit placed outside of the Cosmic Divide. She was able to at least diffuse and make it to half, But at that point, right, when you are revealed, at least a portion of you is revealed, then you give away the information. Well, the spike was already read at that point, but the placement is everything. We all know Tara to be that type of person that would know where and when to throw her utility. But without that information where the spike was planted, it was just really their demise for that round.
Once again, economy not in the greatest spot for SMG. They're slowly but surely losing the kind of momentum on this map that they had in those first couple of rounds. And as for Sapphire, they're able to bring it back in style here for real. It is going to be the Pain Shells trying to at least buy some time, but that lockdown will not be stopped. And off the back of that, Muffin is able to just push in and try to go in for some frags here. Site has been vacated completely, respecting the lockdown SMG. They're going to be giving it up. Tara, with the help of this Guardian, will find the timing and gets that kill. Muffin, though, looking for more, gets the second already. And now it's all down to these remaining players. Both of them trying to find some of their own. Though the Rolling Thunder, it's going to be invested by Ginny, and they're able to find that kill off the back of that. Alexi, the 1v2. I think that they're going to know exactly where she is. And off the back of this, at least we'll be able to pick up a Vandal. Ginny, only 30 HP. This is still a winnable clutch for Alexi if she plays her cards right. The flash connects, though. It's not going to be the push through coming in from Ginny. From Alexi off the back of that. Still trying to isolate these duels here somehow. Has to check their corner. Has to find the timing. And Ginny will go down, and Alexi almost gets the clutch, but 18 HP will keep Margot into this. And it is going to be Sapphire finding number 7. Once again, Donut, it's these eco rounds that look the most scrappy, especially for SMG.
Yeah, I mean, Team SMG, when it comes down to that eco, right, even if you don't have the best weapon, they can still make it happen. Although that Rolling Thunder was perfect. 2 people dazed and confused. When it comes down to the spray, Ginny was at the helm. And Alexi there, she knew where another one would peek. It was Margot at that point, right? And Margot knew the Prowler has been confirmed now for this round. Gohaibi, she's a little bit aggressive. 3 people here walking towards the restaurant, but they confirm there's nobody else here. So the rotations can come in here. MB, Shirazi, and as well as Cammy, they have to be ready.
This execute is coming because Shirazi does have that wall and Molly available to buy some time. However, though, once again, the utility onslaught coming in from Sapphire is too much for these players on site to contend with. They're going to be forced to fall back, giving up control of not just the main side, but also backside to Sapphire. It's going to be a full 5-on-5 retake right now. No lockdown either because there's no killjoy for SMG, which is going to make things even more difficult. They are looking to just methodically try and retake some control here. The Pain Shells from Gohaibi starting things off right now, though. The crossfire is too much for these players to deal with. Gohaibi will be able to find 2, but it's going to be 2 more. 3, in fact. And just like that, it's a retake for SMG that successfully works out. Gohaibi going huge in particular. 3 kills, clearing out backside by herself. And off the back of that, the rest of the team, they find enough value to take this round finally.
Yeah, Gohaibi with all of those skills, that was the start, that was the trigger for them to be more confident, to try and take on these duels. And with that specific POV that we saw, each one was dancing left and right, and Gohaibi was more of that information play. Okay, I can confirm that there were 2 behind those pillars, and each one, Shirazi, was able to take a kill, Camu as well. And this now calls for a timeout for Team Sapphire, only because, you know, Team SMG, they're built on momentum. They are built on heat, especially with each one of these players, right? Starting off as a duelist, and then taking on roles, learning each and every agent, and then finding their own place. And against Team SMG, if they are on heat, this is gonna be one of these threats for Sapphire. So this time I was called just to have a quick talk, right? What is the best possible solution in trying to stop this momentum for Team SMG? I'm actually very surprised that they used their timeout, because back in 2022, even if it was in abundance, they didn't really use it well. The timing was off. It was already a big lead against their opponent, but this time if they're using it, even if they have the lead, I love this quick switch up for them this year.
I think the one thing that I like about both of these teams is that they never give up. Like so many of the games that we saw during the 2022 circuit as well for APAC Game Changers, they came out of these two teams and they were able to find things just neck and neck. Once again, you know, this mid push comes out, but it's still gonna be players being able to trade each other perfectly. Oh, the showstopper is gonna be dodged by Polly, but the snake bite still finds Shirazi, finds her from Shirazi here. Numbers advantage finally swinging in the favor of SMG right now. The last three players for Sapphire trying to find some value where they can work, but unfortunately after getting that advantage at SMG, they're kind of falling back here to try and defend these sites, with the exception of Kohaibi, who was forced to play a little bit aggressive to maintain this art control and try to get some early information. Alexi, this is going to be the point of contact here. Timing has to work out. Muffin will already be spotted out here. The flash is going to be perfect, but only one kill coming off the back of it. Muffin pulls out the blaze from it. The last shot in half. Kohaibi still finding a kill though, and it's all down to just Muffin here. The pro CG of Ginny, as we did see in that video. But now in 1v1, Spike dropping no man's land as well as for Kohaibi. It's gonna be too easy to cast the jet on that up trap. SMG, they bring it back to 5. 5 to 7 for defense from this team, considering they don't have a killjoy. Not bad at all.
Yeah, the rounds are close. The score is close, and I'm very excited for the switch up for this half. But before we get to that, I'll let the panel break it down for us. I'm pretty sure they're excited to share their thoughts, so let me know, Daks and Mikafabs.
Thank you very much, casters. It's difficult to determine where the momentum is right now because it just seems like both of these teams seem to operate on bursts at the moment. So it's like, you know, the first few rounds just have Team SMG pop off, and then the next few rounds go over to Sapphire. Now it's Team SMG. I still think, even though the scoreline wise it is in favor of Sapphire, this is still neck and neck. This is still a pretty fiery matchup.
It could have been worse for SMG, that's for sure, and they really rallied in the last 2 rounds. But Mika, before anything else, I just want to say, SMG, these guys have been straving those strats. They've been waiting for this opportunity to bring it out versus Sapphire, to go for that double control instead of the double duelist chamber shenanigans that they had earlier on in this year's Pearl runs. And you can see why. They have so much way to manipulate the battlefield and be active at the same time. When you have that Astra Viper, you might not even need a Sentinel anymore because the utility that those two controllers provide are effective enough to stall the side of Sapphire as much as possible. But on the flip side, Sapphire had such a big rally because they understood how that stall worked and how they executed their rotates to allow themselves opportunities on opposite sides of the maps.
And I just want to point out 2 players that are really standing out to me. First of all, it's great to see Kohaibi fully into the duelist role. Just because, like, you know, we've seen her. Last time I saw her, she was still chamber meta, so she was still on the chamber. And then she was shifting into the killjoy sometimes a little bit. It's great to see her fully embrace the duelist role because she is rocking it. And I want to say Muffin, I was excited about that duelist matchup, right? But I do see now, like, they're kind of approaching it a little differently. Muffin, her priority is really onto space. You can see why she's such an important part of why Sapphire has that pace, because she takes a space. You can see her go make a beeline towards that map line. And we're gonna see how the rest of this map goes. It's really exciting to see these 2 teams because we promised a lot of firepower and we are delivering. So let's toss it on back to our casters.
Thank you so much once again, Mika and Daks. Really nice insights coming in, especially those points that you made about Muffin there. Right now, though, it's going to be the side switch kicking in. Sapphire are going to be on defense right now. They do have that Astra utility as well as Trike on that Killjoy to try and hold on. But for SMG, you know, Donut, this is a really, really aggressive team comp. They can not only sell fakes with that double controller, but also just such firepower that Alexi and Kohaibi have been bringing up in this map so far. They're going to bring the heat here.
Yeah, the heat is seen here. Even Shirazi with this double controller setup. With this attack, I think it's gonna be so helpful for them to provide cover, especially with Sapphire's firepower too, right? So they would need all of the smokes that they can get so that they can enter the site just safely and surely. But when it comes to this defense, though, they haven't seen anything else because of this smoke. Jenny does confirm, though, that there might be threat here of Team SMG just walking through, and Cammy will use her prowler to try and figure out where they currently are. There is that pink shell, but Kohaibi is able to take down one. Though, double kill, and Shirazi as well with the trade. Jenny still surviving here at the back of halls. She is suppressed, but her utility will come online. And Margot is taken down by Alexi. And Tara makes sure that this is covered. She does still have
one
the smoke,
enemy remaining.
but Muffin is there. Without the smoke, she gets the headshot, and Ginny as well. Now, Sapphire takes 8th pistol round.
Right there.
For sure, Team SMG with this buy, even if it is going to be just Sheriff's pistols, pretty sure that they can recover from this. But I really loved Jenny's ability to stay and control their endfalls.
Yeah, you know, I think there was Koibi's pain shells, a prowler coming out of Camus as well. Everything was thrown at Ginny there. Just being able to stay alive and hold that power position was a difference maker. We talked a little bit about how losing Hall's control on that particular map, holding onto it can be difficult, but losing it and retaking it is even more so. With the fact that Ginny with that pistol was able to hold on to it and get a couple of kills off the back of that position. Huge testament to that skill coming out of the IGL off that particular team. Right now, though, like you mentioned, the buy, not the greatest for SMG. Just gonna be pistols across the board here. Only going for some jump peaks, does get spotted out and will take quite a bit of damage as they will be forced back right now. The rest of the players from SMG, despite knowing that they've done quite a bit, are still looking to play just a bit patiently. They do have those sheriffs, like you mentioned. At this point, they're going to have to stick together as a pack as much as possible, because finding these trades on these rounds is going to be so crucial. Paulie just going to be watching that sewers exit in case someone decides to get a little bit antsy and they over-eager. Talking about over-eager, though, look at these 4 girls. They're just going to be walking into Trick here.
Yep, Trek has just pulled it. But as she peeked, she actually gets just one. Shirazi was able to put a bullet through her head. And Shirazi here, so low. They have no idea where to go. And Team Sapphire, they're closing in on them.
30 seconds left.
With a spike, so out in the open. And if Paulie catches them, this might be the round over. But they're just playing it slow. As you mentioned, they're playing as a pack. But with that seize, though, has captured, and there's a kill for Ginny as she flashes Gohaibi with a
10
trade.
seconds left.
And Paulie tries her best to get the damage, get the kill as well. But they are hunting for her. It all boils down to the last few seconds, and there's not a chance
Last
for
player
Team
standing.
SMG. Sapphire gets the kill and the win.
I did because it
Gohaibi,
means
though,
you're my friend. But maybe I should show you Kwasia because
Just died to her own utility. Zach, that was a very chaotic round. I feel like Trike wasn't able to get a few kills, but Ginny here making sure that that B long side is actually very secure for her before she actually pounces on toward the mid door.
I really like that coming out of them because, you know, SMG, like we mentioned, they played as a pack. They were able to take 3 of these guns out of the hands of these players from the side of Sapphire. So their full buy-love round looking a little bit more scrappy here. Camus, unfortunately, will be just playing with the Spectre because that was the gun that they managed to pick up and save from last time around. Rest of them, though, rifles across the board here. Koibi more than halfway there to that showstopper, and Shirazi is going to be the one watching for this lurk. We'll hear Trike's position, in fact, and we'll be looking to convert that kill possibly. Unfortunately, not quite able to get it, although at least they managed to hold on to this crucial bit of space. Right now, though, the Haunt is going to be coming through towards the side of the map. Muffin trying to stay alive, making her own goal to try and get a kill or two. In fact, with Paulie's help, we'll be fighting 2, shutting down this push coming in right now on the site. However, though, these rifles, they're not going to do anything as Margot just swings out of the smoke and gets those kills. It's all down to just Shirazi. 1v3 to clutch out and won't even be able to find that first. Ginny will shut that down as Sapphire. They find double digits. They chose this map. They might have gone to our overtime against RQ Kaguya yesterday, but against SMG today, they look so comfortable.
Yeah, Muffin there using her own smoke to defend her while spraying them because they knew that Margot would be holding this angle. She would confirm if somebody would be walking in, and then she can transfer her spray. But at that point, right, if you are SMG, you would want to take down Muffin first. But at that point, SMG, with how they played out, we did not expect that whole cavalry of Spectre sprays coming at them. And Gohaibi here, they want to be able to take these utilities down because they know that Strike is waiting for them. Now the stun comes in, they fall back.
Oh, that was a really good work for SMG. Now though, they forced it, they put in everything they have in this buy, so if it doesn't go their way, it's gonna be looking really, really awkward for them. They're kind of playing for more map control. Once again, like you mentioned, that mid pressure coming out right off the bat, and Shirazi on the lurk in the meantime, looking to find some more value towards the site here. Unfortunately, that smoke is not only going to let her get up close, it's also gonna be very difficult for her to possibly push through here. Right now, the Koibi is gonna be that tip of the spear, trying towards back of side, holding strong, getting down the first, looking for more here as necessary. Though Camille and Alexi will deny that from happening. Right now, numbers advantage is firmly in favor of SMG as they manage to get the spike down. And this 3v4, no ultimates available for Sapphire on the retake.
Yep, but they have the firepower of Ginny, Margot, and Muffin. Stun comes in, and that's gonna stun about 3. That's why Muffin dashes in to get the kill. The other one dazed. Shirazi though takes down 2. And a 1v1, one by Alexi. Redemption round for them. 6 and 10. Team SMG. The gap is actually very high still for Team Sapphire. As they are on the defense, their composition is very strong for the retakes and for the defense as well. With how Trike is positioned, they ensure that everything else is covered so that you can focus your eyes towards B long. And when it came down to that stun, right, Ginny just dazed everybody else. Though Alexi won that 1v1, still though,
Recovering it.
a bit too costly for them.
Grenade!
Koibi's gonna be throwing in the paint shells and securing at least double doors. Oh.
Nasty shot out of Alexi there. Almost expects the position of Muffin and pre-fires that gets a clean headshot off the back of that. It is going to be first split to SMG in this particular round. They might be behind, but they're not out. They're still alive and kicking, and especially seems like they're on track to get a little bit of momentum after winning the round the last time around. A couple of ultimates available for them, very close, but more than that, Shirazi has the Viper's Pit. We might be seeing that come into play, especially since Baby TZ is not having that counter lockdown. For the side of Sapphire, a little bit of a broken side here. You have those 2 rifles, but aside from that, not much else. Talking about ultimates though, it is going to be Koibi starting things off with the showstopper. Spots the player, gets the kill, takes a little bit of damage from her own ultimate. And it is going to be SMG being able to get that spike down. They've invested quite a bit here though, Donut. They've invested both that Viper Spit and that showstopper to be able to make their way onto site and confirm it. These last 3 players, they're going to be trying to make the retake happen because at least next round they're going to be having enough money to be able to buy up. Know that there's at least 1 or 2 players in this Viper's Pit. But again, just the positioning being held by SMG here is so much for them to deal with. Koibi already fighting the first one. They find quick trades right now. That's going to be all they get though, as Lexi and Camille will clean things up. 7 to a 10 right now for Sapphire. Still in the lead, but SMG, they're narrowing the gap bit by bit.
Yeah, the use of the 2 ultimates, I guess, that was very essential for them to win that round. They needed badly. Even the Viper's Pit was actually crucial for them to get the win. It was so hard to see through all of that right smack in the middle of the B site. Even if the Prowler was sent over there by Polly, they couldn't really see anything. That's why Koibi got the first kill. But Team SMG, with how they played around the Viper's Pit, it was just really big conversion for them.
Round that they really needed to win. You're not wrong there. And they do manage to do so. Now though, it is going to be Sapphire finally having enough money for a full buy. Multiple ultimates online or very close to it. They have all the tools they need to try and push their lead to 11. Assuming that SMG doesn't like pull out all the stops to do so. Right now, once again, early mid pressure coming into this particular map. They're going to be trying to take art control here. Koibi along with Camille having pushed up a little bit, but it does seem like Sapphire, they're happy to fall back right now, play a little bit of a safer position here, not wanting to lose players early on like they've been doing in these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, they want to be able to at least manage what they can. And all of them, they're rotating towards the B site. Ginny here set up with a crossfire with Trike. Shirazi will be ready with that utility though, and the Lexi gets the kill against Ginny. Shirazi able to deal a lot of damage towards Trike, but she is still there. She's still surviving. She deals more damage. than we expected her to do. And Alexi here has the null command ready. But the plant is something of a priority for them. Holly here gets the first headshot.
player
So
standing.
crispy from this lady. But now it's down to her. It is the clutch or the gap. Actually closing in. Holly with that flick. She's out for the ace. And with the damage for Shirazi, I think it's very much possible. Double peek, playing together. Alexi can throw in that knife and that could be their win. But Shirazi was too quick to pull the trigger. And they get
I
8
opened their
now.
mind.
The
Find
gap is
the
just
weakness.
2. Zach, I think this is another comeback story. I think most of the things that we've been casting has been a comeback story.
I think so far we're gonna be the only stream that went 3 for 3 on all the games that we've casted except for that first one, Donut. But you know, it's gonna be a timeout finally called by Sapphire. Economy not in the greatest position, so we're mostly likely gonna be looking at a 9 to 10 scoreline after this particular one, unless Muffin pulls some magic off with this Blade Storm. But you know, talking about SMG on attack, first couple of rounds, you saw them try to hit it fast. You saw them trying to like get control quick, and they were shut down by Sapphire. But now that they've switched up their pace of the game, they've switched up their tactics. They're sort of going for map control, trying to get a pick and going wherever they want to go after that. It does seem like Sapphire, they have no clear answer to that.
Not at all. When Team SMG are together, right? I think it's how Sapphire did play a little bit during their attacking rounds. When they would swarm in towards the site, Team SMG, they would lose at least 2 people, but the retakes for SMG, they make it close. But Sapphire here, in terms of the kills, at the end of the day, SMG, when it comes to the team play, I guess, the sync is closer. But Sapphire, they call for a timeout during their save round. They're making sure that they maximize all of these shares that they have on hand. And it's the push out towards A for Muffin. And a quick one.
Quite a bit of information found right now. That's going to be Lotus area here. Kawaibi being taken down immediately. The Camus is able to find not one, but both of those trades here. It is going to be the Haunted, it is going to be the Nightfall invested towards the middle of the map, making sure that nobody's going to be watching those angles as they try to go on in. Aware, again, the awareness coming out of these girls, knowing that it wasn't in their control. It is going to be that smoke invested for it. Off the back of that, the combination of the Rolling Thunder and the Blade Storm will be finding one. Trike finds another, and suddenly what looked like an excellent start on this round for the side of SMG is going to be put in, stopped in their tracks. It's all down to Shirazi. A 1v2 to try and close out. The clock ticking as well, thanks to the help of that lockdown. And just like that, the 50 is going to be won by Sapphire. 3 ultimates was all it took, and they will find number 11. SMG only 2 away from losing out on this particular map if they're not careful. And Sapphire, they finally have an answer after the timeout.
You have to find that balance, right? You don't necessarily have enough firepower. Well, except for the Sheriffs, which got a lot of headshots for that round. But the balance is also maximizing your ult economy. And at that point, when they used 3, they had to make sure that they got the win. And that was a beautiful updraft there by Muffin. She was just hiding in that corner. And when the Rolling Thunder came in, it was just timing for Muffin to get those kills. And Muffin now with that operator. She won't have that dash available though, but she will exit. She gets a lot of damage from that snake bite. Here.
Yeah, it gets tagged down to half of her HP. Still gonna be able to play on site though, at least trying to anchor down this backside area with the help of Ginny. Polly also has rotated over, so now it's gonna be the 3 of the most annoying players on the side of Sapphire that SMG have contended with so far, trying to hold it down. Once again, Muffin with the jump peak will confirm that there is going to be heavy presence from SMG, still trying to contest this side. Cosmic Divide will be forced out, and now they're looking to go forward. Muffin finds the first one to Alexi. The immediate retrade is going to be there. Down to Hybe to try and create some more space. That will be denied though, as Polly finds that kill. Still, Camus and Shirazi, they're holding strong, and now it's all down to just Trike here. a 1v2 situation. Shirazi with almost no HP to work with. That's all gonna come down to the timings
Spike
right now.
planted.
And Trike will be choosing to play it just a bit cautiously, trying to isolate these fights. Shirazi with only 15 HP left, watching the cross though, will get SMG to 9 and the Viper's good for the next one. This game so far, it is just so good from both these teams.
You would notice that the bulk of all of the kills are usually mid-round, and the response from Team SMG here to make sure that they get on towards the site, first the Cosmic Divide, but as they actually pushed, that's when it mattered most. They got all of the kills, and Shirazi, being the agent with the low HP, she was able to plant down the spike, while of course Tara was the one to ensure that there would be no push from Team Sapphire. And Muffin here, with the Sheriff in hand, gets a headshot, a crispy one towards Alexi. But in response, Tara with her own kill as well. Muffin just plays back.
Does manage to pick up that Bulldog though, so at least it's not a complete loss coming in for the side of Sapphire. A 1-for-1 trade, they pick up a gun off the back of that, or at least hold on to it for lack of a better phrase. It does seem like off the back of that pick though, SMG, they're happy to try and explore more towards the side of the map. Prowler going to be invested to try and clear out A main, make sure that whoever was towards the side has cleared off a little bit, which Muffin indeed has. Towards backside, it is going to be a combo used though. Muffin desperately trying to hit the shot, but Koibi denying it completely here. Being able to take that first crucial kill and open up the space for Shirazi to put down that Viper's Pit. Numbers advantage on the side of SMG right now, as are the guns, with the exception of one Phantom onto Ginny. Right now, they're gonna have to somehow try to retake with the help of this Viper's Pit. Right next to each other, it's gonna be Margot and Koibi taking this fight. Margot, though, with 4 HP and a frenzy, able to confirm the kills nevertheless. One remaining players make that one, and Shirazi finds another. It's all down to just one player. Viper's Pit will be put out on purpose, and Camus confirms that last kill. SMG, they get to double digits as well.
Whatever happens,
and now,
Zahk, yeah.
Sapphire, they can
Don't
either
panic.
get to match point here, or they can let SMG equalize. And I really don't know what's going to be happening, especially with that operator coming into play for Muffin.
Yeah, we have no prediction. Actually, Muffin expected that Koibi will actually drop down, but no, she jumps back up, moves to the left and then to the right, and then gets the kill. And when it comes to Shirazi's Viper's Pit, it always is going to be a win. And I highly doubt that we could predict any of the things that are happening here, because these rounds are so close. But Muffin, as you mentioned, with that operator, she gets a kill. Koibi is down. They have the second entry though. Alexi's still alive. She still has the flashes.
Right now, off the back, knowing that there is going to be an operator here, it does seem like SMG, they're going to be slowing things down a little bit. They still want to contest here from where they're positioned, perhaps waiting for a mistake coming out of Sapphire. Though, once again, after getting that first pick, it is going to be a quick reposition and movement coming out of the remaining players to maintain that advantage for as long as possible. Shirazi towards mid, trying to find a lurk, trying to find a kill, but not quite able to see anything, anybody pushing out. She's going to rotate back over with the rest of the team here as they try to go. And unfortunately, that smoke towards main, it's not going to be positioned quite correctly. Muffin does have a gap, an angle through which she can try to swing out if they're not careful. The flash from Alexi, though, that will buy this team just a little bit of space here. Looking to go forward. Alexi, in fact, will be able to take out that operator.
30 seconds left.
Open up the side for business. And now it does seem like Tara will be able to get this fight at the very least.
Planted.
The remaining players from SMG looking for just a bit more. In fact, going to be holding down that dugout area with 2 players. Seems like Sapphire Alexi once again head on head is able to net these crucial kills time and time again. Finally, though, Margot finds one.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
1v1 at the end of it. Alexi, the hero for SMG, and Polly on the flank. Who will be able to clutch it out is going to be the question. Polly does have the angle to try and stick it though. Already getting it down to half, but Alexi with a 4K gets the headshot and the round, and SMG, they equalize 11-11.
So Koibi was digging down, right? It's going to be a question, okay, what do we do now that Arrays is actually down, but Alexi just shows up. She gets the first kill towards the operator, and when it comes to the clutch, right, they were overconfident about how they were positioned. They pushed out, but at the end of it, right, Alexi delivers the kill, the clutch, and the win. Team SMG now equalize the situation on 11-11 in Sapphire. They haven't been really giving us more decisive rounds, or it all just boils down to the timing, I guess.
Yeah, I think so far, when you talk about timings, right? It's SMG just being able to find them time and time again, and more than that, they've been able to like kind of stay strong. A lot of these rounds, you do see that Sapphire is able to get that first blood, but more than that, they've been struggling to really fight. Once again, Kohibi just able to open up the site without taking down tricks as well. That's a huge kill. Camille finds not one but two in the meantime. And suddenly, once again, Sapphire, they look like they're in trouble. Two remaining players on the flank. Camille already expecting it. Is not able to connect the shot. Now they know where these remaining players for the side of Sapphire are coming from. Cosmic Divide going to be invested as well in the attempt to go for the retake here. Muffin leading down the charge. Now the angle's being much to contend with. Muffin only able to find one before being shut down. And SMG, they come back and they take match point.
Match point.
The amount of courage for Kohibi to push forward, and with that trade, right, an instant one when she gets the kill with a showstopper, but Camille as well makes sure that the plant will be safe. They are so quick when it comes to these trades, and Muffin, even if she was leading the flank, all of the members of Team SMG, they had their own angles that they needed to cover, and each time that Sapphire actually catches, there is the kill. But Muffin here with that aggressive push against Kohibi eliminates her. One null command though available for Alexi. Just waiting.
It is going to be Nightfall invested, and SMG, they will be able to sweep their way onto site. Null command as well, denying utility, like you mentioned, their donut, but it is a 4v5 at the end of it. Gonna come down to timing, and Camille pushing in through that CT area will be able to find that crucial pick. Spots the second player as well. Trick will be jumping down, will be caught off guard by Shirazi, and it's looking like it's almost over here. A 4v3 right now. The remaining players of Sapphire, the gunstop rated. Laser will be shut down as well, and just like that, SMG, they make the comeback and take it 13-11. Map number 1 stolen away from Sapphire. Wow, look at these girls, they're so happy.
Alexi, being the flex of the team, was just holding out her arms like this, flexing. Well, I guess that's something that really is something that she should show, right? Because if she is the flexing for the team, then I mean, they just took down the queens, the ones who represented the APAC last year. Is this foreshadowing? That is going to be the question. Well, the panel will discuss more about the game, so let me know, Daks and Mikafabs.
Absolutely stellar work from Team SMG, taking Pearl, but Sapphire brought it so close. At one point, as I mentioned during the halftime, I didn't know where exactly this match is going to go, and I think up until the very last minute you didn't know, just because there was so much firepower. But SMG, love this power push method that they did, Daks.
What an ending! Did you see how Team SMG is just so convinced that site is theirs, that they're willing to push it to the absolute limit? You break it down, especially with the top performers you have for SMG, Alexi flexing those muscles, flexing on over all throughout the map for good reason. She was paramount for so much of that success every single time they needed an execute. If Kohibi's dead, no problem, Alexi's there. If she's around, play for the flash, play for the suppress. And so many times we see from SMG also, since they have that double controller that they've been saving for Team Sapphire, they're always in a good position, especially on the attacking side, to play the plant and play the advance. Later on in that round there, Mika, at the very last, BBTZ or Trike, she was forced to drop down into the loving arms of Shirazi, and I'm still freaking out how Shirazi was just able to get that flick towards Link despite the aftershock. That is just full confidence right now for Team SNG, and they're really making that case that they are the team to beat here in the Open 1.
Love those post-game stats. You see Margot on top and you see Alexi as well. Those two players really stood out for me. I mean, Margot, just what a player, right? Just every time Margot is still alive, there's still hope for her team. But Alexi is just... There was this amazing kind of like power push from Camille and Alexi. Like every time with SMG, they would do the synchronized push, and all of this synchronized utility to just turn the site into a wasteland in a few seconds. And then you have Ivy definitely, you know, securing all of those corners. There's this power push from Camille and Alexi that usually Sapphire just couldn't pull through.
Yeah, it's just the depth right now SMG has as a whole in terms of their roster, in terms of the compositions that they can bring, and the understanding on what they can actually get away with it. On the other side though, Sapphire, it's still so tried and tested. There's a reason, there's a lot of VODs for them right now, and there's still a reason why they play these kind of compositions despite being known by the opposition. It's they can think outside the box. They can make wonders happen. I still remember towards that A side, they set up that eco play with the rolling thunder and that double updraft when you see kill zones like that. But in the end though, the staying power was the problem. When you get the post-plant scenario in favor of Team SMG, they would struggle on the retake because they don't know where they can go. They don't know what angles they can be safe in. And from that point on, that was just the confidence SMG needed to take the map.
Yeah, you mentioned that one round, right? I remember it's like the only time that they were able to do an effective retake was because they were not on the side at all. They were so far away, and then they were able to pincer back. But Alexi here, what an amazing performance from Alexi, and you can just be so proud, and you can tell that she's feeling it. When we cut to her post cam, she was just all smiles and doing the flexing, doing the finger hearts and everything. This girl is having such a good day. Going back though, you know, to the side of Sapphire and SMG, you're absolutely right there. SMG just knew, like, you know, they took a first few rounds to be able to decipher what Sapphire exactly, what their setup was. By the time they had that, they knew exactly where to send Camille and Alexi. They're like, all right, you guys know where they are. Go on, go kill.
Well, I'll say though, for Sapphire, they also figured out how to deal with the double control on the first half, but not so much on the second. Really good for Team SMG to just keep this in their pockets. And moving forward, I wouldn't be surprised to see them play this style more so on Pearl. Goes to show though, this is an all-star squad. You look at that leaderboard from last year, Victra squad, SMG squad, the points were right there, and now the members are together to make that deep run this year.
Well, I'm really excited for what's coming up next. We get something that we don't get quite a lot, Daks. We are heading into Lotus for map number 2 right after this break.
Wanna get it crunk in the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Get money.
Let's get the
Get money.
let's get the
Welcome back to VCT Game Changers APAC. You are back on the panel with Mikafabs and Daks. No more Cat, unfortunately. The Cat has long since gone since the first series. But I am very excited for what's about to come up in map number 2. We just saw the first map, by the way, Pearl, go in favor of Team SMG. But now we move over to Team SMG's map. It wasn't even their map pick. We move over to their pick, Lotus. And we have never seen either Team SMG or Sapphire on Lotus just yet. I'm really excited, Daks.
How dare you take my point, Mika? That was my only point about this. The mystery.
Oh, great. Okay.
The veil.
We can cut to the game now.
No, but truth be told, this is just par for the course for SMG. We talked about it a while ago for the first map. The composition they were running on Pearl was not the composition that they ran beforehand. There was no double duel shenanigans. It was the double control instead, and it really took Sapphire for a loop. So now moving to the second map where there is just absolute mysteries for both sides. SMG yet again looking to play with the element of surprise. But of course, when you look back at that Pearl map, you can really see the individual pieces of SMG so potent alongside one another. And when they just are able to coordinate that, they just hit different from the rest of the Game Changer scene.
Exactly. It was that coordination that really made them, rally back after, after the map switch with Sapphire. I am excited though, with Sapphire, they do tend to control a lot of space. And on a map like Lotus, wherein, you have all of the sites have different character, it is so crucial. I can already imagine Muffin just really dashing in on the backside on A. It's gonna be interesting because, like, again, there's so little information on Lotus as a whole, like overall in Valorant. People are still figuring out how exactly do we play this. And it's like you can't attack the sites in the same way. Your attack on A is not the attack that you have on B. It's very, very tight in B, and you can't attack the same way on C. So what are you expecting here from these teams? I think from what we saw with SMG, we could probably expect that power punch from Camille and Lexi once again. So there's probably going to be the KO and the Fade, I think, from SMG.
Ooh, you're already guessing here. I think, honestly, for Sapphire, they love to play those initiators. They love to play those breaches. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a map like this wherein you can get so much area of effect with it. So, let's see, Ginny's already on it. Muffin, though, over onto the Neon. So, Sapphire, it seems like the elements to their composition right now, Mika, is about crowd control. When you play that Neon, you get that fast entry on sure, but you also have stuns to help out the big fast lane for main control. Same thing for Kohybe. The only real difference is you have the Astra on one side and the Viper on the other, or rather, the Omen on the other. And with Tara on the Omen, it's honestly been a bit more something standard right now in Lotus. It's the one piece of Lotus that has been quote-unquote sold. But with a solo Astra, it's a bit risky here for Sapphire. We'll see how it works.
I know, it's gonna be so interesting. Will it be the Cosmic Divide that turns things around, or is it gonna be that massive Omen, switcheroo that people like to do? We're gonna see as we head into Lotus for one of the first times ever, actually, here on VCT Game Changers. Let's toss it on over to our casters.
Ah, yes, the mic cafe. It's not the same without those. But yeah, welcome back, everyone. This is VCT Game Changers APAC. Like you heard from Mika and Daks, our fabulous panel. We are going to be heading into Lotus today. We heard them talk about the agent compositions. But, this particular map, like we talked about before we headed into a break, this is SMG's pick. And they look more than prepared heading into today's game. And they're already one map up. So, Donut, what do you think we're going to see?
A lot of these teams that we saw, when you take a look at their bans, Lotus would be the first one that they would ban. But this time, Team SMG, they have the guts to go through Lotus, even if it was the newly formed map, right, for VCT Game Changers. And I love the selection of these agents for both of these teams. Kohybe as the Neon, for sure there is going to be a head-to-head between her and Muffin, but I guess it's going to be a switch up when it comes to the controllers. I guess the desk mentioned this. It's Polly's use of the utility, but at the same time, Tara with her mind games against her opponents. This is what will come into fruition for this game. But take note, Team SMG, they're starting out in attack, which means that Sapphire selected defense first, probably to rack up a couple of scores before they take the second half.
I'm out of here. Shocking.
Early information already sniffed out by Muffin as she goes for a little bit of a push, though it does seem like the push itself is going to be materializing onto B. Kohybe already tagged up quite a bit thanks to the help of that turret. And on-site, Trix and Polly are playing spoil sport here to the Dreams. Dotara will be able to find 2 kills off her own. The Flash will at least buy a little bit of time, though Camille will not be deterred. She is still going for more kills. Finds them as all down to this last remaining player. Margot in a 1v2 to try and clutch it out. And again, it's going to be SMG finding that pistol. They don't get the spike plan, unfortunately, but that apart, still a great job coming out of them, and they will be able to buy up in this round.
Yeah, they actually pushed forward. Ginny and Muffin here were the ones defending the site. But even then, right, Camille, she has been so good with these shots. The flick up and the flick towards the side. I think Daks mentioned this, that Camille has been so good with anticipating where her opponents should be. And that's one thing that they have to worry about, especially if Camille is going to be playing the Sova. There is more information for her. And even if the Recon Bolt has passed, she can anticipate your moves. And that's the scary thing about this. Shirazi is holding the Marshall. But all of them, they want to go towards B. Nobody's here. Nobody's home in the B side, Zach.
Yeah, it's just going to be available for free. A really good call being made. And they're just going to be able to walk up, take all of side, and even get a little bit more of map control. If you look at the push coming out of these remaining players, Kamiyu investing the drone will in fact find a particular player, being able to get the kill off the back of it as well. Alexi will convert it, once again finding first blood. And now all they have to do is hold on to the site. The B site, you know, it does have a little bit more spicy corners to fight with. However, both Tara and Koibi will be able to confirm these kills. It's gonna come down to one player right now, and Tara is more than ready for it. That's a controller right there. And SMG, as expected, they convert their second without losing a single player in the process.
Yeah, the flawless round for them just goes to show they have prepared for this moment. And if they were to go against Sapphire, then maybe it could be a weakness. A new map means a new dawn for Team SMG. And with this, they all anticipated where they would be, right? There are the trades, there are also the switch-ups, right, in terms of position, making sure that one would be distracted, Sapphire would be distracted by another player, and then one moving in.
there.
And I guess that's the beauty of this team right here. Their movement, check. Their anticipation, check. But Muffin here, will they anticipate her just hiding behind this box?
I'm not sure about that, especially if, you know, Ginny can lay down the bait just a bit better. However, in this kind of close corner, Muffin, unless she's able to find a lot of kills right off the bat, the potential for a trade is going to be very much there. Gohaibi going for a bit of a jump peek with the help of that Neon utility will be falling back, and instead, once again, it just seemed like SMG, they're looking to take the fight to the B side here. They do have those weapons to try and work with in this close range of combat, and after making this much noise, are looking to find more here. Will catch Ginny off the guard, be able to convert that kill, and it's just a firing squad right now looking for these picks. Muffin still holding strong, being able to get more than her fair share of trades before finally being shut down.
One enemy
Still,
remaining.
in the hands of SMG though, Alexi pushing all the way into the spawn will be able to catch Trike off guard. And now it's down to Margo.
planted.
A 1v3 to clutch out. Two of these players are going to be incredibly low, so at least that's something that could go in her favor. But right now, it is going to be the drone buying just a little bit more time, spotting out her position to boot. And Margo has a lot of work to do. Smoke, the recon bolts, everything being tossed at her right now to prevent her from possibly having a shot at this retake. And at this juncture, with the clock having us ticked as far as it has, with the utility in her face, Margo decides, I'm just going to save. And SMG, they find their third.
Yeah, Team SMG, even with their SMGs, right? They were able to at least be more mobile when it comes to the map. If you have these light guns, right, you can just run in like Alexi did earlier on. When the flash came in towards the spawn of Sapphire, that wouldn't really be something that you would expect. But Alexi can get away with those types of things. And when it comes down to how they were positioned within the map, I was just looking at the minimap the whole time. They wanted to fake B, to use the door, and even if Muffin gets 2, they still recover from it. Only because they were quick to decide, I'm pretty sure they already have this as part of their strat book. They read on it, okay, let's try this. And they just seamlessly execute it. Alexi just getting the kills, making sure that nobody else will actually get another kill for Team Sapphire, and there is the stun. And here, Muffin with that flash though, able to get one.
Defeated.
Trade and Margo, even with the Sheriff gets a double. Shirazi fights back, but it's Kamiyu and Shirazi. Quick one, 2v2.
Weapon's gonna be dropped here, possibly looking for an upgrade. It is going to be Trike on the flank, and Polly on with only a Sheriff to try and take a head-to-head fight here off the bat. We'll hear that door being used, so knows that there's still gonna be some presence on this particular site. If Polly can connect a couple of shots and get this kill, it might be what's necessary. Kamiyu still watching. I don't know if they've spotted out this player yet, but that recon dart should be confirming that this is gonna be where Polly is right now. In that corner, can't quite get back up. Polly just being cooked alive right now by the Nano Swarm, and it's all down to this last player. 1v2 to try and close out. KBCC already spotted with the help of that with the help of that turret, being tagged as well right now with that drone. All they have to do is try and get this final kill, and Shirazi with the 4K on the round will get SMG to 4 as well. And you know, talking about how SMG are playing this map zone, they're taking so much more control than they need to, and it just seems like Sapphire aren't ready for it.
Yeah, they were ready for it, and I think one of the players that really turned this around is Shirazi. Not only did she get the first 2 kills, but her ability to just throw in and anticipate where they will be with that nano swarm just burning and cooking Sapphire live, that just goes to show how much she knows her opponents as well. And at the same time, if you were to peek out against the Sheriff, and it's actually Baby Teasy against you, she knows so well to crouch. It's a perfect counter to a player. It's not just about knowing the team, but it's also about knowing the players individually. That's why you can counter it like how Shirazi does.
Revealing it.
So right now, with this like SMG, once again, they're willing to get up fast and aggressive right off the back of the round there. Koibi dashing into Trike, being able to find that first kill. Alexi getting the second as well. And once again, SMG, they're going to be on fire. Hunter's Fury to try and deny the plans here. Unfortunately, not able to connect. Ginny, though, being able to punish Koibi for getting a little bit too aggressive. 2 players left for the side of Sapphire as they try to make this retake work against 3 from SMG, who are holding down that post.
One enemy
It's going to
remaining.
come down to timing here, and Shirazi on the flank will be able to find that first already. It's all down to the Ginny, the IGL for the team, but it is going to be a bit of a beast just coming in at the end of the day. SMG, they're on fire on this map, 5-0 right now. And look at their ultimates. They've charged everything up, or they're only 1 away from it. Wow.
Yeah, I love that you said that Koibi was punished because she was too forward and Ginny was able to get 2. But at the same time, you could see the balance. There was also the peace and the calm of Tara, of Shirazi, just waiting for the flank. It's the perfect ingredients to the recipe of being able to at least surprise your enemies, but at the same time just maintain your hold during the post plants. With how Shirazi was also positioned at that time, the information given to her, she maximized it. She was able to take down Margot from behind, and the rest was history. Now Sapphire has a timeout, probably not much experience when it comes to the map. It was mentioned by the panelists. We have yet to see, and we have no expectations about this map at all, especially here in Game Changers. And I'm really enjoying how SMG is playing it. Very methodic, very aggressive, and that balance just really strikes.
Right now, though, Sapphire, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. That timeout, it has to have done a lot of work here, because so far they just look outclassed on this map, for lack of a better phrase, by SMG. You know, they've been struggling to really find their footing here. You know, this first couple of rounds, they lose so much of map control when that execute happens, and they aren't prepared for the retake. And now with that change of pace coming in from SMG, who have proven to be a really dynamic team, they're just not able to even hold their own against what you see. Right now, though, it is going to be the Neon ultimate invested already. The early flank coming in right now from Muffin. Shirazi's holding down the corner. Will be able to execute that sound cue, though. At least it just seems like Tara wasn't ready for it. The remaining players running for dear life. Alexi onside, able to find that first strike, getting the second. And now it's a Neon versus Neon battle. That overdrive does win out, though. And numbers advantage, it slides back towards Sapphire. 3v2 right now. Muffin still on the hunt for more kills. Pushing forward right now, though. It seems like finally the ultimate has run its course. Trike as well on position on site. 2 remaining players looking to make this work out despite the numbers disadvantage.
They're both on site. So much pressure for Team SMG for this attack, but we've seen them win against them being outnumbered. And at this point, they pick up the guns.
30 seconds left.
At least Ginny has a bulldog. Muffin has this vandal. But Ginny knows so well that there might be a rotation, but she gives herself away. Shirazi uses the lockdown. The stun comes in, but what will prevail? Which one? But Shirazi gets
one enemy
behind.
remaining.
There was that spike plant, but all they have to
10
do
seconds left.
is actually just to run for Ginny, plant down the spike.
Who would have predicted
Shirazi's
this?
gonna be ready with the headshot.
I did.
Beautiful work here for Shirazi, an anchor, a solid core of this team. I love how they're playing this map, Zach.
Really, really beautiful stuff from both of these teams. Muffin in particular, huge there, being able to get so many kills with the help of that ultimate. But unfortunately, Shirazi's positioning here, you know, just perfectly played, like you mentioned. She puts down the lockdown, knows that if one player pushes, there's probably going to be a second as well, gets in the position to get those 2 kills onto Muffin as well as Strike. And off the back of that, when that table turns into a 2v1, Sapphire just seemed to fall apart. Only using 1 ultimate as well. SMG, they're going to be holding on to 4 more in this particular round. 4 ultimates for both sides, in fact. And I think one thing that might play a huge factor in this is that lockdown from maybe TC. That might come into huge play here, especially if that spike does go down on this B side, because it covers the entire site.
Yeah, I think they're thinking of it, but it might be another distraction. But nope, they're going in with a fast lane. So quick here. Ivy has already taken a lot of space. But is she to the right side? Nope, Jenny gets the kill. And even with that rolling thunder, right? Look at SMG and how they position. They're using the map. They're maximizing it, ensuring that they get the
enemy remaining.
They're at a disadvantage. Strike though gets a double. And now it's going to be Sapphire in favor of the numbers. Tara here with just 1 smoke. Just to get a kill or 2. She gets detected by the alarm bot, knows that 1 is there. Marco just opens the door to distract them.
30 seconds
Strike
left.
is very low. She actually spots out Muffin, but Muffin gets the kill. The pressure is on for Tara. Sapphire finally gets the first point.
I think that Sapphire, while they did play it well and they were able to win their head-to-heads, it was a bit of an overheat moment coming out of SMG once again. And I would say arguably that this was their biggest flaw last year, right? Before they picked up this team, you'd see multiple players on that team, despite them being an excellent roster, they would overheat so often and win rounds that they had no business losing. Last round would be a chief example of that, right? They take that B side, instead of planting the spike, they decide to go for a little bit of aggression, but Kohaibi, she pushes it alone, she's isolated, and they're just not able to get that trades. And after that, it was just a net closing in around the remainder of SMG. They just could find nothing much, no value really. Aggression once again coming out from the side of Sapphire, this time towards B main. Muffin will go for the peak, not spotting anything, will be falling back, and it does seem like SMG, they have their own sites on this A site right now. Gonna be pushing forward really aggressively. Margot getting all of these sound cues, trying to put down some shock darts to possibly do a little bit of chip damage in the meantime, but in the previous second, the site has been taken. Margot still able to find one. Quality chiming in with another of her own. Numbers advantage in favor right now of these players from SMG as they find 2 more kills here. As Alexi on to boot, a warning shot being fired toward Margot. Don't come here, this is my site. And SMG, they keep the numbers advantage and get the spike.
You know, when there's an operator, you do a warning shot. Nope, it's her body. She's using her own body to just say, this is my site. And even if the lockdown is there, they still will take enough space.
Last player
be
standing.
safe here during the post plant. Jenny's all alone. Uses that concuss. Catches Kohaibi. But she needs the kill. She needs this round. If not, SMG gets 7. There's a lot of pressure bringing over her shoulders, but Shirazi still able to get the kill. And SMG, they get 7 against Sapphire, who just defeated the former queens as well of Game Changers, right? They defeated RRQ, that's why they're here in the winner's brackets. But SMG, they're looking so clean in this map. For sure, this is a permaban, right? For other teams, if you get to Lotus.
At this point, Sapphire is gonna make it a permaban too. Especially if they continue losing this badly, I think it's gonna be a new permaban coming out of them. But here's the thing, right? Last year's queens, now called RRQ, Kaguya, Alter Ego, Celeste, they were taken down by Sapphire a couple of times. First off, in that upper bracket, Sapphire winning the tournament that mattered the most, representing APAC at that Game Changers LAN. Right now, Sapphire are probably the current queens of APAC, and the thing is, SMG, they made those roster changes. They picked up players from 3 teams, including the old SMG, built a new core around Ivy, and that's exactly why, because they're able to do so much damage here. And the thing is, like we talked about, already SMG, they've beaten this particular team's 2-0 in that Swiss stage. So first time they faced up already, SMG was able to win a very dominant victory. 13-1, I think, on one of the maps, in fact. And right now, it's once again them being able to set to repeat the feat here. You can see exactly why. Their synergy, it looks so perfect.
That's true. Synergy is there. Firepower is there as well. The quick reactions from Cammy at the same favor of this round. But Ginny, quick taps with a Phantom.
Flash out.
Again, in this clutch situation, there's gonna be a plan of the spike, but they
30 seconds left.
just run towards C. He's holding this off angle, catches Ginny. And SMG with this attack round, right? You would say that probably some of the teams will do better here during the defense, but I think I've heard a lot about Lotus, it being attack-sided. Maybe that's the reason why SMG are stringing these rounds together, but I think it's also the response of each of the players to anything Sapphire throws at them. One kill by Margot, immediately Cameo peaks.
Yeah,
And
just
SMG,
really-
they're on a timeout. They're taking their time here.
I really like those points that you made about SMG. You know, the fact that they are taking their time at the end, the timeout as well. But more than that, in these rounds as well, I think that so far of all the games we've casted or watched over the course of the past 2 days, Stoted, I have to say that SMG, they have the best kind of mid-round adaptations coming in. And I think that's what Valorant really comes down to, whichever team adapts the best on the fly. So many rounds over the course of these last 2 maps, we've seen them lose a player right off the bat, be in an unfavorable position, have an ultimate not quite work out as they expected, and they're still able to bounce back in style. It was the comeback on map number 1, Pearl, Sapphire's pick, and on this second map, they're looking to close it out in dominant style, 8-1. Only 3 rounds left in the half, and I don't know how much more Sapphire can find because their economy, once again, is going to be an absolute shambles. SMG, they're just charging up these ultimates time and time again. Shirazi already having that lockdown back online. Camille holding on to that Hunter's Fury for like 5 rounds now. Alexi, one off that Rolling Thunder. YB, again, another player who has had that Neon ultimate for a couple of rounds but never really had the need or chance to use it. It's just interesting to see how weak Sapphire look in comparison, how disjointed they are, and maybe, like you mentioned, it could be an attacker side of them. Sapphire might perform better, but they should really try to get as many rounds as possible because right now they're just struggling to even keep up.
Yeah, and there's the lockdown in place. Polly spots out one, but immediately a fast lane in response here for Ivy. Will be able to take the space to confirm that lockdown. And these duo peaks, this is gonna be deadly. Margot just peeking out. Polly, though, with the response. Take note, that's just 2 Bulldogs.
One enemy remaining.
One! And Margot and Polly, they make sure to get the kill that they needed. First kill for Tara. No paranoia anymore. Uses that shadow step. And look at here. Tara is gonna get the kill against one, but Margot with a quick response with a headshot.
Thrifty.
Now they get 2.
They sacrifice for nothing.
It's kind of funny that, yeah, that's a good voice line, so much. They did sacrifice all that money for nothing as well as that ultimate, because despite it being a thrifty, it is the win shining through for the side of Sapphire. Finally, Tara almost punching it out, but not quite able to pull off what was necessary. Margot being able to trade that kill out. Huge performance coming out. And now SMG, I think they made a little bit of a mistake taking that timeout because it gave Sapphire a chance to bounce back into this. They kind of lost their momentum, it felt like, after that particular one. But SMG, you know, they're a team that doesn't let this kind of round loss get to them, really. Once again, they're still going to be able to have the remaining 4 ultimates on par, and once again are looking to hit for this B-side where there is going to be not 1, not 2, but 3 players watching, lying in wait.
Spike down,
able
B.
to find that kill already, starting things off super aggressive, trying to fall back, but Shirazi will at least be able to find a pick across the map here. 4v4 still.
Yeah, quick response there for Shirazi, and she doesn't even back away. She runs towards the A site, and now the bells are ringing for the team of Sapphire here. They all rotate to A. The bet here at the A site might be something of a mistake for Team SMG, but there is still hope. Muffin actually takes down one. Shirazi is down, but might be able to take another one down. Headshot for Ivy here.
remaining.
Even the second, she's so low, 14 HP, but she manages to pull that off.
One enemy
Looks right
remaining.
here, able to respond with her own, and Alexi, the duo of a lifetime.
Last
It wasn't
round
theirs
in
to
the
take.
half.
But they win it anyway.
I just want to talk about how over the course of today, both Kohibi and Alexi have been that dream duo that you really want to have on your team. Kohabi being able to take up so much space. Alexi as well on that initiator, willing to play aggressive, willing to keep up with her. Just beautiful gameplay coming out of SMG. And I think that was the missing piece for SMG last year, because Kohabi, you know, we talked about it before, loves to overheat, loves to go for additional picks, and what she really needed was somebody who could keep up with her. And it does seem like finally Alexi is going to be that person stepping up to the plate, being able to not only set up Kohabi for success, but also just able to keep up with her, play the game at her pace, and do so much damage and coordination. It's just beautiful stuff coming out of SMG right now, though. We are in the last round of the half. Both teams have a bit of a bye, though I would say that for Sapphire, it looks just a bit weaker. 2 Bulldogs, a Sheriff, in fact, is going to be the case for the team, though they are only one off that Rolling Thunder, have the Hunter's Fury as well. And now it does seem like there's going to be a player entry here. Trying to beat that first point of contact. It is going to be her trying to get the kill, but Camille jumps in her face, confirms, and Kohabi clears that side in the meantime. And suddenly, once again, it is going to be a significant player advantage towards the side of SMG. Able to get the spike down as well. The learn from Alexi to make things worse. It's all down these last few players. Make that one. And Shirazi's more than ready for it coming in. 2 to 10 half. And SMG sheer domination.
That was a nasty shot for Camille. There was a Nano Swarm at her feet, jumps across, it still gets the headshot. Movement galore for Team SMG. But I kind of want to know what the panelists expected. Is this something that you expected?
Right here.
Mikafabs and Daks?
Well, we knew that this was their map pick, but SMG, they came very, very prepared. That last point from Donut just you know, exemplified how prepared they were with Camille, just ready for any angle. And you know, this is a work of art that SMG are doing here right now, Dax.
It's a masterpiece, to say the least, and I expected success on the attacking side. Lotus has still become that attacking side map, but the defense itself does find those struggles in keeping up with the pace, and that has been the storyline of the game. We heard from the casters that there is that potential for SMG to overheat from before, but the rest of the team is keeping up with the pace and going at it. There are a few instances where Sapphire took advantage of that. The first round that they got there, they played back towards the CT side. They were pretty prepared with someone like Ginny, and they caught Team SNG mid-transit. But that didn't really happen later on, because you could see for Team SMG, Mika, that especially in getting main control, they're so efficient at it. They're always in position with the Neon. They always have the utility to throw at Sapphire at the same time. And if Sapphire tries to contest that, there's that extra speed and that extra willingness that Team SMG has in store for them. They have that Omen who can reposition, who can throw out big paranoia just to win out the fight. And that's what my concern moving forward here for Team Sapphire. If you're playing the Astra, but you're still getting outpaced like that, you're gonna be always one step back. You're always gonna be backing on the way, trying to keep your teammates alive. And Team SMG, the advance again and again, led by someone like Kohabi, it is just absolutely glamorous.
That's that 1-2 punch, right? It's Kohabi quickly in, a follow-up by Alexi, and then that insurance policy of Shirazi and Camille. This time, you always count on them to close out the rest of the round. I like the little switch, by the way, by Alexi. You know, when Sapphire was able to take a round, decided, you know what, I'm gonna lurk around this time. So, I like that Team SMG is really playing around this map pick. It just, you know, it doesn't look good, unfortunately, for Sapphire, but we're gonna see as we head back into Lotus. Let's toss it over to your casters.
This is gonna be amazing for Team SMG if they pull off probably a 13-2. That's not necessarily a hope and dream, but if they do, this is gonna be a statement against Sapphire.
For real. 10-2, like you mentioned, and it all starts with pistol here. Sapphire, they're going to be switching over to attack. They do have Muffin leading down the charge, has been the most impactful on the team, I would say, so far, especially that one round where, you know, off the back of that ultimate, they were able to find so much value. But yeah, if the pistol doesn't go the way of Sapphire, I would pretty much be calling it right there. It's unlikely they recover from after that. It is, once again, this time SMG getting aggressive towards this A side. They've taken main control. They've cleared it all out. So it is going to be knowledge that B-side, sorry, the C-side is going to be where the XP is coming in. Shirazi still anchoring down on side, able to get the right click onto Muffin. Huge kill, and with the oppressive utility from the Killjoy available, it is going to push the rest of these players off site right now. They're going to be booking it back towards the A side instead. You do see a very aggressive angle being held by Alexi right now. We'll be getting this information coming in, and we'll just be holding down this corner. If Sapphire aren't careful, they're going to be punished so badly. The peak does come out, but that also gives away Alexi's position. And again, it might be the crossfire being held by the remaining players that might be the difference maker. Alexi ready with the flash for the swing for the rest of the team to come off the back of that. And once again, it is going to be a hightailing by Sapphire towards the opposite side of the map. Once again, SMG, they have rotated off the back of it, so at least the spike should be going down.
Yeah, that stun that Alexi actually gave was not to get a kill, it was to delay. But this time though, Tara, even with that flash, looks away, able to get a kill, and they move away. They're both stunned, but Kohibi has now passed. Will she be able to get another kill? Nope. It's gonna be Baby TZ and Margot holding down this site. And right here, with that flash though, I thought that was gonna be 2 kills. I was just so stunned. Shirazi's just doing these amazing plays with those frenzies. Which she picked up there. First kill towards Muffin just goes to show this is gonna be something of a role for her for this round. And for the second, they have all of the guns, and Sapphire, if they buy up, they might have a chance. You mentioned this earlier, Zach, that there might be a chance for them to come back on this game if they win the pistol round, but they didn't. It was only because of Shirazi's leadership, the oppressive utility, as you said. And even if that flash was amazing, Margot was blinded.
Yeah, perfect round coming out of SMG. But right now, things look really bad for Sapphire. We gotta admit, they have gone for a little bit of a buy here. Frenzy's a sheriff across the board, but they're still trying to play for overtime. It does seem like if any team can possibly make that comeback, has the mental to make that comeback, it is gonna be Sapphire. But right now, at least, again, just the amount of utility being put out by these SMG players, it is putting a stop to them in their tracks. That smoke towards that C side will be shutting that down. They go towards A again, where already it's going to be a really aggressive position being held by Tara as well as Camille. This crossfire is just going to shred these players apart if they're not careful. If they do decide to go for the driving here, that is going to be the case. Unfortunately, it's just going to be a slaughter fest. It's all down to just strike. A 1v4 goes out here. Camille still holding strong as position of the spike, though Trike finds the timing, is able to get that kill at the very least. 1v3 right now, trying to go for more. Ivy will deny that though, and SMG, they get to match at series points, 12-2.
I love Kohi's smile. Once she got the kill, she immediately giggled. Because they're nearing the win already against the contenders, right? The ones who hold the championship title. Again, we expected that Team SMG and Sapphire could be the grand finals, but this is something that we did not expect, especially for the map of Lotus. And Sapphire, they're also not expecting these types of plays from Team SMG. They are now moving quick, but I'm not too sure if they're able to, because it's going to be Camille on this defense.
This way.
You can see exactly why this map was chosen by SMG here. They just know all the nooks and crannies of it. They've really put in the work here to try and make it work. Camille finding 2 before being shut down is huge. It is going to be sliding into the DMs as well, able to confirm it. And now it's almost over. It's all down to the captain, the IGL herself, Ginny, in a 1v3, struggling to keep them alive in this series. Barely any HP left. You can see Alexi going for the knife. But at the end of the day, it is going to be SMG coming out on top, 13-2, a dominant victory over the former queens of APAC. They dethroned them, and they're moving on to that upper bracket final.
This upper bracket run is not what we expected. Earlier on, we expected that there will be at least 3 maps for this series. But no, Lotus was taken by Team SMG, and I'm excited to see how they will move forward throughout the whole upper bracket, right? And if they will get to the grand final, well, we'll actually see, because now it has come to an end for us, Zach. And my name is Donut. We'll toss it now back to the panel to see what they think.
So Zach doing what Alexi was doing right there. I'm terrible at this, by the way, Dax. I'm terrible at this.
I usually make burgers when I do that.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah.
it's a
This is
burger.
more like an apple of some sort. But in any case,
A dumpling.
a dumpling, yeah, probably. But that was just pure confidence coming in from SMG, and you see exactly why they decided to pick Lotus. Interested to see what was what they have to say about that. But you could absolutely tell these girls were having fun, Dax. And I wanted to ask you what you thought about what went wrong with Sapphire. Why couldn't they break through whatever strategy Team SMG had for them?
This is Team SMG's map. I'm not even kidding anymore. Just by seeing how the performance was on Lotus itself, I think it really exemplifies and shines brightest the biggest strengths of this Team SMG roster. You talk about concerns about overheating. No, Kaiby's just in there. She's gonna get there. She's gonna kill everyone in the middle of the map, in the middle of their formation. There's the rest of the team will be there to follow suit. This map is just the perfect example of what Team SMG is all about. Get that high octane action as effective as possible, as assisted as possible in the closest of angles, because you can see so many times there, Mika, that SMG were prepared for any angle Sapphire wanted to peek out from, especially in the post plant. You see players like Kaiby, of course, getting in there, Alexi being that second punch with the flashes and the entry too. And then finally, Shirazi, just nigh unstoppable, nigh unkillable, 19-4. What a standing in around 15 rounds of action. It really just proves to us that SMG were in cruise control from the beginning. Yes, it was the highest gear. Yes, they hit the nitrous immediately, Mika. But this was just one ride that SMG lives for.
Definitely. And it was... You could also tell, right? Not only were they so prepared, they were really having fun. I mean, like, you couldn't tell that they did not break a sweat on Lotus. They probably broke a sweat on Pearl, but on Lotus, no. They were definitely the queens. And by the time that, it was like the side switch and everything, it was just so hard for Sapphire to get that momentum when they knew that victory for SMG was just, a few rounds away. It was just so much pressure on them. And I'm pretty sure they are Sapphire. They can bounce back from this. But Team SMG looking like the monster that they are setting out to be here in this tournament.
Yeah, it's tremendous to say the least. And all in all I feel like for SMG right now is if you play against them, you have to ban this Lotus map. It is so difficult to
100%.
keep up with how they're playing it. And in terms of Sapphire on the other side, as we check out the highlights, it really goes to show that there's still a bit of those issues to work with. You see a map like Lotus and you say, okay, it's free slides. You can play it kind of like Haven, but you realize these closer corners don't cut it. They're not going to provide you the protection that you want. I mentioned a while ago, if you're playing the Astra, you're going to need to make more space just to make that effective. But it's already the side of SMG 3 steps ahead of you, inside the side, going toward your spawn. And those problems, and compounded with the fact that there are a few adjustments in the roles. You have Margot on the Sova, because I don't think the Astra player that is Poly does play that Sova in terms of her history. Not too sure about that. But just those small micro steps that I'd say Sapphire needs to work on for a map like this. Leaps and bound already taken and claimed by SMG.
Yeah, and Team SMG, just as you saw in that highlight, like really making these angles. It feels like they've explored every single nook and cranny of Locust here, because they know exactly where the prime angles are for any single round that they have on Sapphire. And our MVP for this map, we have Shirazi, of course. I know that the Killjoy is of course meta, but this performance definitely had every single corner covered. I mean, and I described her and Camille as that insurance policy, right? But it was really her. I just remember that that round where they rotated from A all the way to B, and I was pretty sure, okay, there's 3 on the side of Sapphire. Pretty sure that Sapphire can take on this. You'll have Camille going in for the plant, but then Shirazi pulls up a 3K. Like, oops.
Look, Mika, if that's an insurance policy to you, you have made your 1,000 into millions, basically, as they always say about it. It really was just always the fact that SMG had a plan A that already worked out so well. The plan B was so simple, just wipe them out, just kill them for us. And all in all, you have stability with someone like Shirazi, so sharp. An all-star squad looking to make those waves, and especially in a time here, Mika, with Open 1 being so early on into the year, with the whole field still trying to be set, this is the biggest chance Team SMG has right now to get to that top spot, and with such a convincing win against the defending champions, I wouldn't be surprised to see those claims start happening from here especially.
Yeah, there is one one thing that worries me though with this Lotus pick. I feel like it is such a powerful ace, and it seems a little too early in the tournament to reveal it. I kind of wanna, I do want to ask them. I think we'll be able to talk to them in just a bit, but I do want to ask them, like, you know, the reasoning behind this pick, because it is so interesting. I mean, like, it's so interesting. Why this early? But I think we can turn it on over. I do believe we have them on the line. I think they are pretty much in the same place, or most of them are in the same place. The boot camp buff, as we like to say, of course. So let's bring them on over. I think they do have, who do we have on the line over here?
Ring ring.
Hello, hello. Hello, Tara. Hi. Hello, Tara, the rest of the squad, and Alexi. Oh my god. Hello, you guys. Congratulations on such a dominating win. I do have to bring up that first map, by the way. Can you talk to us about Lotus? I'm just wondering, were you guys as confident as you looked? Was this really just you guys having fun, or was this really a thoroughly researched and really prepped out strat?
On Pearl, I think we were a bit tense, and but after that we managed to calm down a bit and managed to take the map after that. But on Lotus, yeah, we were just having fun.
That is amazing. I did not feel nervous at all. Dax, you have a question for these ladies?
Honestly, I'm already ready to say Lotus is basically your best map right now after what we saw there. But we can go back to that Pearl map. And it's really interesting since you guys have been actually keeping that composition away when in your previous outings on Pearl this year. So how did you guys really adjust on the fly, setting up that double controller, especially when you go for that attacking side, right? You're going for those pushes, but it seems like for Sapphire that they're hanging back. So what did you do to really answer what Sapphire was doing all throughout that map?
Actually, we never use our main comm on our group stage, on our Swiss stage. So yeah, our coach is just like, okay guys, fuck them up. But all in all, we were preparing for our comm like this. This is the real comm, and yeah, I mean, all works out well. So
it definitely worked out well for you guys. I mean, that's an understatement there, Tara. So tell us, how's the dynamic between the team? Like, you know, of course you have you have Alexi right beside you. You have 3 Filipinas there, and you have, you know, yourself and Kohaibi. Talk to us about how it's like, you know, this new chemistry. I think you guys are getting along quite well.
Oh yeah, we're really like a family here, you know. Like, everyone is so closely bonded together, and I really love my team.
Honestly, I just like to ask too that you can feel how heartwarming it is, but how did this really come to pass? We know you guys are all-stars from different squadrons, and it was a while since we've seen Team SMG. So what was the outlook moving into this Open? Were you guys very positive about especially your preparation for this tournament?
Yes. We were really, I mean, like we just play as how we practice that, and we're confident that we'll win.
I can definitely feel it, but I do have a question for you, Tara. Who do you think is the biggest threat to you guys in this tournament so far?
It's Sapphire, definite Sapphire.
Oh, it's Sapphire! So it's definitely good news that you guys managed to get at least one map over them. I mean, like, you know, in regards to dominance, you guys definitely can say that when it comes to Lotus, you guys can definitely own Sapphire. Congratulations again, and good luck on the rest of the tournament. I mean, not that you guys need it, you're a powerhouse. Bye, Lexi. I'm practicing.
Hey, you got it right this time. Good job.
Did I?
Kinda. It's
a
It's like an
pair.
apple.
It's
I think you
terrible.
need to make a kind of I don't know. All I do are burgers. Okay.
I don't know.
I can make burgers and that's it.
I
But
can do like the
come on,
strange.
SMG, they made a splash, Mika. Let's just be real about it. From the Swiss stage to here, even in the playoffs, they are just the high bar that the Game Changer scene needs to take notice of.
Absolutely. And this is again, we brought it up earlier, like building off of what they, how these players were from last year, and now to have this super squad here and performing so well, because as Sarah mentioned, they kind of were keeping their cards close to their chest apparently in the Swiss stage, and suddenly they go in here during the playoffs and they're like, all right, let's take off the disguises. Here we are, superheroes.
Yeah, and I'm looking at their map drafts right now, their map picks especially. I see a few maps that we haven't seen them as of yet, and from
I would
how
be scared.
deep this playbook looks right now, Nika, especially from what we've seen from this series, I'm expecting even more things from Team SMG, who's already advanced.
I would be so scared if there's a map that had like no stats at all and it's a big question mark. I don't think we should challenge Team SMG on that. But here we go, our updated brackets. That first upper final slot goes to Team SMG, and unfortunately on our side we did have to say goodbye to the Capybara gang. Those are updated brackets. And who do you think, Daks, so far? Have your picks for your favorite teams or your the titans of this tournament, have they changed at all since we had our our pre-meeting, our pre-game changer discussions?
I mean, I saw Team SSG was number 1, and I'm like, they got this. They're good to go. I do feel, though, that Sapphire can make that deep run also in the lower bracket, try to make that comeback match happen. That second series, though, that's still ongoing on right now between Orangutan and RRQ. That might be the dark horse, though, between the two we've seen so far. And especially Orangutan, they've been relatively impressive. While we're checking out the bracket, though, I do believe there's going to be our schedule here. Global Esports will be facing off against the loser of that RRQ Orangutan matchup. In the meantime, Sapphire versus BIGG to see who will be eliminated. And while we're talking live, Mika, I also tuned into the other stream, and I do believe RRQ has already taken that victory, so we'll get confirmation on the schedule very soon, too.
Wow, I could not do that multitasking. I would not be able to, so props to you. Thank you for that very live update, by the way. But yes, indeed, it is looking like, we of course we do have our favorites and everything, but it's looking like this Game Changers tournament, or this first open rather, is shaping up to be very exciting indeed, especially since we haven't seen it. Like, we've seen that Lotus, we still haven't seen a lot of adventurous compositions just yet, and I'm pretty sure, much like Team SMG, some of these teams are keeping the cards close to their chest. It's still a little early. It's still day 2, by the way. We still have a few more days to go before the playoffs, and of course this is just the open one. There's still a lot more to explore.
So much more months, so much more time here for Game Changers, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It's already been exciting. We've been cutting the playfield bit by bit, and we're seeing powerhouses made. The pecking order, it is just absolutely up for grabs right now, Mika, here at the start of 2023. And the days that have gone by and the days that will continue will answer us who will be the queens of APAC. Who will be the winners of Open 1? Well, we're going to be having to tune on in and enjoy these games to find out along the way, right?
That's right. Speaking of continue, this will be to be continued as we head on over to day 3, because that's it for day 2. Thank you very much to Daks for joining me on the panel, and to our beautiful casters, Zahk and Donut. This has been it for this stream, and tune in to day 3 for more VCT Game Changers action.
One enemy remaining. C. Attack. Three for me.
My ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining. Attackers win. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Poison's gone.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Welcome to